Okay. Can you guys hear me out there? I think we are back. We are we did anything? Any shout outs? Any? Can anyone hear me? Are we good? Oh, okay. I think we are fine now. I hope we are fine. I hope we are fine because um are we fine? Yeah. Is this chat? Is this chat? I can't see it. You can't. Audio is good. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Oh Lord. Oh, a slight echo. Okay. Um. Okay. That should be sorted out. Okay. Then okay. This. Sorry, guys, about this. Like delayed. Start. It was not supposed to be like this. It was supposed to be happy, fun, fairy filled time. Where we get to pick magical ducks and discuss this case for all the rights and wrongs it is, but unfortunately the attention had to be on technical difficulties. But oh great, we are back. Okay, cool. I got my okay, so we are back. Hello everyone, welcome to Dr. Heinz stream. Believe me, it's not like this. It's usually better. And it's usually not without it's we've had our fair share of technical difficulties, but without further ado, like I was saying in the intro that you guys had the pleasure of listening to in if you all were deaf, that is. um yeah, I was talking about how this case was being reported in the media. Well, I was about to, and I was also letting you guys know how we do what we do on this particular channel. We report legal cases. We have covered cases from Det v. Heard to uh, Tory Lanez and Meg the Stallion and Jonathan Majors as the case started. We have been reporting right here, and I'm joined by others that were reporting this case from its inception a lot more detail, a lot more contextual detail, um, than I could ever hope to achieve, because this is what they do on their daily basis. They report nothing but entertainment, nothing but the MCU, Marvel, etc. So they know a lot more in regards to the background. I appreciate all of you for being ever so understanding in the chat. I appreciate every single one of you, because believe me, I was quaking in my boots. But let me introduce um my guests into this. I currently have they have been very, very patient waiting for me to bring them on, and it is Pam and Dre Mac. Welcome to welcome to the show. How are you guys doing?
Vibe higher.
Oh,
Hello, everyone.
yeah. Uh, yeah, so yes, hello. Sorry, could you the sound went off again, unfortunately. Could you please repeat? This is not the best. We all we can do is laugh at this
The
point.
gremlins have attacked. We're not going to give them favor, not the gremlins. We're not going to do it.
uh, welcome to the show, because I really appreciate you guys being here for me, especially you, Dre and Pam, because like I said, you guys have been covering this from the start. But when I say from the start, at least from where I've seen it in terms of the trial starting, were you guys covering this when it first hit, like the 25th of March?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I started on April because I was in the middle of moving. So I started around April the 18th, I believe, or April the 8th is the first video that I did. And on that particular day, I basically said, I think the text messages just popped out. I think that was going around the shade room and from TMZ and all of
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
So that's when I started covering. But even at that particular time, I was like, I'm going to hold off. I said, there's just something just don't sound right because of the text messages. And I was like, oh, wait. So you're
What did
telling
you
me
see?
that we have all of this going on, but they haven't dropped the 911 tape? Like that automatically when I didn't hear that, I was like, okay, I got to get into this. There's something that's going on with this.
Right.
I think my first video for this was maybe like in the very first part of May, because what was confusing to me when it first came out, and I was probably one of those people that were like, "Oh Lord, there they go again. Look at him up here causing trouble. You know, here you are, rising star causing trouble." And then I heard this thing. They were talking about, 911 was called, and this person was the, and then they said, well, Jonathan Majors was the person that called 911. And I was like, how do you go from calling 911 to then being arrested? What, I mean, who self snitches? Who does this? And so for me, it was like, then things started coming out that didn't make any that just didn't make any sense. It didn't
Right.
make any sense. They were talking because first you had the everybody dropped him. Everybody, I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? It don't make that doesn't make any sense. So probably like the first part of May, and I can't remember. I think that was right before the Rolling. It was around the time that the Rolling Stones article came out. And what didn't make sense to me was you had 40 people and nobody knew anything. And then you had people signing NDAs before anybody got to be really famous. And I said, well, let me, I love a good PowerPoint. Let me do a deep dive in a little PowerPoint on what's going on. And you started to see things that were a little, it was a little odd. There was some things that was a little odd because they started talking about videos and they started talking about this, but nobody was putting anything out. You didn't, like you said, you usually hear a 911 call, but
Right.
you didn't hear the 911 call. And then there was just this narrative of, you see, he's this big bad person, everybody is dropping him because of this. And I was like, well, let me figure out. And every time I went and made a different turn, things just started to not add up. But
Yeah.
if you let what the media was putting out, people were just like, see, this is what's going on. I said, but y'all are not paying attention to, he made the 911 call. The text came out, and I said this on Chill's channel. Everybody was worried about that little big blurb in the middle. See, I
Right.
understand chaos, and that when it said, there is no note, only you will know. And the
Right.
top thing, I said, that's where that's what I want to find out. What goes on from here on up instead of going on down? Because you saw the blurb that he wrote that he had already said goodbye, Grace, where my keys or whatever. Everything after that, I didn't care anything about. I wanted to know what was going on top. Everything stopped. Everything wasn't making any sense, and no one reporting was making any sense. So that's how I started. And then I just, Chill found me on one of the deep dives that I was doing, and he asked me a question about it. And that's when I was able to meet up with Dre and everybody else. And then we started figuring out there's a lot of us, not big YouTubers or anything like that, but there's a lot of us that are asking questions and we're not getting any answers.
Mm. No, everything you said is, I've heard that. I've heard variations of what you both said in regards to how you guys came to hear about it. Because to be quite fair, the minute I'm the guy I'm known as on the streets as a fence sitter. So if I hear anything, I'm like, you both are lying. Let's just wait. Let me, like, Majors is lying, Grace is lying. So I'm not gonna believe anybody here. I'm not gonna believe what the police are definitely saying, because we know that the police are only in the interest of the police. So we know that the prosecution are in the interest of the prosecution. Same thing with the defense. So whatever comes out in terms of text, before this was before court, so I had no reason for me to even pick a side. That was where I was coming from. So when I went, but as we see with everything, they already made their mind up. Jonathan Majors, like, just far from the first TMZ article, where they alleged strangulation, because this was actually true. They actually did write down, strangulation, etc., laceration behind the ear. People coming at me for saying, wait, they would come out like I was number one enemy on social on my Twitter. Like I'm like, but you don't know anything. All you have is allegations. Like this is just a news report. They have to report things. It doesn't mean it's factual. And then the text is dropped.
Right.
The minute the text is dropped, I'm like, I'm reading this. Everyone's like, oh my gosh, that's Stockholm syndrome. That's what is it called?
Darvo.
That's
Darvo.
fawning. Yeah, that's Darvo. That's fawning response. She's trying to protect him because, you know, trying to protect him because he has been abusing her for so long and she's used to it. So I'm like, okay, why does that top bit say leave the keys?
Yeah.
That's the
And you had to look at too, the narrative was already in play because
yeah,
now you had, by the time I got into it, it was he lost everything. There's got to be something wrong because his PR team dropped him. There's got to be something wrong because his management dropped it. There's got to be something wrong because they said that he was strangling. But then wait a minute, he was the one that did the 911 call. There's got to be something wrong because there's supposed to be all of these other victims. There's got to be something wrong because there's 40 people between Yale and New York that are saying that he is doing all of these things. There's the narrative was already in the fix that he
right,
was this. It was already in the fix until you started to see the defense kind of fight back. Like, look, this is what we have. This is the information that we have. This is because I think Priya Chaudhry put her letter out in April
right,
asking for
right,
this case to be dismissed. And then it just kept snowballing because you have to remember, because where I was coming from on this case was it all the stuff that they had a reason to dismiss. And then April, then what was it? May came, that May 9th hearing. um all of a sudden, it was confusing in the media because they were like, first it said that they were adding on more charges, and then they were saying no, that they were dropping charges. And basically what happened is the arresting charges that they dropped, but she
right,
came in and signed an affidavit and then put new charges in there. They were basically the same charges, but they put the newer charges in there. And so you started to see, okay, really, what's going on? And people were like, well, maybe he should plead, maybe he should do this or anything like that. But he was very consistent, and that got me too. But he's very consistent, like, this is, I didn't do this, that's not what happened. He explained what happened. But his explanation in comparison to what everyone else was explaining was completely different. And so we were just going back and forth on what's going on, how is this going on, and how is this allowed to happen? Because like I said, I'm that person. I want you to give me the information. I just ask for the information so I can make a
mm,
decision for myself. But you have to understand the nuances that were going on. And I think and on my channel, I was talking about that. First of all, let's be clear. You've got a black man dating a white woman. And in America, that's an issue. Number two, you've got the police involved who are in America, that's an issue, particularly between the police and black folks. The second
right,
thing you had to deal with is the fact that uh, how different people are committing crimes and how they are being handled.
Very.
Whereas this man was considered to be guilty and had to prove himself innocent. You had other people who were committing crimes, who had to commit crimes or had been
don't say it,
accused of
don't say it,
crimes,
don't say it, don't
and
say it.
they've been innocent until proven guilty,
Yeah,
and they haven't
Mhm.
lost half the stuff. I mean, it came out on the 25th, and by the 27th, half his stuff was gone without him having a day in court, without him being able to defend himself, or even answer to any of the charges or nothing. Everybody dropped him like a hot potato. And then that's the narrative that comes out. See, it's got to be something because everybody did that. We never know why his PR team left. We don't know why his management team left. The contract could have run out as all as we know. But like I said, the fix was in. And so to hear all of that, my quest was, I want the information. I want to be able to give you the information and you make a decision.
Right.
I don't like for people to tell me what I'm supposed to be thinking and then
Exactly.
get mad at me because I don't think the way you are. And also one of the nuances that go on between us as women
Mm.
is if you're not believing what this woman says, then you're against women, you're against this and you're against that. That's not the truth
That's
because there's so
gaslighting.
many nuances about being a woman. There's a lot of women
Mhm.
that are that have given birth to sons. There are a lot of women that have given birth to daughters. And
Yes.
so they want to be able to support their daughters and support their sons and not feel some kind of way because they're doing what they're doing. You also have the
Exactly.
nuances with men. Men are saying if the fix is on. Because I said one time, if this was Jonathan Minor, who didn't have the money that Jonathan
Right.
Majors had,
Exactly.
Jonathan Minor would have had to take a plea deal, had to take something, and he has a record. Why is that important? Here in the United States, and I think we had talked about why is it important for black men and black to be on jury. If Jonathan Minor would have taken that plea deal, depending on the state that you're in, number one, Jonathan Minor can't vote. Where do we pull juries from? From the voter registration. So yeah,
Mhm.
the fix is on, y'all. It's much more than oh this black guy who played in Lovecraft Country and he's this. It's a whole fix is on, and we're not paying attention to what's going on. It's a whole lot of nuances going on just from this case that we're looking in. And so it is important to understand that. And then when you get this evidence that comes out,
Mhm.
the evidence that comes out, and we're starting to see, wait a minute, this don't even seem right. Your all of your witnesses are telling you what happened. Even your main witness is telling you that this man wasn't like this. He didn't. These are the things that didn't happen. And you still bring this what is going on? What is going on? There's something going on at that DA's office. There's something going on it's just it's a lot. It's a lot. And there's a
And
lot of like I said, go ahead.
And
Go ahead,
and
Dre.
and Pam, you brought up something that was interesting. When I first did my first video and I rewatched my first video, it's funny. I said the same exact thing just last night. What I said in my first video. I said,
Hmm.
number one, at the time we didn't have all the information. All we had was a text message that leaked out. We which she clearly said that she attacked that man in the text. Everybody want to bring up text messages, talking about, oh, Jonathan Majors, he's so detrimental, he's a narcissist, he's this, that, and the other. But won't bring back that girl text message that said clearly, I attacked this. I shouldn't have went for your phone and I started it. I let them know that I did it, and I'm not going to bring any charges to you. Fast forward, all the way to trial day number one, when she's on the stand. What did they say? Hey, Jonathan Majors never did anything prior to this thing, and we all know she went to court because they say, "Hey, it's your." But the reason why she brought the charge, with the main key factor is why they brought the charge, because they knew the district attorney's office did not have a case. So they have more case on her than they do on him. So to complete the narrative, to say, well, this is what these black men doing. We got Kevin Porter Jr. We got Adam Falls. You know what I'm saying? But Jonathan Majors, come on down to Showcase Showdown. You know what I mean? We can get them with this and the other. And if you cooperate, we won't prosecute you. Because we can and they probably said it like this: look, you come back to the United States, you're going straight to jail. So either you can go ahead, we won't prosecute you, we'll fly you down, you don't have anything to worry about. Here's the deal. Or number two, your ass is grass. Which one you think you picking? And this is and for me, because like I tell people on my show that I worked in the criminal justice system just as a corrections officer. But what we did, we worked for the city. So the city correctional officers go down to the DV cases, we go down to the prosecution cases, we go down to the city offenses as far as like traffic or housing, and we have to sit in with the inmates so they don't run off or whatever. But when you're sitting there, what are you doing? You got 20 inmates, 20, 25 inmates. You're listening to case after case after case after case. There ain't nobody running because you can't get out. So you listen to the case after case after case. But what you're doing is you're gathering so much information that you're learning about this case. You're like, wow, I didn't even think that they do something like the judge will tell you. I literally watched the judge say, hey, look, you either take the deal or if you take it to trial, I'm gonna give you 6 months. If you lose, you're getting 6 months. So Joe Blow with no money, what you think he gonna do? And the court appointed attorney is looking at you like, hey, this is a hell of a deal. I'd take the deal if I were you. You see what I mean? So what is an average, like I said, what is giant the minor supposed to do in that situation where he got kids to feed? Him and his girl might have got into it just an argument. And if you call the police, somebody going to jail, and 9 times out of 10, it's the man, unless they see you, unless Pam is choking me right now. They ain't even gonna get a strangulation. They just gonna be like attack, harassment. But somebody going to jail. And it's a guy, and I
Right.
don't even want to make fun of it, but it's the truth.
Mhm.
She did an interview with Kevin Porter Jr.'s with Roland Martin and Kevin Porter Jr. Was I played that video. Yeah.
Mhm.
Exactly. This is
Oh, my bad, my bad. Oh, they couldn't hear me. Yeah, yeah, my bad, my bad. Oh, for
you said the
flipping
tip.
heck.
Did they say the temporal loom is broken
Yeah,
again?
no, no, you couldn't hear me. Oh, again, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry, guys.
He was
I
muted.
will, I will go back again. I'll go back again. So basically, what I was basically saying was, I agreed with Dre Mac in regards to his point to do with the inequalities in genders, because again, if this was to be, if for some reason Jonathan Majors was to be called Jacqueline Majors, he wouldn't be charged. And Grace Jabari would have been, or in this case Grace would have been Gerald. He would have been charged with the case that's going on now. On top of that, going back to the plea deal that Pam was talking about earlier, where she was basically saying that if this was Jonathan Miners, he doesn't have the money to basically put this case on. So
Right.
they would have absolutely no choice but to go for the plea deal. To make the long story short, in regards to what we're saying in regards to the Adam Foss case, where he was acquitted for a rape charge, where there was a text message in that case where the accusers basically said, um send him a text saying, I enjoyed writing you, etc. um what basically was going on there was Adam Foss was basically approached by the DA, according to Priya, saying, you can settle this case, you can get a plea deal, we will drop
Mhm.
every charge, you can get a plea deal, and after you have gotten the plea deal, you cannot speak about the case, you cannot speak about the evidence that you had, but you can always say it was dismissed and it was never tried, and but you can't say you were innocent. Like, those were the conditions to this. So imagine if you did not have the money to fight this out in court and make sure that the evidence comes out to prove your innocence. So in regards to what Pam was saying, if this was anyone else, could you imagine how many people this DA office are going to put in a position where they're going to be like, yeah, I have no choice. I can't afford this. So let me just say, yes, that happened.
I've
Let
And
seen
me
it
and
happen. I hear it happen a lot.
let me even when we're talking about this Adam Foss case, because I looked up a little bit of it, but I
yeah,
need people to understand the insidiousness of that case.
right,
The DA's office, wherever this woman did her blog post or whatever she did, the DA's office contacted this woman and made this case against this man. And I
Mhm.
need for people to understand the insidiousness of that. That means that this DA's office is literally trolling blog posts and Twitter posts and all kinds of different posts to find people that they can convict. And they're looking for people, if you really look at it, who have a lot to lose.
Mhm.
Mhm.
That's insidious, and I need for
Yeah,
us to understand how
really
insidious
targeted.
that
Yeah,
is. And then to hear Priya Chaudhry talk about how then you already got this fix on, and then they're trying to make you plead guilty to something that you didn't do, and then
right.
you're never able to speak about the crime that you never did do.
Oh yes, I forgot to say that part. Yes, you had to plead guilty and get the charges dismissed. Basically, you had to. Yeah, I forgot about that part. Thank you.
Now
Thank
Exactly.
you.
look at this person.
Yeah.
Look at this person. This man was an advocate about making sure that prosecutors don't overstep their reach and how to prosecute cases and things like
Mm.
this. What do you think this guilty plea is going to do? People don't understand. He is a lawyer, licensed. A guilty plea, he may have had to lose his license. He couldn't
Exactly.
practice
Right.
law.
Right. Right.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Oh, by the way, before we continue with this conversation, because it's really good, and we'll get right back to it. I just want to thank Shogun for his $2 super chat. That is a lot of thank you so much, because that's a lot of care. Like, he spent $2 to tell me my sound was off. I really appreciate you, by the way. That's a lot of love. That's a lot of love right there. But chat, I do apologize. I'll take this moment to say I really, really do apologize for the technical difficulties. Believe me. Oh Lord! Once when it rains, it pours. That song is playing in my mind right now. But we have some amazing guests. If you've made it this far, and if you have sat through all those technical difficulties, you're clearly enjoying this. So please hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe if you enjoy. If you want to see future legal cases, I'll be covering the Courtney Claney case versus Jonathan Obensenli. If you don't know about that case, is going to be in Florida, where she kills her boyfriend and alleges that he was abusing her, but she has hospitalized the boyfriend twice. Sorry, once, not twice. Yeah, once. And yeah, it's a doozy of a case. I've covered it. It's FL versus Courtney Clancy. You you can go watch it on the channel. But that's what we mainly do here. I appreciate every single one of you for coming in and giving your perspective. We are also, the court as is now in session, because I think it's 10 o'clock now in New York, isn't it? Like 10 o'clock, 11
Yes.
o'clock.
It's 10:30 in New
10:30.
York right now, and
10:30.
Dani just tweeted, "We're here in the court, and nobody but reporters and officers are to be found."
Wait, what? Oh yeah,
Yep.
of course. Yeah, they don't know when, but they're not. I mean, I mean, mm,
So does that mean that the jury and the prosecution and no one showed up yet?
It said no jury yet. That's basically
no,
what they're saying. The
no
Oh.
jury,
jury.
I know they're saying the jury is not there yet. So,
No damn. So we
eh,
could be waiting for a bit. I thought they would have started really really
Well, they
quickly.
should have started what 30 minutes ago, right?
should have
Yeah,
started 30 minutes ago.
yeah, absolutely. That's it. That's very interesting.
Sorry,
Uh,
that's my clock. That's the time I'm supposed to get up. Sorry.
well, thank you for waking up early and joining us, and joining us today, and thank you everyone in the chat as well, because I know it's quite early where you guys are, especially if you're in LA or Vancouver. So, so I can't imagine waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning, like
Mm.
to watch this verdict. But I do wanna I do want to, yes, I do want to go back into what we were talking about in regards to the policy changes, because this is very interesting, because Tonya D here says Laura Victoria Burke made a great video about the DAs and their new policies on the brag. It is very interesting because I don't know anything about the political scene, right? But I do know a lot about, the shift in regards to what's happened with the Me Too movement, and how a couple of people are using it to kind of seek revenge, if that's a good way of putting it. I don't know how to put it to make it sound a bit savory. Hey, welcome, Kat. Woo!
Hey, good morning, good
What up?
morning.
What's up, Kat?
Hey, Dre. Hey, Pam.
I'm not sure if
Hello,
you can.
hello, hello.
Oh, I think. Welcome to Kat, as she is also known on Twitter, Miss Marco Polo.
I'm not
Welcome to
changing it. It's been that way for a decade.
She fights me every single time. But yeah, welcome to the show. We'll get to you in a second. I was gonna say, in regards to the DA, and the New York, how many, and Kat, you would know this actually. You know this a lot more than I do. How many states have adopted New York's approach in terms of prosecuting their cases?
Well,
Do you
that
know?
can vary not just by state. That can vary obviously by depending on what court it is. Honestly, down to what DA, because New York doesn't really have this reputation for this kind of prosecution until Alvin Bragg came along, which he's only been in office. It's been just over a year now. He was right. It's like January 2022 he came in. And immediately that's when they brought the charges against Adam Foss. If you think about it, they came out with that press release about Adam Foss. It was like February 8th or something like that. So it's like he rolled right in and got to work on these high profile cases. But I think the other thing that's different is New York, especially the New York City courts, are notorious for lack of transparency, which even if you have a prosecution that, follows the same strategies as Alvin Bragg's office, that's a little bit different when there's cameras in the courtroom, right?
Exactly.
But here you have an issue where there's an aggressive prosecution that's, seemingly trying to go for the win rather than a pursuit of justice, fairness, and no transparency. It's like $7 a page in the Southern District of New York to get 1 page of a court transcript. That's not the same court where Jonathan Majors is, but $7 a page to get a copy of something that you're entitled to under FOIA. $7 a page in 2023.
Sad.
That sounds like blackmail.
Sad.
That sounds like blackmail.
Well, that's discouraging because $7
Because-
a page, and you're talking about probably 1,500 pages
of documentation.
That's discouraging because that way you're not going to go and want to go and get that information. So yeah, that's by design.
At least can we get it front and back?
Right. Well, when you go to federal, it's what, 30 cents a page or 25-30 cents a page if it's a federal case.
That's insane.
Super cheap.
Though.
It's less than $1. Most of the things I looked at, less than $1. Unless you want like urgent transcripts, right? Where you're paying the transcriber like 24 hours later, you need to review the transcripts, which is different, right? Because that's rush work. That's understandable. But I don't like paying several dollars a page for something that you probably already have a scanned copy of. If one news organization has requested it, you've probably scanned it all. You're not photocopying page by page. You could create a digital file of it and then send that. But
it's ridiculous.
That's actually ridiculous. I was going to get the transcripts for this case, but damn, I did not know that. The reason why I was so eager on getting a transcript for this case is because I saw how much they cost to get it for Debt Be Heard, and that was 50 cents.
That was 6 weeks of a trial with a bunch of motions in limine. There's tons of pre-trials. I mean, that case stretched. There were hearings for that case for a year and a half before trial actually started. Right. So there was a lot more paperwork than a 2-week trial.
Yeah, and that one was a lot more that was very expensive for of course the paperwork, but I'm like, imagine for 50 cents, imagine some insane monetize justice monetized. Mind chest says on your chat, justice. But yeah, I just want to say, Derek Boys, thank you so much for your $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Super chat because you all have assembled the super friends for this. Just want to say we appreciate the work. It's not called the Super Friends. It's called the Law Avengers. That's what we are, the Law Avengers. We have we have Monica Rambeau on the left hand side. We have Nick Fury. We have Nick Fury right here. You know, your very own Nick Fury. I'm using my eye patch, and I've got both my eyes working. We also have Black Widow on the.
That is so.
And last but not least, we have Black Panther, but without Chillmonger, it's kind of gone missing.
Well, I told him I would be Chillmonger with a K.
Right. We need Chillmonger here to complete the whole thing.
It all, yeah.
Is Dani in court? Jimmy's in court right now. Is Dani there too?
Yes.
Yeah. She's there.
I haven't talked with Dani about anything important. We were talking about we're both Aries, the zodiac sign. So she's like, I figured it out. You're an Aries too. I knew it. It all makes sense.
You girls and your zodiac signs. Why do you guys do this to me?
I don't know much about zodiac signs. But a few years ago, they tried to make me a Pisces, and I was like, we're not going to do that. Hey, is that Liana?
Hey,
hello.
Liana. Hey,
hello.
I was literally about to say we have our very own Mira joining the show. Like, so we have the Law Avengers and Doctor Strange has opened up the portal to bring in Mira from the DC universe. Welcome. How you doing?
Okay, that's quite an introduction. Wow, no pressure. Now, am I like basic Mara or am I Red Lantern Mara?
You are the improved version.
Okay.
Of the
You may notice I'm a bit of a nerd for people who don't know me. So I actually
just look at my background.
You're
not alone.
That's fantastic. But years before the Aquaman movie, I actually made a Mara cosplay that is a bathing suit. So I did it first.
I love it.
Oh, Lord, how are you doing, Liana? How's your morning over there in
I am recovering from being in downtown Toronto last night. My eyes are gooey, so please forgive me.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. Well,
Yes.
So when we started the live stream, we were talking about how we got to hear about this case and follow this case the way that we've been following it. When did you start following this case? For you.
At the arrest. I mean, again, nerd.
Mm-hmm. There's like kind of all of us.
There's a freaking MODOK, man. I'm seeing quantum.
I told y'all, justice for MODOK.
MODOK.
Thank you. Yeah. Justice for MODOK.
I hated that show, by the way. They butchered him. They really butchered him.
This is for Blue, because Blue know when we talk about it, justice for MODOK tonight. We talking about that, Blue.
So I've totally derailed this conversation, and I've been but yeah, when the arrest happened, obviously the combination of factors, his sudden rise to fame, the fact that it's New York, a knowledge of the laws in that state, especially with New York City police, and a bunch of other contributing factors. Some things seemed off about the whole thing. The fact that he was charged essentially 4 different things for the same single event. It's that they do what they do to a lot of people, which is they throw the book at them and scare them, don't want them to fight it. And, it's just a misdemeanor. don't miss the work, don't spend the money, just plead to the second degree harassment charge, thinking no big deal, no jail time, whatever, but that stays on your record. And
Exactly.
so if there's any other incident, not only is it not only is that on your record, it's an aggravating circumstance, but any other charge immediately goes to first degree. So it's like kindergarten for the criminal legal system. And to see it happen to someone famous and with money, intersecting with the fact that he was a Black man with a white-coated woman in New York.
White-coated. I'm
Well,
sorry. This is funny.
Well, Jabari is a Middle Eastern name.
Explain what you said. Explain what you mean.
Okay.
I love it. Hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I love it.
Okay. Jabari is obviously a white name, and other people have checked me on. She's not white, but she dyes her hair blonde. She is performing whiteness. Anybody that looks at that on the street,
so she's
it's
in
a Black man.
whiteface.
I'll let you say that.
And don't forget, they ask her, the first questions the cops ask her is, what is your name? And she goes, I am so confused right now. So they don't even have the indication that her last name's Jabari when they're speaking with her. Even if they got a Grace out of Jonathan Majors, that sounds pretty white to me.
Yeah. And I mean, we don't know. There's the individual decision-making processes of the officers responding, and then there is the system. Right. And the systemic rot here, I think anybody who saw the video that eventually came out goes, how is this happening? And then you read articles from like Jezebel and all those other
places, crap.
And you see how it's happening. And I mean, where I grew up in Toronto, you saw this stuff happening, that it's just sort of, hey, you got your first charge, congratulations, kind of thing, because it was so inexorable. And so to see it happen with, and then you get Jonathan Major's personal biography, born on a military base, and people who I have a friend who had that background. She's mixed race, grew up on a military base, and so she's told me about the drugs and the bad stuff that goes on those bases. And so he grew up fighting. I can relate to that a lot. Then he goes to school in North Carolina, then he gets a master's degree at Yale.
Exactly.
And it's amazing. Yale. It's amazing to me how many people don't get it when I say that's gonna fuck a guy up in that situation. And like, what do you mean? It's like Yale is 6.9% or 6.7% African American population.
Exactly.
So do we have a preference on term there, African American versus Black, by the way?
Well, would it even all be African American? Because it could be like international students too. So that 6 point.
The statistic I'm citing is actually non-international students.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I say Black.
Yeah. Okay,
I'll say Black.
We'll go with Black. Okay, that matters in a Yale master's program, and I do see, especially in that recording, the Michelle Obama, Coretta Scott King recording, you hear the Yale coming out in him in this moment. And because, I've worked in the entertainment industry, I interviewed a bunch of celebrities back in the day. And I've had, dealings with people of these different classes. That is not an uncommon speech of people in that position. And it just seems to be being treated very, very differently from him. The fact that they're saying he was yelling, he was berating her. He raised his voice at the beginning of the recording, and then it's a conversational tone. I don't know where people get yelling.
He says when you listen to that conversation, it's like, do you understand this, baby? It's not like, did you understand this, bitch?
Because he's not being heard.
He's not being heard.
Right, and it's not the simple fact. It is, and we get this a lot. I mean, hell, I've gotten this at I used to work in corporate America. I used to work for T-Mobile and in corporate sales, and I got this a lot. Well, you're raising your voice. I said, no, I'm not. I'm being direct, but I'm not raising my voice. Well, you're sounding like you're, and I'm like, and this is a stigma that, you know, I've talked to, you know, my own personal, my brother, you know, and other Black people. It seems like we get around a certain demographic of people, you know, that if I'm speaking directly to you, you think your feelings is hurt. You think I'm yelling. I'm not yelling at you. You would know if you heard my live yesterday. That's me yelling. Well, I'm not yelling. Trust me, I'm not yelling.
And then I'll put it to you in the forms of being a Black woman. If I don't have a smile on my face, then I'm mean.
You're angry. Yep.
I'm angry. I'm not angry. This is just how I look every day. You know, someone in the comment mentioned my facial expressions. I can't hide a facial expression. So if I'm happy, if I'm smiling, I am happy. If I'm just straight faced, that means I'm all right. But, you know, I think that, you know, that whole conversation and what gets me, and if we're going to just talk about in the terms of when you're talking about in the press, they knew that they were going to rile up a lot of Black folks by saying, child, he over there trying to compare that white woman to Coretta Scott.
Exactly.
The best slide I heard was, boy, you went to McDonald's, pardon the boy. That was the quote. You went to McDonald's and tried to order Burger King.
Right.
Yeah.
And then when you listen to it, and again, y'all thank the Lord for Dani. When she tweeted, it's out of context, y'all. It's out of context. You gotta wait.
And then when you wait,
and you listen to it, you're listening to a man telling, but what they never did talk about was the fact that 2 nights ago you came in here with somebody else, and both of y'all were in here drunk.
Exactly.
Yeah, I noticed. Sorry,
was it social
details? And how dare you disturb the peace in this house? Because you know it had to be something that go on, because he's trying to explain, and she's like, yes, I know I shouldn't have gone drinking. It was never about you going drinking. Went to the pub. It was about you bringing somebody, because I never could figure out whether or not this was a stranger or somebody that she knew. It's about you bringing that in.
Yep.
And now you've got this whole situation where now he's got to be the mean guy and throw everybody out with their food.
Everybody knowing who he is. A single one of them could go to a tabloid with a story.
Yep. Jonathan Majors threw us out the house. He was mean and ugly and mean because he threw us out the house. But we don't know what happened before this throwout.
Well, and I like the way that it was a channel called Social Details. They did like a 6-minute video on Grace Jabari's lies and covered this phone call and was like, well, Michelle Obama is not coming into the White House drunk at 2 a.m.
Exactly.
That's exactly it.
Exactly.
The channel's Social Details. It was.
I think we lost the
6-minute watch.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, you cut off there for a minute, Kat. No, you just said the channel Social Details, so continue from there.
Oh yeah, it was a 6.5-minute video. He just goes bananas, like laying out how Jabari's whole story of the night is inconsistent, and then drops that gem about the recording. But well worth the 6-minute watch.
Yeah, this journalist, one of the 18 reporters.
Okay, I have to disclose, I actually know Eric, so just full.
I saw your. I'm gonna try and be.
Eric blocked me for.
Well, I mean, I'm the only part that I'm going for here is the fact that he's the one calling for him to be fired, and I think that's really unfair. To call for him to be fired, and it was this characterization.
Yeah.
And even when I responded to him when he blocked me, the only thing I said is, you did not do the same thing with Jeremy Renner's allegation that you did with Jonathan Major's allegation, which to me, Jeremy Renner's allegations, and I don't know what his case is or what's going on with his daughter or any of that, you know, but his allegations are really egregious too. And that's the only thing that I was saying in that tweet, was that it's absolutely disgusting that y'all are doing this to this man, and y'all didn't have the same energy for Ezra Miller, because, you know, Somebody posted his article from Forbes about Ezra Miller. He didn't have that same energy for the father that played in Miss Marvel. You know, that hasn't been brought up at all in the Variety articles or anything. Jeremy, like I said, Jeremy Renner, allegations of trying to delete you and your ex-wife from the timeline is very egregious. You know, and it's just as bad, if not even badder than the allegations that you're saying out of these sex messages, you know, from Jonathan Majors. So why isn't that the same energy? Why aren't you reporting on both things so the general public can say, well, you know what, you're right. It's just being consistent. Like Grace said in the chat. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, let's talk about the threatening suicide if his girlfriend goes to the hospital thing.
That's not a conclusion. That's not why the threat was made. People keep attributing the threat as if it's being, if you go, and they're saying he tells her to lie, which I don't see that either. I see him saying, if you lie, that's not gonna work.
You lie. Yeah.
It's all fake.
Too much has been, I mean, this was evidence. This was a mistake by Jonathan Majors' lawyer, because this whole thing only got in because she pushed too hard on cross on Grace Jabari's testimony. Originally, the judge said, as I understand it, no, you can't admit this because it's overly prejudicial. If it's actually proof that he was beating on her previously, that's not overly prejudicial. Right. It's not overly prejudicial if it's actually evidence of a prior assault incident. It's overly prejudicial because it's not. It sounds more like it was a reputational thing, that there was some mental health stuff going on with both of them. It certainly seems. And the thing that there's so many things. We could spend an hour just on the treatment of that particular series of text messages, because a problem we have with men, especially Black men, is they keep things to themselves and they don't tell anybody, and then they complete a suicide and we can't intervene. They don't talk about it. And so demonizing the fact that he brought it up, albeit imperfectly. I mean, we have to remember he broke up with her, right? So he was not trying to keep her around come hell or high water. That was, I think, an expression, because he wasn't saying, if you do this, I'll kill myself. He was saying, I'm a monster, or maybe I'm a monster. I don't deserve love. It struck me more as a moment of intense self-loathing than anything else. The idea that, you know, this is a guy that walks around with a coffee cup on red carpets as a reminder never to let anybody empty your cup. So obviously this is something he struggles with.
That's why I feel the Coretta Scott King recording came out, because if he sent these messages, because we know the Coretta Scott King was 2 nights after the drunk pub friend. He says in the recording, 2 nights ago, you didn't follow the plan. So if these text messages preceded that, he's coming off a period of doing a ton of self-loathing after trying to break up with her twice, put her clothes in bags, get rid of her, kick her out with her drunk friend. And then he comes back saying, I'm a great man. To me, that sounds like you're reversing your own self-talk in that recording.
Well, I personally didn't see it like this, and I'm explaining to you why I didn't see it like this. When I was looking over those text messages, because it's redacted, so you don't see what he's saying. The way that I took it is that he was reversing something she said to him. Well, maybe I am a monster. Like basically how you say, you know, I'm the monster. I'm the bad guy. You know, maybe I need to just go ahead and just delete myself off this timeline. Maybe I should just prune myself right now. And he was reiterating something. She had to say something. You can't get me. I'm sorry. You can't get me from a guy who graduated from Yale with a master's degree who is saying that he knows, just when he says, I have a responsibility, you know, as someone who is looking out for my culture. I'm important to my culture. I'm a great man for this. To then turn around and be like, yep, I'm gonna delete myself from the timeline right now. Where's the pruning stick? I'm out. You know what I mean? It does not. You see what I'm saying? Like,
actually makes
like if you're looking at in his whole totality, the way that he speaks, the way that I'm listening. Okay, so I'm a former actor. So when I listen to certain things, I listen to the way people speak, their speech pattern, and the way that they come across, and I listen to that vibration where I can kind of understand, okay, this person kind of has this personality like this. So if I'm taking a role, I'm kind of pulling from this personality, don't pull it from that personality.
Right.
When I'm listening to him, and he's the way that he said, you know, my shit, my stuff, blah blah blah, you know, my tra-la-la. Well, I'm a great man. I'm doing this for my culture. You don't go from your, you know, speaking on your culture in a private setting where he does not know he's being recorded. So all of a sudden on the text message, like, you know what? Let me just jump out the window one day. Where's the bleach at? I want to drink it. You just don't. So I feel like what he was doing in that time, if you really read it and try to play it in his voice, it seemed like he was saying, you know what? I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do it because because she said that to him and he reiterated to him. Because there's just no, I can't, it's everything in my bones and body cannot make me think this man just wanted to do that. I just don't believe it.
I think what you said is actually, it could be, it's more plausible.
It's possible.
because
Yeah.
it's a lot more plausible than what we have seen so far, because that is, without context, it really looks out of the blue. Like especially
It looks
like
odd.
sorry,
Look
without
at-
context.
And the
at
jury
the-
doesn't
and
know
all-
the context.
Yeah.
But look
Without-
at that when you start without talking about, I'm sorry. If you look at when he's talking about, you know, you said you needed love and I swallowed my feelings and gave you love. And then the next day, you know, I don't get anything from you. I don't understand that. So you're talking about, there is this, I think it's just cyclical emotional upheaval that's going on. And
Yeah.
so you throw in, and like I said, we don't have context to with when the text happened or anything. There's so much that's redacted that she said that we are able to get redacted. We don't know what she said up in the middle of all of this stuff like this. So it's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, and in a vacuum, it looks bad. I don't see it as threatening. I see it more as someone trying to relate.
Yeah.
Like,
or
you know,
if he needs help.
But let's take her maximum benefit doubt, say he was serious.
Yeah.
That's
right.
still not, if you leave me. He's still not trying
Right.
to keep her in the relationship through
Which would
threats
be
of
abusive.
suicide.
Which
That
would be abusive.
that is the abuse dynamic. And
Yes.
you more frequently see it the other way around, the woman doing it to the man. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen with men. But even if he is 100% sincere there, that was him. I mean, it's the same thing when he said it after another incident. Like, my life is over. That's it. Like, forget it. My life is over. I mean, are we really criminalizing an actor being dramatic here?
Because I am.
Don't
People
do
wonder
your
why I'm dramatic on my show, because I can't help it. I'm an actor.
Yeah, but you know
are
as
you
well as
an
I do,
actor?
because you have similar background. People talk that way.
Yeah.
People are just like, I'm gonna. There was a guy I used to work with who just very conversationally said all the time he was gonna stab a guy in the neck. Everybody knew it was just a turn of phrase.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
sometimes say I want to punch people in the face, but I'm joking.
Right.
I'm joking.
I told a story from when I was a teenager on YouTube a few weeks ago, and somebody started saying, look, she's admitting that she's good with violence against men. It's like, I was on I was on Johnny Depp's side, and now I'm doing this, and you're saying I'm okay with violence against. That's what happens when people take comments out of context. And I do think that, again, this is a huge failure of the media. I mean, I come at it from men's mental health because,
Right.
you know, the people I work with, and the fact that these are very real things. And I deal with people who have never told another soul that they are having these thoughts. And for us to make criminal or make implications of criminality from somebody having a moment of despair, that is damaging
Preach.
so many
Say that
people
again.
just to
Exactly.
get one guy's scalp. You know, I mean, it's a problem. The media has botched the coverage of this. They are so desperate. And let's go back to that whole great man thing, because that was another one that he got a lot of derision for. And I notice in the articles deriding him for that, they don't say why it's a problem. But I, asked a few guys, and it's like, well, it's arrogant. He shouldn't say that. I'm like, yeah, but it's true.
Yeah, but not to bring up your friend again, Eric. he called it narcissism. So
Yeah, he said it's clear.
Yeah,
Nobody wants to
you called him a
clear.
narcissist.
Okay. Mind reading a little bit. I think there's a lot of guys trying to get out in front of this and say the right thing and be on the right side of history. And I'm sorry, and with all respect to Eric, I'm sure he has his reasons. A lot of people are reading their own personal stuff onto this, but the only right side of history in any criminal case is innocent until proven guilty. Period. We cannot erode that just because we don't like the guy.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a lot of that obviously Jonathan Majors has made some enemies in the industry. You know, there's all this. And again, I have to put the Rolling Stone article with the comments about him at school, black guy in a Yale master's program. Like we can't, because if you read it, one woman said he was rough with her. Everybody else was just emotional abuse. And
well, and that statement was a friend of the person that he was alleged. It wasn't a first-hand witness.
Yeah.
So
yeah. And so that kind of thing, again, people are like, oh, you're making excuses for him. It's not an excuse. It's a reality that the hypervisibility of Black people in situations like that does. I don't mean to speak for anybody here. This is really awkward, but it does factor in to people's very subjective opinions of his conduct. You know, abuse is this word we throw around too much. And yes, everyone's abusive from time to time. Everybody does things, individual things that are abusive. What we're looking for here is a pattern of abuse. And I think that the overuse of abuse. And then we get into the whole mutual abuse thing. And that's not a concept I personally believe in. There's always a power dynamic that matters. And, you know, I do think that there has been a lack of awareness in the reporting of why a lot of people could be telling the truth here, but we're denying subjectivity in terms of people's interpretations of his acts. Like he could be an absolute horrible person to work with. It's very possible, but I've also seen personally, like my own eyes actually had a huge blow up on a set with someone that they were singling out a black woman in this case for a bad attitude. And she was just, it didn't seem like a problem to me. It's the socialization, you know, it's what came up before. A resting face is subjectively interpreted to be a whole bunch of different things. Yeah. It's
that and that's the biggest thing. And I think if you are a Black person that has gone to a PWI,
I can't, Pam. You have to come back in, log out and come back in again. We can't hear you on my end.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't think you'll hear you because I can hear her.
Oh,
I
don't know what's going on my end.
Weird.
That is very weird.
He's the one running the recording. So.
Can you guys hear Pam?
Yeah, I heard Pam.
Yeah, I can hear just. I can
Pam,
hear
say
all
something.
you guys. It's fine.
Chat, can you hear Pam?
Pam, say something again.
hello, people. Can you hear me?
Chat,
Can you hear her now,
Pam?
Heinz? I can hear Pam.
Put a heart in the
I can't.
put a heart in the
personally
chat.
can't hear. So
Uh-oh.
yeah,
I'll put a chat in your heart.
I can hear everyone else, just Pam. So she's not in the studio.
You can't hear me?
From what I see. So
He said
I don't know
everybody
what
said
happened.
we can hear her.
Oh, okay. Everyone's okay. Cool. Then go ahead. Go ahead. Don't worry about it.
But if you can't hear it, this is gonna be awkward. It's your show, man.
I mean, I don't. I'm too scared to refresh.
So ladies, let me ask you guys a question.
One
and
sec.
I think I thought I brought this up.
Let me refresh quickly. Let me refresh quickly. Let me just quickly. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So are we still here or?
Yeah, it's still on air.
We're still here.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. Pam,
you good?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to the show.
All right.
We just hijacked Dr. Heinz's show.
Let me tell y'all something. These gremlins will not prosper today. So any
Yeah.
of those gremlins up in this computer and everything, be gone. Be gone.
So let me ask you. Let me ask everybody on the panel this question, because I think me and Kat talked about this when we was with Dani and Pam. You was there. Do you think it would be better for him to be the voice? And I said this in I forgot your name. I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
Liana.
Liana.
Me?
No,
Yeah.
Liana. Sorry,
Liana.
Yeah.
Liana.
Yeah.
So Liana, in this, and you can kind of see, because of your personal background, would it be better for him to just be the face and the voice of men's mental health? So that way, he doesn't have a PR team. I think he needs to hire me. I'm just putting that out there. But this is what I would do. Everybody is talking about his mental health and the text message, right? Well, use it as your advantage. Come out, be a part of suicide awareness. Be the face of men's mental health, especially how you said Black men's mental health. I have a therapist, with the therapy myself, found out a lot of things for myself. He does that. Don't go to the army and beg for those sponsors back. Don't go to anywhere else. No, I'm dead serious. If he goes and be the voice of men's mental health and suicide awareness, do you think that would get him back into the graces of public opinion? Put it more like that.
I mean, public opinion is always this difficult thing, because it will provide him an area that will support him, even if some people are never going to let this go. Like it or not, there are some people who are never going to accept. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. Right. This is unlike the Johnny Depp case, where they can claim it's fame and all this stuff. Let's face it, Jonathan Majors does not have the profile of Johnny Depp. All of
Blabbit, don't
the
get mad. Blabbit, don't get mad. Blabbit, don't get mad. Okay, continue.
yeah. But it's just you can't say. I mean, the prosecution tried. Oh, the driver is biased in favor of the guy who paid him. If you know any Uber drivers,
we got paid too.
They
just
want,
to let you know.
There we go. Yeah. They want bad riders out of their car because they damage the car and then they can't use the car for other rides. That's nonsense, and I can't believe they went there. That was a flail move. That was a panic move. But I do think that I'm going to pivot a little bit, because whether it salvages his reputation or not, I mean, weird things have happened. Like, look at Robert Downey Jr. Most people forget that he had an illegal gun in the car when he got arrested. It wasn't just about drugs. It was not just about drugs. He had an illegal gun in the car. Forgotten. Jeremy Renner, Jason Momoa got into some brawls. People don't care. I really do think the average person doesn't care, because he's not playing good guys. Usually, he's playing troubled guys that came from the, tough backgrounds. And so that will only fuel it. I do think that he can do a lot of good in the mental health space because of the credibility, innocent or guilty. This turns out, he's not exaggerating when he talks about the role model status he does have, and the importance to community. And that's the other thing that really made me angry about the coverage is that is real. And we can talk all we want about actors being the role models for, young Black men, but the truth is, there ain't much to pick from, and that is society's fault, not the fault of the guy who said it. And so all of that combined, he can do a lot of good reaching a specific constituency that doesn't trust the system, that has a deficit in people aware of the very specific issues and able to treat that in therapy. It's an intersection of a lot of things, and it is something potentially positive that can come out of this if he gets a certain critical mass of support by the industry that goes, look, we dropped this ball. We reported on this badly. The media just keeps making the same mistake because they're terrified of going back to post-Me Too scenarios where women aren't believed and they're silenced and all that stuff. And to me, you have to go, no, some of them aren't real. When something is this obvious, you have to go like, no, 8% is still 8%, very small number, but it does happen. That doesn't mean that other person, just regular person,
94% is a bigger number than 8%. I'll tell you that now. Sorry.
Yeah, and just because there's a couple of high-profile cases, these cases have nothing to do. I think the Johnny Depp case doesn't have anything to do with a regular person. I do think the Jonathan Majors case does
everything to do.
Because of that second-degree harassment charge. Have you read that charge?
Yeah.
That charge on paper means you can. It's a crime to annoy someone.
It's a great.
Exactly. It's stupid.
It's a terribly written law designed to do exactly what they're doing. Get somebody on the black mark in their system so they're identified.
I also want to add to your point, going back to the Coretta Scott and the role model kind of thing. And this is what people don't realize. When you're coming from the background, as a, black man, or black woman, those role models really mean a lot to us. I don't know what it's like for white people and who they look up to. I don't know if they have an intrinsic motivation that they don't need to look up to anyone, but that I would say 90%. I would say 90% that probably maybe grew up in a much, let's say African countries, for example. They don't have that many that have gone out and done things. Especially if you're from a country like Zambia or Rwanda or something like that. I'm from Nigeria, so I do have a bit of people I can look up to, like athletes, for example, etc. But for him, Barack Obama and Coretta Scott is actually on point because that's American history. You can't look at that and say he wants them. No, this is likely him trying to say these people are who I looked up to get me through to Yale, to get me through to college, to get me through to high school. I don't know how you guys do it here, so I'm just trying to use UK. You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
we got you.
To get me through all of that, these are the people I look up to, and I really want their life because it's served me well so far. Why?
I think I would say it when you go back to that, what you're saying is fine, but it goes down a little bit narrower than that. It's what he's basically saying is, but you can't be out here in these streets drinking and bringing
exactly.
Coming in here with all these people and I don't know what's going on. You need to be look, these women right here, I'm trying to explain to you, they weren't gonna bring all these wild people here because their men are prominent in the community. Now he's prominent in the actor world. At that particular time, September 2022, he was on the come up. He's on the come up. So you can't bring all these people in here. You can't bring these people in here and act the way that you act because you're attached to me. They see Grace, they see Jonathan. So when Grace is out in the pub drinking and being rowdy and then walking home and bringing this other rowdy person into the house, people see that. People understand that, and they attach that with me. I can't. When you ask a successful men, they talk about their success and who they're married to. Their spouse is part of who their success is. And you can tell that they had conversations about it because he kept talking about the plan. Now, if you put it in a vacuum, everybody is thinking, oh, he's being mean. He's already, he's changed their life. He says, baby, we've got a plan, and the plan is everything. So whatever the plan was, she was not on board for it. And she knew she was not on board, hence why she recorded. Because she needed for now the people to say, it wasn't me. I said I was sorry. See, he didn't respond to me when I said I was sorry.
Heaven forbid.
Yeah. Louder. Like, you don't hear her sniffling for like the first 20 seconds. And then as soon as it's like she's being told what the real problem is, not the fact that she stepped out of the house, but You didn't listen. You're not understanding me, baby. You know, you came home. You can't be doing that. You can't be bringing people into the house or whatever." She goes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we know that I know she's a mostly coach, but she's also a performer.
Yeah, but do you notice, to bring that up, the difference between how the media is treating her crying in court and him crying in court?
Oh, they're destroying him. Even with Prior Chaudhry, when she was crying at the end, I've heard
Ben Cockman
YouTubers.
was like, He literally typed HMMM when he noted that Priya Chaudhry teared up during her closing argument.
But if you listen to what Lauren Burke, when the story that she just did, and you see Barbara talking about Adam Foss, she's starting to tear up there. But the way it's edited, you could tell that they cut away and went to something else. This starts to get ridiculous, especially when you're working with these major people that's making a lot of money, and you're seeing a pattern. It's going to start catching you. I mean, you're trying to be professional, but you can be as professional as you want to, but your emotions are still human. And you see another black man going through something ridiculous. This shouldn't be even with the court. This is some dumb misdemeanor crap. Let's be real. It's dumb misdemeanor crap. And then you're the lawyer. You're like, oh my God, another one? You sound like DJ Khaled. Another one. You know what I mean? It starts to get at you. And then me, you know, because the way that I grew up, again, I take a person because it's another black man going through something egregious that he doesn't have to, like, damn, we even say, when does it stop? So it starts to get to you. You start to get angry, you start to get emotion, you know, because you're saying, damn, dude, when will it quit? When would this be over?
Yeah, and the Ezra Miller comparison is apt in terms of a double standard in Hollywood. You know, never mind a double standard in the justice system. There's too many variables, Vermont versus New York, blah, 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 blah. But we know Ezra Miller did some bad stuff. We know Ezra Miller did way more than Jonathan Majors is accused of doing. So why did Ezra Miller... And it's not even innocent until proven guilty in that case. They pled guilty. So why... The double standard is obvious. And yes, it's Marvel, which is Disney versus DC. But, you know, I'm sure there are other actors in those franchises, if we looked, that have similar, you know, misdemeanor assault charges in their background. And it's not the big deal. There just seems to be this background of looking for someone to blame other than the parent company and lousy writing and abusing writing staff for the relative meh quality of the latest Marvel films. And you know, you can say what you want about the movies, you cannot take away from Jonathan Majors' work in those projects. He's been fantastic, like consistently fantastic. Yeah.
As well.
And that's what I had a problem with the Variety article. When I reread that Variety article slow, because I'm like, I like to speed read. So I had to stop. I'm like, this has nothing. This has about 15% to do with Disney and the problems that they have with Disney. But the rest of this is pointing to the fact that Jonathan Majors is still on the payroll. And when I looked at the Jeremy Renner situation, and I went back and I looked for videos. I looked for, you know, articles from major prairie publication, Hollywood Reporter, Variety, you know, whoever. It said that they do the same thing in his just allegations. And did they do Jonathan Majors the same way? I'm like, well, they wasn't talking about that. They didn't even mention Jeremy Renner's or Warta. I didn't ever pronounce it. I'm sorry. And the father from Miss Marvel. They didn't mention that in the Variety article at all. Those were totally omitted when they start talking about the problems going on with Marvel and them having Jonathan Majors still on the payroll.
That's true. Wasn't Christian Bale caught like screaming at people on a set when he was playing The Dark Knight?
Yeah,
and
I mean,
they hire him for a Thor movie.
I mean, what's his name? Was in the Thor movie too, and he's good God, what's his name? Spartacus, or I mean, not Spartacus.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. He's in Thor too, and he
Hercules. I mean, he was a Zeus. He played Zeus.
Russell Crowe. Yeah,
Russell
Russell
Crowe.
Crowe.
He's had a lengthy track record of really
Josh Brolin.
behavior.
Oh, Josh I'll get
Josh
to that.
Brolin's
I
allegations.
will get to that because Josh Brolin case. I was gonna. You beat me to it, but I will literally get to that. I just want to speak to Michael Parker, who has given a $20 super chat. Thank you ever so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Michael, for your generous donation. He says, I'm not sure if it's been brought up, but do you think that Jonathan Majors would do a sit down interview to really go over the case and all of its nuances that the media did not cover as a means of rehabilitating or as a means to rehabilitate his image? This is a great question, media analyst Liana K. What do you say to this?
It's
I have
tough,
my views,
right?
go ahead.
It's
Do you
tough,
think that's
right?
his personality? There's like is it beneficial in general for a person to do something like that? But also like people that followed his career, like maybe Pam or Dre would know better. Maybe you too, Liana. Do you think that's his personality in general? He hasn't really said anything. He didn't come out with his own statement. It's all been through Priya throughout all this, right?
He's kind of quiet.
Yeah, and I think that anything he says, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make, and all you need is one for people to just seize on it. I mean, that was the mistake Amber Heard made. She kept talking. Johnny Depp shut his mouth. This is something the media misses because the media wants to cajole people into doing interviews. They want to reward people who sit down because that's traffic for them. But that Dateline interview Amber Heard did was a mistake, and it didn't even draw great numbers for Dateline. Was it Dateline? It was an NBC.
Yes.
Okay.
NBC Deadly.
Yeah. And if he is not in an emotionally stable place, absolutely not. Focus on his own healing first, get grounded, deal with some of these issues. I would do what we talked about before and just let your actions speak. Get involved in things. Maybe do what Megan Thee Stallion did and do a first person article. Like, here is my statement. I'm not saying anything more about this. That's the way I would go, because then you can control it and you're not having people watch your face for every flinch, because people will.
I think there's also the difference where, Johnny Depp and Amber are both celebrities. They have their faces in places. Tory Lanez, celebrity, even though he's in prison right now, his face is still known. There's still fan clubs for him. Grace Jabari doesn't really have that. So unless she decides to come out and ramp up and start saying his name in the media, which I don't think she wants to do, she seemed to try to walk herself back as if she never made a statement against Jonathan Majors until she shows up to testify. We don't really have, there isn't the reaction for Jonathan Majors to react to. If he stops talking, the media doesn't have much to say anymore. It turns the faucet off.
And I was going to say, if he needs to heal in his own time, because he's always been private, he needs to heal in his own time. He just needs to get back to the work. I think that's where he will shine.
Yeah. And he, to me, because he's been a very private, quiet person, just continue to be very private, very, very quiet, very reclusive. Get back to work. Just don't do what R. Kelly did. Just don't get on there and completely get destroyed. Completely get utterly destroyed. Pam, that's a hot mess. You know that was a hot mess.
Just don't do what R. Kelly did is a good rule for life. Like, just stop right there. Don't do what R. Kelly did.
Don't do what Kales did.
This is stupid, guys. Use your comments. I can never get over that.
He said, I don't know how to tie no rope. I was like, what? He was like, they said I tied the rope. I don't know how to tie no rope.
Body don't want to hear it there.
God. I said, who did this?
But I mean, the other one that keeps coming up, right, is Chris Brown. Right. And how the heck did he do that? And that was, the industry decided he was a valuable enough commodity to rehabilitate. And, Rihanna, unfortunately, has borne the brunt of that people treat her as like we talk about no perfect victims, not the right kind of victim. We all know Chris Brown beat the crap out of Rihanna. There is no doubt about that. And yet so-called domestic abuse advocates turned on her for putting Johnny Depp in a fashion show for 40 seconds. That is her choice. Survivors have to be able to do what they feel like they need to do to move forward with their lives, to heal. And if Rihanna's path involves forgiveness, she has that right.
Yes.
And you're talking about media, because I'm still going back to Jeremy Renner. When all of that came out about him, wanting to prune people off the timeline and everything like that. But what rehabilitated him in eyes? You remember when he got run over by the whatever? Now he is the empathetic, sympathetic type of person. He's a hero because he saved his nephew. All of these little things like that. And so you could see how the media, different things, how the media will pick and choose where they want somebody to be the villain or where somebody is the good guy.
So Jonathan Majors needs to, just have a couple legs busted, because if he pay me enough, I could be the guy to take out his knees.
Let's
Nancy Kerrigan style.
What you're talking about there, that happened with when Kevin Porter Jr., when the allegations first came out that he strangled and broke the vertebrae of Kaiser Gondrezick, her sister Calabria came out and was like, I'm gonna come get your bitch ass. Like, she posted on Instagram on a story. She was, and stuff like that can happen. Now, mind you, rumor is that she knocked out Dwayne Hoskins' teeth already, Calabria. So this isn't just a girl talking in defense of her sister. She's actually knocked a man's teeth out before with that right hook, reportedly. So rest in peace to Dwayne Hoskins. Yeah. But that's the type of thing. So now this is 2 days after everything happened. Kaiser's like, this didn't happen at all. The Manhattan DA is lying. This is the same district as Jonathan Majors. Mm-hmm. But her sister could have shown up. Her sister probably knows where to find Kevin Porter Jr. Sister could have pulled up and committed assault herself on some vigilante justice, all over a lie, all over a false accusation. Mm-hmm. So things just can keep spiraling and spiraling and spiraling just because of one wrong story.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I looked up the Jeremy Renner allegations, and threatening suicide was one of them as well. It's a much closer comparison than Johnny Depp. You're right.
Right. And that's what I was saying. Not only am I going to take myself out, I'm taking you out, I'm going to take myself out. And again, that's why I compared the two and was wondering why everybody is so quiet when it came to Jeremy Renner. And of course, he became a sympathetic figure, and I get that. But what happened to fair and honest journalism? That's all I'm saying. I'm not an idiot. I know these people get paid. Like, it's a business. I made the comparison with J. Jonah Jameson. He won pictures of Spider-Man. He has a story to tell. It ain't gonna be happy with Spider-Man. I'm gonna make him infamous. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
Yeah. Also,
can you pull up Vernfield Summit?
The chat is hilarious. Why would you?
Also, I just want to quickly, I just want to quickly give massive props to Dallas Holland. Thank you ever so much for your $20 super chat. I really appreciate you. One more bum for that. Cool. I hope you guys can hear the bums, because you guys are dropping some real facts in the super chat here, and this one is really, really good, because it says, brothers and sisters, keep your voices united even beyond this trial. This will change with us being the change. Build upon this momentum and be the voice for the people. Justice for Jonathan Majors, hashtag new media, hashtag new voices. And also, thank you. To really go on that point, we have peaked at 515 live viewers. Amazing. Channel's first ever. Woo! But what you said, Dallas, is facts. Everything that we're doing here, and to be quite fair. I think I'm gonna give props to Mac and Pam and Katt, who has been covering this case. I'm talking lives, I'm talking recap, edit videos. Like all three of you blew it out of the water, like completely making sure that all the facts come in. And the one thing I loved about this, and I don't understand how a journalist who made her name from calling out the, I'm not gonna say her name, you know, I'll just say Scooby Doo gang, from calling out.
And is Scrappy Doo Grace Jabari?
Let me at him. Let me at him.
From calling out all of, and I followed her all through Meg Vittori, and I loved her objective. I don't want to call her out because she has compiled the evidence and bring. I don't want to do that because this is really. My indignation is more of, you want change kind of thing. You want, you have been calling for change because the hip hop blogs were misreporting the Tory Lanez case. They were misreporting. They took Tory Lanez sides clearly, and they were misreporting that. You advocated for change, and now it is you that's turned around and basically see the you know there is a clear bias here. You know that there is a clear misreporting here, but you turn around to say the people calling it out are the problem. I'm not gonna say who it is. We know I can't say that, but this is a massive opportunity for anyone who wants to bring out the truth, bring out unfiltered facts, because that's what you guys did. You guys gave your opinions, but everyone knows people are smart enough. They know the difference between opinions. They know the difference between facts. So even if you can say Majors is innocent with a video of him beating up Grace Jabari, it will not change a damn thing because people can see there's a video of him beating us.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what their opinion is.
YouTube. That's why they're coming to YouTube, because they want to see.
Exactly.
Exactly.
It does.
I think the thing that I think that thing that put a gnat on her glasses was the fact that.
Is that what she was looking at? The gnat?
Anyway.
Let me stop.
By the way,
I think that, and I'm being very serious.
Dani, you would know what I mean by that Scooby Doo reference if you follow Dani.
Yes. But I think that what put a gnat in her glasses was the fact that she figured out a little too late what people were finding to be important. And it was because she was working on a whole nother case. That's where she had put her attention. She had sent us to this group of people who are her peers and are her counterparts and that was doing the work. And she was not really aware that her counterparts were not doing their, do I want to say due diligence?
Yeah.
Yes, I want to say due diligence. Yeah. They were not getting their due diligence. And let's be very, very clear. We were all on a live that I was doing. And I remember Dani being down in that live. And she was like, shoot, I'm from New York. I could go. And I said, girl, if you go, I'll buy you lunch. And from that, you had the first day, because everybody, all the reporters and stuff were in there. And they were reporting the information. And then it was when Mr. Jabari got on the stand, everybody and their grandmama, even the unborn grandbabies, was up there reporting about what was going on in that courtroom. The moment they started to do that cross, crickets.
Ghost.
Yeah.
Crickets.
They did the Scooby-Doo run up out of there, the little like cloud behind them. Crickets.
Exactly. And then there was the only voice that was coming out of there was basically Dani's voice that was coming out of there. And then the issue is that not only was she, because Dani will tell you I'm biased, but she put that to the left and reported what was going on, witness by witness by witness. And when you started reading, because I stopped reading the reports and the stories on my channel. I just would go over the headlines and say, I'd go over the headlines and say, this is what they're talking about. And the only thing that they were talking about for the 3 days was y'all know this fool done sat up here and said, trying to compare this woman to Coretta
You
Scott
was
King.
that.
But we missed what the they didn't talk about what the videographer said, who I need on my channel if you're listening. They didn't talk about all those witnesses that happened beyond that. They didn't talk about those people. And then it was like, and then the thing that got to me and is that everybody is working off this template about what they're going to report. And then they play in our faces as if that's all that's happening. You mean we're in court? Because you can't justify being in court for 2 weeks on a misdemeanor, and the only thing that we're talking about is this Coretta Scott King reference in the court. You can't justify that. You're playing in our faces. So that's why the people were coming to YouTube about, y'all knew anything
about it.
They're typing in Jonathan Majors and they're pulling up different things, and all of a sudden you start hearing, oh, well, Dani's in courtroom. She's talked about the driver. She's talked about this. She's talked about that. She said something, we talked about the officers. For surely I would.
What did she testify on Monday on direct? 2 different questions. She said what? About the history, all this pattern of psychological and emotional abuse, and those text messages where he clearly hit her before, but she testified on direct he had not ever been physical with her before March 24th.
Yeah.
And we do not hear that reported. And we have someone in the chat right now. What do we think about the I'll mill myself text? Well, the jury doesn't know the context of those texts. Those texts are from September 2022. She testified about that fight.
Right.
She was being broken up with. The fight continued for 2 to 3 days. He tried to break up with her the second day when they came to talk it out. She came back over to the house. And the jury does not know this. And she testified he'd never been physical with her before. So how can that, I'll just tell them I hit my head, have been caused by physical violence from Jonathan Majors when there was no physical violence from him allegedly before?
Yeah, exactly.
And the worst part,
and you wouldn't have known that.
And let me clear up my tone and my speed in saying that is not to the person in the chat. It was just to say it quickly without derailing the conversation.
That was a great point. We're on the rails on that one. Well said. Yeah.
No. And that's exactly, that was a massive, a magnificent point that you brought up, because I have seen people literally, whenever I speak about Jonathan Majors on Twitter, they come to me and say, how are you defending this abuser? I'm like, okay, give me your evidence of abuse. They always say, have you not seen those text messages where he has BR before and then she gone to church? Sorry, and told her not to go to hospital, sorry. And I'm always like, no, that was for an incident like that happened ages ago, and she testified that he never physically abused her. It's like, oh, where you get that from? I'm like, from the court reporter. Not court reporter, from someone that attended court. Send them to the stream, and this is the damage. I don't care if you have an opinion but I can tell when you're uninformed, and at that moment you are a victim. You are not stupid, by the way. Anyone that you're not stupid for believing what you've read, because it's not your fault that you've read that. It's not your fault. And this is the most damaging part about that case, because if they got that wrong, because I saw them say
they're getting a lot of stuff wrong, and they're getting it wrong. And what upsets me so bad is the fact that you have people regurgitating this stuff, because these text messages that they're talking about, people are swearing those text messages are the text messages from that night. They're swearing it.
Exactly.
And they're talking about these text messages that they're from that night. Absolutely. Because the way that the mainstream is reporting it, they're not explaining that these text messages are from 6, 7, 8 months ago, out of context.
They literally said, and I can't forget this headline. I'm not even sure if they retracted this, but they literally said, it seems like he has admitted to physically abusing her.
Like, that was
that is not there. That's defamatory.
That was, I want to say that was the Forbes article that came out, and I was like, wait a minute, what? Like, but see, this is my whole thing on this. on this whole entire case is that the same thing happened to Adam Fawcett. We just when you go back and you listen to Lauren, and she talks about the Adam Fawcett case, the thing that she says is that, you know, actually, if you go back to the actual case in the New York Post, he's never going to get his reputation back, and the media never came out and apologized and redacted anything. They never
It
came
was like
back
4
into
articles. It was a local station from
mhm,
Massachusetts. The New York Times did something, and then
mhm.
Priya went to News One, which is typically like Black entertainment news,
Limit.
Black politics, and she gave them exclusive statements, and then the New York Post. So it was 4
It was
outlets that talked about the full acquittal.
Yeah. And then, you know, to get back to this point, what I like about all of us, we were all given, you know, Danny was given the information, but we all did it in our own unique way. I had my thing going in the morning. I had more of a comedic tone or something like that with some of this stuff. Pam did her thing, you know, Kat, she's breaking down stuff like she needs to be on Batman's team because she is the world's greatest detective to me right now. I've never I'm looking at Pam and Kat stuff and like, dog, I need to compete. I need something. What is this?
Yeah.
No,
What
you're in a
did I
different timeline,
do?
man. Just run
Yeah,
your own race.
I will admit, you watch one of
Yeah.
Pam's, you're like, okay, this
Pam
is
and
me going to
Kat
the
is
studio.
killing it.
This is me sitting down on my laptop going through scripts. I'm doing that. No, but masterful work. Like honestly, you deserve every praise for your
Exactly.
speed of, especially speed of upload. I really love that. I really love how
Yeah.
you get things out there.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I was hating. I was like, I know Kat. No. I need to get better. So I had to look at myself and say, I'm a great man. I'm a great man. Pam ain't gonna do it to me today.
That's it. That's the
Remember-
moment, right? You
remember,
don't
hey,
say that when you're feeling
hey, Dre, you are a great man. You make sure that you let Betty Rubble know. Make sure that you let Wilma know. You
Oh my God.
that line, by the way.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Well, you know, I've always told y'all I love a good PowerPoint. You know, I just love a good PowerPoint. I love a good PowerPoint.
I just need things to make sense.
Yeah.
Makes
That's
sense.
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if
yeah.
something doesn't make sense to me, like I have to go down the rabbit hole, and that's stupid. Like I'll be up late at night, I'll wake up tired, and it'll just be because I need something to make sense. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what's so confounding for a lot of people with cases like this is it doesn't make sense. You
Because
know,
the story and the reality are two totally different worlds.
my big concern is that people are losing sight that these are misdemeanors. You know, I really, really, again, encourage people look up what he's charged with. Look up that. And I mean, this is the challenge of this case. Technically, based on the word of the law, and I think this is what the jury is stuck on. He actually is guilty of putting hands on her just because of that moment he shoved her back in the car.
Absolutely.
However,
The
you know,
intent.
self-defense is
Yeah.
a defense against that. And I think that all this other stuff, all the things where he's dragged, you know, they've dragged his name through the mud. She's going to be infamous for only this forever. I mean, let me tell you,
And her
everybody
name's
can-
unique enough. It's not going to blend in when you search a name like Grace, and we put that Jabari
Well-
in there. It's going to be her name that comes up.
Her
Mhm.
voice is also quite distinct. She sounds like Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3. That's not a voice you can forget, right? Like, I heard it's like, no, because I have a thing about that character. And I kind of sat straight up like I'd been electrocuted the minute she started talking on that recording. But this is going to follow her for the rest of her career. People are going to be more hesitant to hire her. It is a thing in the industry, like, don't get involved. You know, if you're that girl that gets known to be, you know, cruising after the actors, people don't want the trouble. That's going to follow her. This is not a consequence-free choice on her part, and I'm not sure she thought this through. That is not to say that if something happens to somebody, they shouldn't go forward. They shouldn't get their day in court. I just want people to know that no matter what, this is going to hurt everybody. And that's the tragedy of this. No matter what happened, an innocent person is going to get punished here. Now, I don't know how anybody sees her chasing him down the street and thinks he was the aggressor there.
Yeah,
Like that, I felt like I have a guilty pleasure for, those videos where there's a big lead up to the couple just scrapping and like the weave flies off and all that stuff. Like the body language in that video is very similar to those. You know what I mean? And it really is going to come down to what the jury instructions were and how the jury interprets that. And I haven't seen that anywhere in the media. And that is frustrating because that's a missing piece. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, according to Chill, the reason why she was chasing him because he has magnets in his body that attract just her for some reason. And that's the reason why she was chasing him. It was according to Chill. Hey, there we go. Chill knows he has the magnets.
Welcome, Chill.
Exactly. It was all magnetic. It was all attraction, but not the kind you're thinking about.
Forget magnetic. Don't you realize that Jonathan Majors is a villain in the MCU? She was trying to save the universe.
He told us he is a method actor.
How are you guys not seeing this? You guys not seeing this?
See, I know now. He was practicing for the role on Loki when Loki and Morbius was chasing him. He was like, "Okay, 1, 2, 3, let's create the scene. Go!" And he had to chase him through the streets.
So was she like the Sylvie stand-in trying to reenact that one scene back in Chicago?
And that's why he threw her off the boat.
You get it.
There you go. Wow.
Welcome to the stream, Chillmonger. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you, everyone. Liana, this is probably your first time meeting Chillmonger, so yeah, hope you welcome. I just want to take this opportunity to read this £4.99 super chat. Thank you, Sana, ever so much. I really do appreciate you. Like I told Eric, no sane person would look at those texts and make an honest judgment on it. Absolutely, because absolutely, because again, context, yes. Without context, those texts just look like a man that's crying for help. First and foremost, so that has to be said. For it to be characterized the way it was, again, it is a massive issue, as Liana broke down earlier. I also want to say we are peaking at 577 live viewers. Thank you ever so much. If you've made it this far, we are 2 hours in, I believe. If you made it this far, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, because you're really enjoying it and you are liking what we're doing here. And of course, don't forget to share this on your socials. Let everybody know that this stream exists. So Chillmonger, hello.
Yes.
Hello.
How long
You've
are we
been
going
covering this case like you four are the real MVPs. I have to say this. Especially like I don't want to single anyone out, but I am.
No, single us out. Pam, she's Defensive Player of the Year. We got a sixth man over there with Katt.
I will say
Katt's the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
If Pam is the defensive coordinator, Katt's the offensive coordinator, because they've been killing it with these plays. I'm telling you, I'm jealous.
Listen, I want to be the Raiders. I want to be the Raiders offensive coordinator now.
Okay, we're talking about NFL, not basketball. Game. Right. Okay, we're talking about NFL, not basketball. Chillmonger is the quarterback then. I know that one. I do know that one. You're the quarterback. You
get paid the most.
Is it okay?
Well, Chill was the one with the magnets that drew us all together. That's
exactly. That's how you know which activation.
No, I think Flavio was.
Flavio is technically the magnet.
No. Let's give Flavio general manager or head coach. Someone's administrative role.
He gets to be in the little booth with the air conditioning and the sub players and the bar service.
I give him that.
When they get the not guilty verdict, we'll see him kissing his wife up on
the Jumbotron.
Nah, that dude has been literally updating us every single day. I love so many updates have come from him. I don't think we would have got Lauren Burke to comment on the post if it wasn't for him. I think
honestly,
I think it's his tags that
it is.
Yeah,
because
it's essentially.
everybody's looking every time that he adds the tags to whatever. If you really look at the Lauren Burke liked my video from this morning. I mean, from yesterday, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Holy crap!" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I was, but it's him, and I appreciate him for this.
Yeah.
I really do, because I wasn't looking for no notoriety or anything, man. Me and Chill been talking about this since it dropped, and we were even like, "Hey, you know, I know we're doing all this other stuff, but we probably need to really kind of focus on the Jonathan Majors thing, because look at what's going on as far as the social impact of that. What happens to the common guy, whatever, you know, plus the MCU Marvel factor of that, and everything just kind of blossomed out of that. We got to see the media doing their dirty tricks. We got to see the prosecutor and Alvin Uncle Ruckus Bragg doing his thing and what he got going on. Yeah, he is Uncle Ruckus, no relations. You know, we got to see the NYPD.
Cheyenne Roundtree gets to be Auntie Ruckus.
Oh
my God. Oh, he found his wife. No, he found his wife in the end.
No, she's part of the haterocracy, if you know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I mean, so we got to actually see all of this stuff in real time. So it's awesome that we got to talk about
Heinz is red. Heinz is red.
Never have I.
You know it's something going on when a black man turns red. He is red.
Hey.
That's why they call him the ketchup man. You don't know.
Yeah.
That's why they call him that. I cracked the code, everybody.
Well, let me just say this. I will say this. My heart and everything like that would like a not guilty verdict, because of the fact that if you look at what went on with this case, and you look at all of because now the world has seen the evidence, because you had like Heinz said, the on defenders. Now the world has seen the evidence, and everybody is asking that one question: how did this go to get this far and go to trial? We see what she's doing. She said she started it. The driver said it was the girl. She was doing everything. They get out of the car. He tries to push her back into the car. Hey, let's just separate. She's still coming, because she had that kung fu grip on his arm.
Yep.
And if you that kung fu grip was something. He had to literally.
I mean, he pushed her off like a wide receiver on a cornerback. Was like,
and she was supposed to be impeded by injury, according to the prosecution at that point in time, with substantial pain, impeding injury. But she's yanking him with her finger.
She's pulling.
Those injuries could have been sustained from her like hitting him.
Pulling
those look like impacts on the knuckles. They look like something she might have reached for him and got the phone or something. I've had twisting injuries and not proud of it, but I've punched things. That looks more like an impact on the knuckles. It does not look like, the
whole finger was yanked.
The whole thing was bent backwards. Like, if it's bent backwards trying to get the phone, why wasn't, like, if you look at it, why wasn't this joint affected? The doctor testified. I'm not saying anything.
I think the thing is, because I'm gonna have to exit. But the thing that I have said from the beginning is, no one is talking about the fact that when she got out of the car, because how does Priya do it? Car 1, car 2, car 3. When she gets out of the car the first time, there is no injury. And you know this because she walked up on Captain Crunch and White Hat, and there was no injuries there. She's using her hands and the dexterity. So then when you talk about the incident that happened in the second car, I think it's car 2, where she's pulling at him and getting out of the car, everything like that, her hand wasn't injured at that point. How do we know? Because there's video evidence of her in the club doing all the things that she's doing, showing that her hand is not injured. Also, we see that we don't see the scratch that she has behind her ear. I do not care. There should have been blood coming from here, at least to right here. Just to right here. You should have seen blood when she ran up on Captain White Hat. You should have
Captain
seen the
Crunch.
blood. You should have seen the blood when she was in the club
Mm-hmm.
getting
So
her
I
Bottle
want to
of
spit
blood.
say
on.
the chat deliberation has apparently already been going on. The judge just hadn't entered the
Right.
courthroom. So
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Jimmy thought the same, that the jury hadn't been deliberating yet because they hadn't seen anything and it felt very unusual. But he heard that they've apparently been deliberating, and then Reuters also reported it. And then the judge
Yeah.
finally showed up at 11:48. He walked into the courtroom. So they've apparently been
perfect.
deliberating. They were told to start deliberating as soon as all of them were present in the room. But now
Yeah,
the judge is present.
because Danny just posted just Gaffy just arrived.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think
Thank you for that
deliberations have been
update.
on hold. That's my point, is the judge just hadn't shown his face, but he told them
Yeah,
to start
no.
deliberating as soon as they all showed up.
Thank you so much for that
I-
update. Appreciate you.
And I think that just, if you can't see that there's enough video evidence to show you that this young lady was not injured at any point in time where she was with him, because she said it was the adrenaline. And I am surprised that adrenaline can last for about 2.5, 3 hours.
It doesn't.
Anyway,
Well, it does when you have on leather pants. You have to at that point that she had on leather pants, and that every piece of sweat that's coming down your leg with the leather pants increases your adrenaline. It's science.
That's how the ladies' man always had that energy.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
know.
that was a little suede and velvet in the mix too, but
and so I don't think if for me the logic still stands that she injured herself at some point while she was in that home.
Absolutely.
That's my logic, that she injured herself somewhere in that home. What happened, I do not know, but coke.
No, go on.
No, did you say coke like cocaine? Or...
No. I was going to say something, but finish. Sorry.
I was just want to say cat. That was cocaine. I'm sorry, but I just hope that they look through there and realize that there is enough doubt to be able to say this man is not guilty. He's not guilty. He's not guilty. And that's the verdict that I'm looking for. It has been a pleasure chatting with you all, but I got to get ready to go to work.
Okay, boy.
Thank you so much, Pam.
Bye, Pam.
Thank you ever so much. You have to come back. You have to come
Pam.
back one day. You have to come back.
To what Liana said earlier about the harassment, charge and how easy it is to get a harassment charge. That's what worries me. But I'm also like, once someone lies on stand, takes away all your time, just frustrates you, you go like, you know what? I don't even care if there may be something there with the harassment charge. And I think they're going to look at it like, you know what? He was under attack this whole time. He was trying to get rid of her. So therefore he put hands on her. So
can't be harassment. How are you
I don't
harassing?
see intent to annoy, harass, or alarm. Who was doing the alarming? Who was alarmed in that? Jonathan Majors clearly looks alarmed to me.
Yeah. The way he was running, that's alarm. I mean, it's we're dealing with a reasonable doubt standard here, right? And that's why the minute the driver said he was doing nothing, she was doing everything, that's reasonable doubt. She could have injured her finger in that car. She could have. Again,
and that's what the prosecution's saying to determine for the 2 assault charges, is that time frame within the vehicle related to the finger injury is the assault charges. So they can't, and a jury can do anything, right? They can just come back however they want to come back. They're the finders of fact, but they're being told to consider those 2 charges within the context of what happened in that vehicle for those 2 charges.
Yeah, and I mean, that's reasonable doubt. The idea that he lied to protect, a rich guy, I just don't buy it. And I suspect a lot of people on the jury don't either. I know some Uber drivers, and like I said before, they don't want bad riders because they damage the car, and then the driver has to repair the car. It doesn't matter how famous you are. I don't know if you've ever seen an Uber driver mad. You do not want those guys mad at you. Okay, but
the Urdu is the thing that makes me worry. We're all talking about how he testified and he said it was all her. He said that Jonathan was saying trying to get rid of her let me go.
But it was through a translator,
It
yeah.
was through the translator. So as much as we remember it, because that's what we were looking for, and that's what our intentions were, they're just sitting in there like, oh, this is boring. They ask a
But they
question.
laughed during his testimony. That's what I think
Yeah,
they
they
were
were.
paying attention.
Remember, yeah,
The
Danny
jury
said that they
laughed?
were more. Yeah, they said they were more alert
The
because he was so
courtroom.
entertaining. Yeah, he was so entertaining.
Very sympathetic, and I
So
don't think,
Michael
Yeah.
Perez was like, the question was something like, "Oh, and can you describe what happened or whatever?" And he's like, "Oh, it was the girl doing it. He was trying to get rid of her." And he was like, "Please don't share your opinions, please."
Yeah.
And then they asked the question again, and he repeated it. He was trying to get rid of her, so the courtroom like audibly laughed.
Yeah, and the idea that you can't tell who's beating up who just by sound is implausible.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
and
that's
also
implausible.
and also to add to all your point, I mean, they brought in all those texts, all those things to establish like a background that, in my opinion, really hurts their case, because if there was no physical abuse or even any, you've lost your harassment charge, because from all of that, I mean, I know they were not supposed to consider it in terms of analyzing with the evidence. Actually, you know what, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I could be wrong, but I believe Dani said that they were not supposed, it was only supposed to serve as background. They were not supposed to, take it into the, so even with that, I'm wondering, why would you go there to establish the background, and you're showing this to the jury leading up to the car, and in the car you are seeing her being lifted into the car, but before being lifted you see him running out of the car, and then she's on the side of the car. Let me, you know what, let me just make it easier. 1 second, let me just share it.
The reason that was introduced is to give another reason why she may have lied at the hospital. That was the only reason that stuff was introduced.
Yeah. There's no sound on this, by the way.
Yeah.
So this is
this is afterwards, right?
No, this is before. So this was on their way to Karasu, if I'm not. Am
Big
I right
shout
by
out to
saying
Megan Cuniff for compiling all of it, the video, and then just.
Sorry. Yes, I was literally about to say that. Opinions aside, in regards to her, journalist comment, whatever you want to say, this was really great work to actually bring this out, because.
So what have we got here? Them leaving the building?
So they're leaving it. This is their penthouse, Chelsea. Yeah. That's the penthouse.
This is the lovely, beautiful brunch morning where they talked about getting married and having children.
Yeah, which I don't believe. I don't think.
But
that,
he was mad
he
was mad about the buttons on her shirt also.
He was mad about the buttons on her shirt.
Good memory.
So this is her testimony on this day. She was like, it was lovely and wonderful. It was a beautiful Sunday morning. We went to brunch and we talked about our family plans. But then he changed. His whole demeanor changed. And he got mad about the buttons on my shirt.
I mean, he was walking behind her there. That was interesting.
Okay, this is the first time I've seen this footage.
Yeah, I haven't seen this either.
Yeah, that's Karasu. And I think, is that the one where
Did she not include the margarita?
Yeah, this is the margarita.
Yeah.
Because they're leaving now.
It was. But we should have seen. I don't know why we haven't seen it, because the jury has seen it. The jury has seen it, but we haven't seen the margarita one. This is the place that it happened, though, where she.
Yeah, and it looks like it cuts. It's edited right
then
and there.
It is.
So they don't want to show you.
Release it, or whoever compiled this isn't showing all of the. It depends.
What's missing here?
So they're at this restaurant, and it's like, I don't know, it's like 8 in the evening or something like that.
Okay.
And when he signs a check, they're done. They're about to leave. They get up together. They go towards like the hall. Karasu is within a building called Walters. So the restaurant's built. It's Manhattan. They're like going to this walkway where there's restrooms, the way to the kitchen, and the door to leave to get out. but she doubles back and runs to the table and chugs down a margarita in full. And
So
she was denying it on the stand.
She's been drinking
Right.
already.
And sneaking
Okay.
it. She has a sneaking behavior.
Okay.
That's what's important about it. Isn't just that she had a drink.
Well,
that's part of it, but also she has to sneak it and is also dishonest about how much she drank, because they had to ask her about it several times with the video playing in front of her for her to finally admit that she's holding this drink up and drinking it and puts the glass back down empty in the video clip.
Right.
So likelihood not the first one, likelihood she's intoxicated in the car.
Yep.
On the way there.
Okay, that's relevant.
That's very relevant.
Yeah.
Which is why I said them trying to bring in, because this only came in because of the background exploration that the prosecution wanted to go back under. It would have just been just the scene of the assault if they didn't want to go through all that history to show some pattern that doesn't exist. But that's my own opinion. Take that for what it's
well,
worth.
It also lowers her inhibitions, impairs her judgment. You know, it's going to change the way she interprets that phone coming in if she already thinks the relationship is kind of on the rocks and he's cheating on her. So
yeah, I'm glad that you brought that in, because if Jonathan not if it's a fact now, since Jonathan on the phone on the recording was complaining of her drinking, like being drunk, it would make absolute sense why she would sneak, first and foremost, because again, she knows this is a massive problem for them. So she knows I'm likely going to lose him if I was to continue drinking. To be quite fair, we don't know if he actually restricted the drinking, but we know based on the timeline and based on all the events, we know that it's likely that she feels he did not appreciate the fact that she always got drunk. So she feels likely that if he saw me drinking just once, he's gonna think, oh, I'm plastered again, when that could not be the case. He probably just means don't get drunk. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say?
Don't get drunk. And I mean, the disturb the peace of this house line keeps getting dropped from the significance of that. And if, drunk and drunken rowdy, not the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So they're in the car now. She's had at least one martini, and based on her body weight, that's a lot.
Yeah. And look at there's a car here. It's lucky that this is a stop, but there were, as you can see, it is in traffic.
Yep.
Yes, it's in
the center lane.
Now, if she's showing us every video available, then there must be like a time skip. See that right there? I think that means that it's a motion detected camera.
Yeah.
Because no cars were moving, it only repicked up now.
Do you think that they could have cut this themselves?
No, because I don't think so.
This is consistent with other video I've seen. That time skips and everything. Cool. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Because yeah.
So okay, this is the critical moment. He gets out of the car first. Notice he's clearly leaning over, so there's a lot of force coming at him this way.
And his feet, look at his feet positioning.
Yeah. It's like he's walking against the wind. That is not somebody not putting up a fight there.
And I wish you can see the elbows, but I always say, if this guy is assaulting you, the elbows, it will be look, your point, it will be going back and forth. You will see
it would be a different motion.
But remember, she says he twisted her arm behind her back. And for the life of me, I'm trying to figure out how you do that in the backseat of an SUV.
You can't, trust me, you can't do that. Even WWE knows you can't do that in the back of the, you got to get her on top of the car and power bomb.
She grabs the phone. What does he do? I mean, he's Kang, not Loki. He can't just appear behind him. Right?
Yeah.
I know we're breaking the fourth wall in terms of his character.
Break away.
Yeah, there's another timeline where everything went the way she claimed. But okay, so he's you can see her in the car, right? She's grabbing for him or something.
Yeah.
So he leans back in the car.
This is the part that I always say, please pay attention, because this part is so weird. Like, if anyone is watching this, why are you assaulting somebody? And then the next minute, you are linking their arms and walking to the street.
Well, that was the moment we just watched that she claims she cut her ear somehow, right? When he pushed her back in the car. People say throw. That looked more like a push to me. That looked like, no, get away from me. Like, stay there. And that's self-defense. It doesn't really matter if he's bigger than her, especially if she's had a few drinks. I don't know if you've ever had to deal with people at clubs. Drunk people can be really strong.
I was literally about to say, if Jonathan at this moment smells alcohol, smells anything, because again, remember the proximity, you know what I'm trying to say. Remember how close they are to one another in that little altercation. If he smells alcohol, he's trying to de-escalate. This is what that signifies.
Well, the driver is hearing her hit him.
Yes.
According to testimony, Yeah.
And this is where everyone would hate me if I was part of the jury, because I would analyze the heck out of this moment.
Well, the jury's asked for two things: the 911 call and this video.
Yes.
Which I think that's very important, because the 911 video to me shows the concern that he had from her.
Agreed.
Because he thought she pruned herself in the timeline. And then number two, how does that correlate to what happened in the car? She, from all rights and reason, she was attacking him. So that's why I think that's why I believe they're going to lead towards not guilty on all charges, because how you ask for those two things, not the text messages, not the recorded message about Coretta Scott King and all of that. You're asking for this. So I think that's what's going to lead to a not guilty verdict.
That is really relevant, because we know how afraid he is of police involvement. He was still concerned enough for her to call the police, where if he's operating from a guilty mind, he might still do it, but it's much more unlikely that he wouldn't just like break the door down himself and, try to avoid police. He called police first, not after everything else had failed. So that
not after he found her.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I just want to say we have peaked at 666 live viewers.
The
jury just came back with more questions.
Let's get one more person in here. I don't like that number.
What did you say, Kat?
The jury just came back with more questions, so maybe it timed exactly with that.
Oh, okay.
See, maybe the 666 thing is because I'm a ginger. We're evil. Thank you. I am comfortable now.
Well, according to
Diablo. El Diablo.
El Diablo.
Well, according to I'm sorry.
The questions may be proof that they have been reading headlines and what. So if now they come back and they say, we want to know about that Cleopatra text because that was in the headlines.
Where did those text messages that you showed us come from?
Yep.
They want to view car one twice. They want to hear judge's order on the fourth charge.
And
they want to hear Chloe's testimony on asking for ice on the finger.
There we go.
There it is. The fourth charge. That's the hang up.
That's really good. That's really good. Again, I keep saying this part here is so weird, because again, if he's walking her back, that means, look, if you've been out, like I used to be a DJ, so I've seen this, but I've also been with people that are drunk.
Yeah.
One thing they do is they link arms with you.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean they want to be with you.
And they're trying to stay upright.
This is something I got to learn the hard. I learned the hard way, because I actually thought, oh, she likes me. This and that. It's like, no.
You're a mobility assistance device at that moment.
Yeah. I'm not saying that Grace is plastered, because come on, she just done a 1,000 meter sprint. I'm not saying she's inebriated, to that level. But again, adrenaline could have kicked right here and then gave her that extra push to, do the run that she did. But the point I'm making here is, if you look at this. In no way have you been assaulted, and then this man is doing
this.
This
is very strange if he just beasted her in the car.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is very, very strange.
So let's go over this. Okay, so they want to reread the charge of number 4, which is the harassment in the second degree, and look at card number 1 surveillance video. Is this card number 1 surveillance video that we're looking right now?
I think so. Yeah.
Yes, okay. And it includes the chase. It's not just.
It's the whole entire chase.
It's I don't know how many parts of the compilation, but it's my understanding that it's some compilation. It's not just this.
They chained the cameras together, but this specifically is camera 1, which means they're looking at this footage, this moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a tweet from Dani. She will be joining us.
Okay.
She will be joining us to soon. She's still in call right now, but Chloe's testimony is very key in this as well, and we'll go through that. And that was a car 1 and charge 4 because charge 4 is very confusing. Charge 4 is stupidly confusing.
Charge 4 is the second degree harassment, right? That's charge 4. I've got it up. I've had it up on my computer for days now.
Please do the honors. Please do the honors.
A person is guilty.
You can still share your screen, by the way. You can share your screen, and it would go through on the.
Oh, thing. Okay. Because it's New York law
tab.
Here we go. I've been sort of obsessing over the charges, because if you follow any of these things, the charges are really relevant. Now, how do I do this and not go to infinity? I'm gonna try here.
It should be the button next.
Oh, here we are. I can select the tab. Okay. Yeah. So here we are. Can everybody see that?
Yeah. Just zoom in a little bit. Zoom in a little bit. But you have the power.
I have the power. Okay. There we go. I just embiggened everything. Nice. Good. Somebody caught that reference. All right. So these are my people. So section 240.
Am I the best Nick Fury or what?
You are, sir. Wait. All right. We're gonna have to work through the casting on that one. So, harassment in the second degree, according to New York law, a person is guilty of harassment in the second degree when, with intent to harass, annoy, or alarm another person, he or she strikes, shoves, kicks, or otherwise subjects another person to physical contact, or attempts to threaten to do the same, or he or she follows a person in or about a public place or places.
They left it out of jury instructions. They left number 2 out of jury instructions. Just to note.
So it's not,
or the judge didn't read it. Maybe it's in the jury instructions, but the judge left number 2 out when they first asked to explain this charge on Friday.
That's to be honest. To be honest, appeal. He's 1 day appeal. Then you need to put that in there. He's 1 day appeal.
If they preserved an argument, they have to preserve an argument about it.
Yeah. He or she engages in a course of conduct, or repeatedly commits acts which alarm or seriously annoy such other person and which serves no legitimate purpose. Subdivisions 2 and 3 of this section shall not apply to activities regulated by the National Labor Relations Act as amended, the Railway Labor Act as amended, or the Federal Employment Labor Act. Harassment in the second degree is a violation. A violation means it is not a felony. It is not like a criminal conviction. It's like
a ticket.
It's a ticket.
It's a ticket.
Yeah, he's in court for 2 weeks over a ticket. But again,
it's the truth. This is why this is annoying.
But again, this is used. This law is used. Basically, it's used a lot as an abusive boyfriend repellent law. If they think there's something going on, if they think there's some sort of domestic situation going on, they'll charge them with this, which, let's face it, pattern of annoyance is enough to convict here. Because it's just a ticket, a lot of people just go, I can't afford to miss work. I can't afford the lawyer to fight this. I'm just going to plead guilty and hope it never happens again. The gotcha in this law is if you ever end up in a situation like this again, it is now a first-degree harassment charge, which is much more serious. If you do it a second time, it is automatically bumped up on that second charge. So this is like the staging ground for somebody entering the system. Now, there is jail time involved, and I wonder if there's somebody on the jury going, well, he did shove her in the car, he's guilty of something.
Yeah, as you were reading that.
Yeah.
The wording of the law is a problem.
But hold on. He's not getting no intentional assault. They're only asking about the harassment. So if they can already assume or already come to the conclusion he isn't intentionally assaulting her, then he also isn't intentionally harassing either.
If they're asking about the fourth charge, it means they're probably not. It's the only one there's any. And this is, I said this earlier, right? I thought the hang up was the second degree harassment charge. So not even the second degree aggravated harassment. It's the fourth charge. It is the fourth charge, right? The harassment. Yeah. So, and this law, I mean, this is why even if he's found guilty of a ticket here, there is a staging ground here for me in a criminal justice reform capacity, because there should not be a law on the books that it is illegal to annoy someone. And that's the way this law
Man,
like
I'm going to jail.
She committed, and this is the strangeness about the counter charges being dropped. She's technically harassing him by chasing him. That was the second part of that law.
Why they leave it out, and I think that's a huge appellate issue.
He's not guilty of any of this, guys.
Well,
I'm sorry. What is he?
It's the no legitimate purpose. That serves no legitimate purpose.
Because he does.
Element.
Yeah, because the way that the camera cuts. Yeah, they're picking up. Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
there is no
I think what they're trying to figure out here, because self-defense is a defense against this charge.
Yeah.
So it's coming down to whether they think in this moment he's defending himself. He's not the aggressor.
Which is absolutely stupid, because she's already admitted to hitting him, and that was only a few seconds prior. So we're supposed to say,
but that would go into assault. But that would go into the intentional assault part, not really the harassment. I see where Liana's coming from.
That's why I think it's strange that the defense went with the she hurt her finger later thing. She very well could have sustained those injuries in that photograph, wailing on him in the car.
No, but all night she's fine. She's reaching into her purse, and then we see her even when she's
that's
you fast forward this video, she's in the elevator lobby, also going to her purse, and it's fine there at 3:30 a.m.
If she's bombed, though, like if she is wasted, she claimed, she was just pushing through the pain because she's a dancer. I'm sorry, I used to be a professional dancer. When you get hurt outside of work, you are like, oh snap. How bad is this going to mess me up? I got to go home, ice this, take care of it. I don't want to be sidelined.
I'll be honest. I'll be really quickly. I'll go back to you, Kat, and then I'll go to you, Dre. But I'll be very honest. I think she was banking on the fact, when you get those hand bleeds, when your hand bleeds or your ear or something bleeds and you don't feel it at all, you don't see it until you walk by a mirror. You're like, shit, what the hell did that come from? I think she was banking on that, but that can't be the case.
See,
I don't know. It can't be the case.
If she was it really hurt, but I was afraid to be alone, that would be credible to me. But I didn't notice it because I was just pushing through the pain. I don't know if any of you have sustained those injuries to your hands. I have. You can't, the finger ends up curling a little bit, and that's what I find more relevant. Is it's this there is no sign of injury, but also you're not dancing where the extremity is moving around a lot, because that you'll feel the pressure in that joint when you do that. And dancers have to take care of their bodies. Now, the amount of alcohol she's consuming is a bit odd too.
Because we have to remember, Chloe said in her testimony they were drunk, and then she fell coming out of Lucy's. She Remember, she hit the
But there was also
wall.
a second car part too. There was a whole nother second car part where she's striking his pocket, and there's doors. Well, she didn't close the door when she got in because she was so busy chasing him out the other door. But getting into a taxi, you could have her injuries are on this part of the finger here, well, on her other hand,
right,
on her dominant hand.
It looks very much like impact injuries from striking the first and second knuckle.
And even if it happened in the first part, even if it happened in that moment, it still was it caused because of Jonathan Majors' intent to annoy, harass, alarm her.
Yeah,
no legitimate reason.
Well, the reason why I said it could have happened when she hit the wall coming out of Lucy's, because it's easily you're trying to catch your balance, and that finger extends, and it jams, it whacks and it jams that finger, and that finger goes back. You go home, you're drunk, you done slept in a man's closet all night, half naked. You woke up and be like, I don't know what happened, because you literally don't, because you were drunk.
Kind of funny.
No,
I'm so pale. Confirming, I have 2 bruises on my knuckles here because what happened yesterday is my cat was here and he bit me, and I went and I smacked my hand on the top of the desk, and it looks an awful lot like it. So this is confirming what you're saying. It looks, because if somebody's pulling a phone out of your hand, it's going to be the
first joint.
Yeah. You know. That's an impact. And I mean, we don't have to take our word for it. The doctor said it's not consistent with a twisting fracture.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But they're clearly not focused on that. They're focused on this moment. And then, if the friend said she knocked herself, that's reasonable doubt. I just like this moment, what we're looking at right now, that she's chasing him. I don't know if you've ever had somebody go off on you in an enclosed space like that. Chasing after him is not the thing you do. You're sitting there going, oh my God, what just happened?
And also to go back to what she reported, look, she did not just play oh, I don't know what happened, I was so drunk. That wasn't what was happening. She literally said he choked me to the police.
That's raw.
I want to know how you got choking in there. Are you having
how do you know that your finger was injured because he was prying your finger back off your phone after he twisted your arm, when you had to ask what happened to my finger? How do you work backwards and say that this is the mechanism of injury that caused, because she never tried to hide that Jonathan Majors was the one that hurt her. She was happy to volunteer that, but she kept saying she didn't know the mechanism, and the prosecution has to prove the mechanism for the charge as it's being alleged. And they're using that arm twist finger prying as the cause of the finger injury within inside car one. And it's based on her testimony, but she said she didn't know how.
This is another one of those ones based on what she described. There should be more injuries than just a finger.
Exactly.
She got double mushed in the face apparently too.
Oh my gosh, the strangulation. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry to keep going back to it, because it really. I remember that being a subject of talk on Twitter. Like, it was for a while until the text drop, and then it kind of confirms everyone thought of him being an abuser, because it was right there. She said, I told the police to drop the charge, it was my fault, I went for the phone. In a vacuum, it sounds like shit. She's been beaten up so bad that she's now taking blame for something she doesn't reasonably have to take blame for, sort of thing. But when you look at that, but the fact now that we got to learn that she volunteered this information, says I'll retract it, don't people realize how different the context is? Like, it's really different now. Like, it really seems like you broke up with me. This is my way. You hate the police. So let me get the police on you. You call the I'm sorry.
Or let me weaponize the police when they're there. Because remember, he called, so she weaponized.
I do think her going full Blue Cantrell and running up his credit cards is relevant too.
Hit him up style.
Hit him up style.
She
Yo,
did hit him up though.
I love the fact that that Liana knows the comics references and the hip hop
the last time for all the hard times.
Everyone is because she knows how much I love hip hop. She knows how much.
See, I have an issue with those revenge songs. I understand they're legitimate, but that's like, you know, before he cheats, hit him up style, that kind of stuff. Yes, it's a valid thing, but that song is all revenge, you know, and I do think there's an element, and we're not allowed to talk about this, so I'm going to. They were together for 6 months. Okay. That's a very, very short period of time for somebody to grind somebody down the way she's describing. There is a lifestyle component to this that I do think is relevant. The fact that she went for his wallet that night. Are you going to further aggravate someone who just wailed on you and you have to go back to the apartment he owns?
Well, and didn't she continued to use the credit card to catch her like car and book her flight or whatever?
Oh, really?
And if he's
I don't remember, that was in testimony. And it's one of those things where it's like, if you are saying you went out and you're feeling like an independent woman, but then you're still using his credit card to catch your flight home, it sounds like you need to get up out of there and you're using someone else's money to do it rather than getting yourself out there clean, gone good when your friend Ben Toddy is telling you, hey, maybe you should call your sister or go to a hotel and you shouldn't be hanging around this penthouse. And he didn't think it was dangerous enough. Jonathan Majors obviously got out of holding pretty quickly, but Ben Toddy didn't perceive that there was enough risk that he should stay behind and make sure Grace Jabari wouldn't be alone in that penthouse.
No, that's also something you're not considering this though. They didn't have the district attorney press charges on Jonathan at this point. She probably thinks, this is a breakup. I know I've been in relationships before where people break up and they get back together. Everyone knows that's common. So she hasn't really like given up at that moment. While she's lying to us on court this week, we know that back in March 25 or March 26, she wasn't thinking this is the final thing. This is going to court. She
was saying, please call me when you get this. I love you.
Yeah.
At 6 p.m. And then 9:34, she's still hanging around texting.
Yeah.
him.
I mean, that's inconsistent with her saying that she thought, when the cops were there, that this was assistance getting away from him. You know, if that was really her mindset. It's not impossible, but there's just too many things that look like angry. She thought he was cheating. Are we all just assuming he actually was, or are we giving him benefit of the doubt?
No. I don't know.
I think we can assume, and I still get to the same result on his innocence, whether I assume he was cheating.
Exactly.
But I mean, the girl texts him, "I wish I was kissing you now." He didn't text back, "Yeah, baby, let me go ahead and lick your elbows" or anything. So it wasn't really cheating.
How did Grace
text me anything?
How did Grace recognize a D'Angelo song, but then sat quiet when he asked her, "Do you know who Coretta Scott King and Michelle Obama are?"
Absolutely. Oh my gosh.
D'Angelo song by one lyric.
Yeah, D'Angelo's kind of basic.
She could tell by the album cover.
She said the Cleopatra sent the whole song, the link to the video.
Do you want to know? I'm glad you brought that out, Kat. I'm glad you brought that out because that actually infuriates me a lot, because it's like knowing something, but you're manipulating the situation because you know how it looks for you. You know you're acting batshit insane, like by even insinuating that this guy is even cheating on you. You know you're very insecure to lose this guy. I think we spoke about it in our stream with Dani Katt, where you said that she strikes you as damn it, I just lost it. She strikes you as somebody that can't be alone, that doesn't like to confront her, own accountability.
Please,
you do the honors.
Yell Sag Harbor till I was blue in the face, yelling about that Sag Harbor story, and nobody reported on it. Vicky B mentioned it, but she was like, "Who wouldn't go to the beach and drink wine?" Yeah. Well, that's not the point. The point is that he had a discussion with her about, "Hey, you shouldn't plan your schedule around mine." Because remember, she testified, when we first got together, it was magical. We spent every day together for 3 months, and then things changed. And this is a short relationship, though, based on the 6-month estimation, that's halfway through. They can't spend every waking hour together anymore.
How old is she?
29, 30, yeah.
Okay, but by that age, you should know that is going to change. You know, if you're upset that you're not spending every waking moment together 3 months in, something is not.
He's a star, guys. He's a star, man, for fuck's sake. I'm sorry. I keep like, you're not gonna get time with these people. It's not the same. It's not like you dating Joe Blogs that works at Amazon. Like it's not. Even then, Amazon workers are overworked. I don't know.
She was going and doing her own thing. She was going out still. So even when he was in the house busy with working, she still had the freedom. She was going out to the pub, and she tried to reframe that as if his issue was the fact she stepped out that door, because she wanted to turn around and say he was isolating me from my friends and family. But he's paying for her friend. He's paying for Holly to come visit in New York. He's paying for like 7 of her friends to go to a Hawaiian birthday vacation in Maui for them. Because remember, when they first started dating, he took her to the Four Seasons in Maui or something, and she went back there with a bunch of her friends for her birthday. He sent her to a Mariah Carey concert with one of her friends, but according to him, he was controlling and possessive about her going to the Glastonbury music festival because she didn't have phone service or something. And you look at this trajectory of it's just she probably had a text message from him saying like, hey, how come I haven't heard from you? And was ready to introduce that as some sign of being controlling. So she probably worked backwards to find things that could look incriminating, things that could look bad, and piece together these total of 4 possible fights. We have the dent in the wall from the candle incident. We have the Glastonbury no phone service. We have the vague September 2022, which was really one incident that expanded 3 days, right?
Yeah.
From the pub friend to the headphones thing, and then the Curtis Scott King, and then now those text messages, which the jury still doesn't know.
Okay,
that's their relationship.
Is the candle incident what happened before the recording, the Curtis Scott King recording?
It happened before that in time. It was not the same like 3-day period, apparently.
So
she testified it was something separate.
He threw it at the wall or something?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But not at her.
Not at her.
Yeah, I can understand what that didn't get admitted, right?
Nope.
She testified to it.
It was just,
and they showed the picture. They saw the picture of the dent in the wall. The jury.
Okay, we're all on the same page here, like breaking objects, breaking people, not the same impulse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but again, those pieces of evidence was only offered for background. So again,
they were told not to consider it.
Yeah.
These are misdemeanors. I don't know why.
So do they have the permission to ask for that evidence, even if it's just background evidence? Are they asking for it when he threw it and that
no,
testimony?
I don't think they have permission to do so.
They're asking for the reading of the 4th charge. I found the same thing. I'm confirming reread of charge 4.
Yeah.
Requesting raw video footage of car 1. Chloe's testimony of the group's arrival to the club, including description of Jabari icing her finger.
Does anyone remember that about the finger icing? Because I don't.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Chloe testified to it, and she was pressed on it and crossed like, well, where did she hold the ice to?
Right.
And she was like, I don't know. So you don't know what finger it was held to? No, I don't remember. I just remember her asking. So remember, they got bottle service, and they got a table, which is like a $2,000 table, to sit with this
on
bottle,
his credit card.
Yes.
So the bottle was like $800. They take it over to a table. There's like the ice on it, and Chloe says that she remembers Grace complaining that her finger hurt or something, and they pressed her on it, and she's like, well, I don't know what finger, I don't know what happened, but she says she remembers holding an ice.
Oh, jury's back. Sorry.
Jury's back.
Jury's back apparently. Jury's back apparently. Sorry to cut you. By the way, guy, I've seen your super chats. I'm going to read them out, but I need to see what Dani has to say in regards to this jury. I'm trying to get it up. One second. Apparently jury is back. About to see. I'll hear what they asked for. I'll share this tab. So it says jury is back. About to see hear what they asked for.
Jury's taking this seriously.
They really are.
I give them credit. They're taking this seriously.
And just as a clarification, it is 12:37 p.m. that Dani's tweeting this court time. Eastern
this
time.
is UK time, by the way. So
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Sorry about
So
that.
anyone watching this on like replay later, this is 12:39.
The jury's back asking questions, not jury's back with a verdict.
Oh, okay.
But she said 2 minutes ago it's the same thing. So I wonder if her tweet was delayed. Jimmy said that they're being strict on cell phone use within the court today. And he has to go outside to give updates.
Bruh, you know they watch.
Also,
You know what? You're being strict on cell phone you now? Okay then.
But
shout out to YouTubers.
So I'm not sure if it's an update or a delay.
Juries take these things seriously. The idea that someone is going to be influenced by one of us
they watch.
It's so stupid.
The psychology is totally different. Like, no, I was there. I know you don't. That is not the way people work in these things. I guarantee you, you've got people sympathizing with her in the case and trying to make him guilty of something. And then you've got people siding with him in the case and going, no, it was straight up self-defense. And this is going to come down to an interpretation of the moment before this and
careful reading of the intent.
It could be a mistrial. Could even be a mistrial, to be honest.
I'll take a mistrial.
They're gonna push. This is a ticket. They are gonna push for some sort of verdict.
Nobody is going to give this man a single charge. Like there's one woman on that who's a black woman who's like in her 50s. She's a little bit older. That woman will not budge. Knowing her.
I suspect the women on the jury are going to be more critical of her behavior than
a black woman
than the men. Well, of her behavior, I think so. She's
still mad that Danielle Detweiler didn't get an Oscar nomination for Till. And she's gonna remember that as she is being on this jury. There's no way that woman that I know, that from what I've heard and how she was being told that she's got to straighten up and fix up, that woman isn't going to ever, okay, fine, guilty on harassment. No, that's not happening.
No. I mean, I think that...
And you know what we have? Sorry to interrupt, but like what we have is the ability to do what is on screen right now. Play, pause, watch, rewind.
Yeah, they have to come out and re-ask for the replay.
They don't. And unless they've been spending their time at home doing what they were told not to do and watching video over and over and kind of like reassessing it, checking out videos like the one I did where I said the jury should watch this and then showing them
watching the Chillmonger channel and then coming back like I was watching my favorite YouTuber.
Exactly. I think that are we that naive to believe that this weekend they were just not consuming media? And if you go on certain websites by certain kind of like official sources, publications that are with a little bit of notoriety and have a following, yeah, sure, that it looks bad. But when you go on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and you just look at all the running, laughing.
I will really have to push back on that. I'm sorry, Chillmonger. I really have to push back. If they wouldn't take this long today. It's just not possible.
They have to convince each other. They all have to come to terms with themselves. And I'm sure someone in there is like, that finger looks real ugly, guys. And people are like, yes, it looks ugly, but let's walk through the reasonable doubt on how that injury was caused and how we're being told it was caused and what we're being asked to decide. But sometimes people have to get over it. It's kind of like sticker shock. Like you see that big, gross, ugly finger and you want to say like, oh, that's bad. We shouldn't want people to be able to do that to someone. And they all have to sit there and talk it back.
That finger doesn't look that...
I don't think it's that bad
to me. And I'd like to know what day that photo was taken.
So the white ones where she was texting Holly Blakey, it was like, I think, assuming there's a 5-hour time difference, it looks like it was taken at like 7:12 in the morning, Eastern time.
So the morning after it allegedly happened.
Yeah.
So it could be that developed.
This would make sense.
Wait, hold on. You said the morning after. To be clear,
the 25th.
It was the March 25th. It was 7 hours after the finger injury supposedly happened. That's what you mean by morning
after.
Because
there's some vagueness where the complaint was changed to say that the incident occurred in the car on the March 24th. So this was March 25th, just less than 10 hours. She texts her friend Holly Blakey describing she got really scrappy with him and sent like, I don't know what I did with my finger, and it was all red. And the timestamp on the photo says 12, but Holly Blakey is in UK. So
she at the time said I got scrappy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's why Priya was basically hanging on the fact that she was she was supposed to be unconscious 13 minutes to the cops coming, because she was still texting Ollie Blakey, whatever, our
11:07
last name.
a.m.
Yeah.
911 calls 11:13. Cops are
Exactly.
walking in 17
Yeah.
and a half minutes in. They're upstairs by 11:20. And
So
she's
this is
unconscious. She's apparently unconscious at 11:20.
yeah.
I have
So
an update from Josh
Okay.
Russell. He says,
That's who I'm following too.
yeah, so it's a few seconds. He said, jurors in the courtroom jury box watched a pair of silent videos on a large flat screen TV on a school-style rolling cart. A court
Not
reporter
the-
is now... Huh?
Nothing.
A court reporter is now reading back the testimony of witness Chloe, the random stranger who took Stephanie's LES club to Lucy's.
Mm-hmm. So this is the one she was partying with and said she wanted to ice her finger.
Yep.
Yeah. So I wonder what these two videos, he's saying two different videos, but it could just be a second replay of the same one. So there's confusion. There's stuff that's unclear to me. Are they watching a separate video? Because they asked for raw footage. That to me seems like they don't want to watch a compilation or what they think was pieced together, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's just someone else's characterization of what they were requesting, though. Because there's layers, right? We're hearing from people that are hearing what they're hearing, and then we're hearing from it. And then they're probably running outside to type really quickly.
Okay. Should we watch what they're watching right now? Should we watch that moment again?
Yes, and before we do that, I just want to read the super chats. Thank you ever so much. Blues House, thank you so much for your $2 super chat. Thank you, Tinok Huerta as well. Name on Dr. Smoke. I think he's going back to the reference that we were talking about earlier. I wish I could talk to each, but thank you so much for your super chat. Karen De Silva, thank you so much for your super sticker. And for your £5 super sticker, thank you. And of course, Chocolate Goody says, loving the stream, good job guys. $1.99 super chat. Thank you every single one of you for being here and making this stream ever so memorable. Let's hope we get a memorable verdict where this unlosable case, if I'm being honest with you. I'm being honest. If I was in the jury, I would have been I would be the most annoying juror, because I would be like, look, listen.
And they would have hit you for harassment, because that's second degree harassment.
Now you're
right
being
there.
annoying.
Oh, yeah. I would have been. I'll be on trial. Your Honor, this guy's seriously annoying me. This second he's guilty of this second. But yeah, let's go to that video. To the
what they're watching right now. This is what it all comes down to, this moment.
Yes.
And they watched it in slow motion on Friday, and they're asking to watch this 2 times today.
Again, is this part? I think they're lifting.
That's the moment right there.
But you also got to consider.
Did you see his body position there?
Yes,
that looked like he was catching her.
I'm watching.
Oh, you believe that he was?
Because you can see her blonde hair like forward.
Yeah, and he's sort of this.
Oh, you mean? Oh, yeah. See, it goes with the drunk thing. I mean, look. I know drinking, people suffer from drinking problems, etc. But this does make it seem like she couldn't even stand still, right, in the middle of the street.
Isn't one of the testimonies that he was afraid she was going to run into traffic?
Yeah. That's what Priya said.
He said that he said that back in June when he filed his statement, when he said that he was going to put her back in. He placed her back in the car because he was afraid that she was going to run out of traffic. Which it's everything he said in that statement is actually what we see on camera too.
Yeah, there's not that much traffic.
It looked to me like, well, it's the concept of a car could come by at any moment. But
lose control. Driver could be drunk. You don't know what happens next.
But it looks like, the bad moment, which is right after this. She sort of pushes and he stops her and she goes up and down. If she hit her head on the car in that moment, it wouldn't be a teeny little scratch behind me.
You would have
skip ahead a few seconds because they do the zoom in right after this.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
See, there it is. There's the moment.
Look at him
there.
reaching up, like his legs are up, his feet are up. They prosecutors say that too, that he got up on his tippy toes to use force.
And she's still going.
Which is like intent, and it shows you what her role in that whole entire interaction was.
And now
She was
she's
going
chasing
after
him. Like, this is the moment I'm like, what? How do you think?
Okay, because if you look at this, if she hit her head,
right,
you do not see a whiplash on the back of her head. You do not see her head
And
going forward.
She'd have a.
She doesn't even grab her head at all when she's getting out of the car.
Right. The back of her head would catch the car door more than the ear.
It would catch the top of the roof. It'd bounce right off the back of her head.
Right.
Her hair would have went forward. Her hair never goes forward.
Yeah.
He literally gently places her in the vehicle.
It's
very gentle.
Faster than that.
It's literally more gentle. It's more gentle to what it could have been. And she's still fighting him. And you see kind of
his contact with her fingers is because her fingers are swinging at him. Not because he's grabbing at her hands or pulling at her hands or
she's
slamming her arm against anything.
The impacts are on the knuckles, not this part of the finger. So the injury's here.
Look at this.
And that's why I said the injury is when she fell. And she fell in the nightclub. It's more conducive to have an injury like that in the nightclub than it would be in this incident.
Or even there's no way to prove that it's
but
from
it's
this.
So wild how he just walks. I'm sorry. It's so wild how he just walks her to the side. I'm sorry. I can't watch this with good faith and think he was harassing her. I'm sorry.
I admit, the first time I saw this video, all I saw was that. It's like, okay, that looks pretty bad. And then I saw this, and I'm like, no, mine totally changed. Like, that's a full-out run. She is attacking him.
And Dani said, he said, when you run, when y'all see it, he legitimately takes off running.
Oh,
and look at the driver.
Play the Rocky.
Look at the driver.
Damn Rocky theme. Oh, that's the driver?
Yeah, he's the one. Yeah,
he's the driver.
He's mad. Look at him.
Yeah,
he's mad.
For them to run with the fact that he didn't see it, he wasn't looking. Guaranteed, this guy has seen it from the rear view. Dani
exactly,
because the car stopped at that point. This portion of the video, the car stopped. So don't tell me he's looking forward. He's still busy driving. If they're at a complete stop, he's turning around, looking at them, and even with that, he's telling.
I have to get this out. I really have to get this out. I really have to get this out. Yeah, because Dani said, and I quote, they didn't ask him. Nobody asked him. Defense didn't ask him. Prosecution didn't ask him whether he looked at the rearview mirror. The reason why I know that is because, she volunteered, and this was the same day that she called in from the airport. So this was fresh in her memory. No one asked, "Hey, did you look at your rearview mirror?" This is key because if he's coming out, and you can tell he's furious because look, as you said, where's the hazards?
Jury is on lunch until 2:15.
You can see it. Is that the car moving, or that's just the car's reflection through the doorway?
Can you see the hazards? You can see it now.
There they are. Yeah, there they are.
Exactly. So he witnessed this. He's seen it.
And he still gave us the car.
Did he do the hazard? Did he do the hazards then? Because he actually believed, okay, I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Because he's thinking they're gonna put Grace back into the car. That's what he's thinking. So he's like, okay, cool. They're gonna come back in. He has no reason to put the hazards in. Why is this important? He has seen what has happened. If you're turning on the hazards, you've witnessed everything that's happened. It may not have been looking over your shoulders, so to speak, but definitely from the side mirrors. And
okay, but let's face it, you can tell by sound who is attacking who as well. That's not, I don't know if there's a barrier between the back of that car and the front. Does anyone know if there's like glass or anything?
No, there's no barrier in that car.
Okay, so he's literal front seat view.
Because they're captain chairs. So the captain chairs is right in the middle. It sits on the side, and there's a big gap. If you're driving that type of vehicle, you literally can look in your rear view, see the two captain chairs and the back rear seat, the third row seat that's in there.
Yeah. So he's hearing either him going, "Stop, cut it out, I'm not," or her going, "Stop." He's
absolutely
the fact that he was a prosecution witness and then the prosecution tried to discredit him would be significant.
And called him the sole witness. So where's the beyond reasonable doubt if you in your closing statement say that your sole witness should not be trusted?
Yeah, I mean, it really does seem to be coming down to whether there's probably someone on the jury who well, he threw her into the car. This is the colloquial idea of abuse versus the criminal boundary. And jury's at lunch until 2:15.
Yeah, get ready to be here for another hour, 2 hours.
Yeah, I mean, we may not get a verdict today.
Which is ridiculous. On some misdemeanor crap.
Is the harassment charge. It's so...
This is misdemeanor, though.
But this is a front row seat to the criminal system in New York.
Right.
Most people would not put themselves through this. So they plead to this ticket, which stays on their record. And, it's really going to come down to a very subjective view of what happened in that moment. And the camera's far away. It's not perfect evidence. And it's a Rorschach blot.
Somebody on that jury is a plant. Somebody on that jury was selected purposely to keep this going because there's got to be somebody holding out.
I think there's someone that just doesn't understand that they're not tasked with determining if it could have happened in that moment, that they're tasked with, did it happen beyond reasonable doubt in that moment, the way it's described by the prosecution? Do the witness testimony, does it line up to it? Does the evidence line up to it? And they just think it's a possibility it could have happened there. And I think the rest of the jurors are sitting there like,
reasonable doubt
and intent, a legitimate other purpose. What's happening around that circumstance where they get out of the car and then go to the sidewalk and she clearly is grabbing and holding on to him as he tries to escape?
My latest podcast talked about unfairness and how the brain reacts to things that feel unfair. And the science says that our brains crave punishing the guilty more than giving some sort of restoration to the victim. And so there may be someone just in lizard brain in that jury seeing that moment and going, he must be punished. And there's fairly complex brain chemistry that goes on. If somebody believes generally that if they expect fairness, then they're going to be more likely to go, give him another chance. It was just a fight. If somebody is coming at it from a position of, dad used to wail on mom, or they were in an abusive relationship themselves, they're going to see that and want him to
be
pay.
held accountable.
Exactly.
An answer.
Exactly. That's probably what we're all sitting waiting on right there.
It's that one person. And that doesn't mean that person's not going to budge. They just need the rationalization has to happen.
Yeah.
So as long as someone's vocal on that jury, if there's one of us on there being like, look, watch it back. She's still coming out of the car repeatedly. It's not him leaning in there to do anything to her. He stands outside of it.
Yeah.
And then you got to walk through it. And then they have to go in and look at the TV in the courtroom. It's a whole process for them to hit replay.
Yeah. Yeah. And people will see what they want to see in that moment. Every time I watch it, I see something different. To me, the far more compelling moment is the way what follows in this video could be a training montage from Creed, right? Like he is running full out with her chasing him. It's actually when she's chasing him across the street, that is not someone who's scared. That is someone who is not going to let him go. So I find it interesting that wasn't what's landing on people. That moment in the car is. And again, it's the wording of the law. If you've got a rule lawyer in that jury room and their idea of taking it seriously is following the letter of the law,
you probably have got someone like that. Yeah, they probably have got someone like that, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the downside of juries taking this very, very, very seriously. I don't believe for a second juries are swayed by YouTube because there's a psychological process called reactance, emotional reactance. When somebody tries to tell you what to do, you push back and you go, the hell I am. So, because they're there, they know, you don't. And that even if the jury did watch news, it's an unpredictable reaction to that. You can't say, oh, YouTube was on the side of Jonathan Majors, therefore it swayed the jury. It's not that simple.
Yeah, look, I always say this. Every human being, they have, even though you could tell me whatever you want to tell me, even though someone can tell me whatever you want to tell me, we have egos, man. I'm sorry. Our pride is just not going to let us be like, well, you said that, but I believe I'm right in my original thought that I had in the courtroom. And I think Liana alluded to that earlier. It's literally about them. Well, I gave up my time. I gave up my job. I took half pay cut to go in there and deliberate this. You are going to work tomorrow, getting full pay. You don't miss ish. You don't miss anything. So I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to listen to me, who have, there is so much things going on here that they're not going to be like, well, Dre Mac, or I watched Dr. Heinz stream and saw Liana K made a beautiful point about no one is doing that, guys. Use your common sense.
Yeah, the justice for MODOK moment swayed the jury. Like that was
about MODOK.
Yeah, all the MODOK fans.
MODOK is the greatest Avenger of all times, but nobody gives him his props.
Machine organism designed only for killing.
Hey guys, I'm going to rest a little bit.
Lunch break till 2:15.
Yeah, lunch break, because I've been up since 11:46 yesterday. So,
damn.
Yeah, it's time for me to head on to the Mosey. So I will be back later on if you guys are still on.
Yeah, hopefully it ends today. Hopefully, but
hopefully.
I don't know. They got 3 hours, and
am I gonna stream for 3 more hours, guys? You want to see me stream for 3 more hours? Let's vote. Let me do a poll.
They need to get this man out of here.
Misdemeanor ticket. It don't take this long, but I will be back before I start taking a nap on your guys' live stream. So
pleasure, Dre.
All right, thank you guys.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's go back to this video.
Yeah, because I want to see the little map. I haven't seen it. That's so funny to me.
This is a bit. This map stuff is.
I personally think this was her way of saying, "I'm sorry, guys, for going at you YouTubers. I'm going to do my best."
Also, this is Megan adding the map. You don't think this?
Yeah.
The DEA. No, this is the.
Oh, this is the. Okay. My bad. I thought this was Megan's work. My bad.
It does show how far she chased him.
Yeah.
They're gonna go around to Lafayette.
She's still going.
Yeah, we've seen this stuff. Fast forward through. We already know what happens. She almost gets hit by the car here because she's from London, where they drive on that side of the road.
But it also just look at him go. Look at how fast they're moving. Like he's picking. That's where she almost gets hit by the car. Is that someone who is afraid of this guy?
No, but that doesn't matter if you're racist. You just see a black guy putting. If all you're thinking about is, for that moment, Jonathan Majors put hands on her and he pushed her. And if that is all you're thinking about, you're not thinking about what happened prior to that moment and after that moment that would justify it. If that's all you're going off, this man's guilty. He harassed her. Now, I just don't get it. How is he not getting an intentional assault? Because they didn't ask for the reading of that. They asked for the reading of harassment. He's not intentionally doing anything right now. The harassment charge that you read to me seems like she should be the one being charged with any of it.
It's the subjects such other person to physical contact wording.
But you can rule out the physical contact with intent. You can rule out it as criminal if someone took your belongings.
It just to me, I keep going, this is what criminal defense attorneys tear their hair out about. It's a badly worded law in terms of presumption of innocence. And actually, the bar of criminality should not be poking someone in the shoulder, annoying them. Because if you read the law, that's criminal. We can get into the lengthy history of laws designed to continue to keep poor Black people poor, but this is one of these things. I don't know the history of this law really well. This could be one of those laws they put in the 90s when there was the last big sort of upheaval about assault and abusive relationships. It just seems like it's a black mark. It's what there. Did you see her hand there? That was the point of her hair. She gripped it with was it her left hand or her right hand that's injured?
The right hand is the one injured.
Yeah. So unless that camera's reversed, she just grabbed her hair with her right hand and showed no sign of pain.
Is the camera reversed?
I don't think so. No, the text is correct. It's not switched. The use other door we can read.
All right. Let me just test the sound and see if it's working, if you guys can hear it. Oh, it doesn't filter through. Damn it. All right. It doesn't filter through. Oh, that's very annoying. All right.
I mean, we've all watched this over and over again. We know what they say or what it sounds like they say.
Fair game, girly. Like, it's literally like, I'm Jonathan Major's girlfriend's. No way. And he was texting another girl in the car. I just got out of a moving vehicle. And then Chloe comes over because she wasn't standing with them initially.
Liana, let me ask you, because I don't want to perpetuate stereotypes that, at this moment, should she be saying, this guy just assaulted me? This guy just assaulted. Let's assume she's a victim for a moment and she's having a victim reaction.
4 minutes, she doesn't say he assaulted me.
She doesn't tell Holly. She doesn't tell anyone until the police show up.
Does that make sense to you?
This
Chloe
looks,
didn't even testify.
Was that when he comes? No, that's not when he comes back. If she's focusing on the cheating in this moment, instead of not saying anything, if she's saying, I don't want to talk about it, which is clearly not what she's saying, because
she clearly does want to talk about it.
She clearly does want to talk about something, hence a hug from a stranger. Somebody who is trying to cover up what happens doesn't if somebody's just assaulted you, are you going to care that he cheated? Is that going to be the first thing on your mind? I believe the testimony was, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, that she told them he cheated on her.
Yep.
Not anything else. So that's what's front of mind as she goes to this club and racks up his credit card.
As an newfound independence.
Right. Not, he was just violent for me for the first time. Let's not do anything to make him angry again. And you can't second guess this stuff. There are inconsistencies in her story. The fact that it was originally, he choked me, and then that just seemed to disappear. The fact that the driver isn't corroborating her story, and that her tying up her hair with no seeming sign of pain, because if she's playing it up for strangers,
and there's no blood. How is her blood on her ear visible?
There should
11 in the morning, but these friends don't see the gushing blood.
That's a very, very, very strange injury. That thing behind her ear. I'm still trying to figure out what could possibly cause that injury.
And I believe something like that could rebleed if you pull it again, right?
Oh, yeah.
It should have bled initially, and she's had no time to clean up behind her ear at this point in time. So
white shirt, blonde hair, there's nothing to obscure blood there. And if you've got a cut that big on your ear and you're feeling your finger, aren't you going to go, why does this hurt? And there's the moment. There's the moment where
you
he came back.
it on your finger.
That was
Look
the
at his
moment he
face
came
here.
back.
Look at his
And
face
that's
when he
you
walks by
stay
the
away
camera.
from me. Yeah.
He's like, come on, man.
Oh,
Get the fuck out of
please
here.
don't copyright me. Please don't copyright me. I'm trying to play the music, but God, please don't copyright. I'm so scared of copyright. But yeah,
I don't hear music.
Well, this is public
you couldn't
footage.
hear it? Oh, what's the point? Oh, you couldn't hear it? Oh, damn. Okay, so this is the second car.
Now.
I think this is the second time that they're going to a taxi.
Okay, I haven't seen
the
this.
Cadillac
Yeah,
pulls up.
this is a different angle.
This poor driver. I feel
He says that he's checked
bad
in
for
with
this guy.
He checked in with the headquarters, and they said you got to stick with the drive. Probably because he's a
hazards
celebrity.
on. He put the hazards on. I think you have to when you pull up in that lane, but still.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No one in his position defends a guy who is beating on a woman.
So just be known, in this angle, you can see Chloe. Look at Chloe standing closer than Max and Shams. So this is a different angle than the other video that is public of car 2. So now you can actually see Chloe behind the street sign, and then white cap in the back talking to Shams.
Right.
So she's followed.
And look at them going into the car. Look how quickly they get into this car door, and then look how quickly this car door opens on the other side.
Because Jonathan wants nothing to do with her. He's just going to leave.
And he's sending key thing here, guys. He's sending the friends home as well. This is for them to get home
Their
safe.
body language is like a big testimony of Jonathan Majors, because they think everything's good. They're back in the car. If there was
look at this car door open.
If there was some threat, then they wouldn't have left, right? They wouldn't
have. Oh my God,
this
is
girl.
So brawling again.
He's coming out. He's coming out. Her arms are flailing out. You see her arm right there flail at him. You see he's trying to look at his feet again. And then they walk. As soon as they're in public, she constrains herself.
Harassment, guys.
And Chloe's coming back to comfort her.
Chloe better not say one bad word about Jonathan.
And Chloe just got shoved off again.
At this point, if I'm seeing this and I thought she was in danger, I'd be on the phone to the cops.
Really?
Oh
yes, it's in public. This is why this case this video.
Yeah, if someone's ear was bleeding,
this case down. It really should, because everyone that's there, no one is doing anything because they know what's going on. They know that there's no danger posed to her at all.
Yeah,
so,
if I thought she was in any danger, I'd be on the phone.
This is where she's supposed to throw something when she gets out with her bag and throws
something. It should
something.
be done by here. I'm sorry. I know that they want to be precise in regards to the first incident. They want to be precise, but this really should remove all doubt. Sorry. Well, in terms of him being guilty, this should really be hey.
Again, we don't know the jury instructions, and that's the infuriating thing, because these cases often come down to the instructions the judge gives the jury.
Let me try actually.
And
the clarifications now, 2 clarifications now.
Yeah, and if they're clearly the interpretation of that 4th charge is tripping them up, and it's a shitty written law.
Very.
It's like up here in Canada, we have a reasonable person standard. So, but U.S. law is all as it's written, and it's a real pain in the ass in cases like this.
I believe. Let me try.
Jonathan Majors is gone at this point, I believe, and it's just Chloe was sitting in the SUV talking to Jabari, and is like, "Well, girl, we got to get on to this party. We're already missing the drinks. Let's go run up your man's credit card."
If he just beat her up, and he's terrified of police, he's really gonna leave her with strangers in the car, removing his ability to control the situation. That doesn't make a ton of sense.
Real talk. That's actually that's actually a very good point.
If he is a narcissist and he thinks, no, I can charm my way out of every situation, I'm going to make these people
he looks at his face too. He knows he got nicked. He said he felt the thumb.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Not that people don't just look at the mirror anyway, but it could be
Yeah, but
non-consequential, but
what is it here? He was scratched on the side of his face, right?
it was like
something's-
she said he said she dug her thumb into his face, and you can see like a little circle
And
gash
again,
with skin layers removed.
and again, that's an actor's response because remember
he looks
he's got filming after this as well. He's gonna go film a project after this as well. So he would be interested on how his facial appearance is.
Yeah,
like.
when like layers of
moneymaker.
skin are peeled off like that, you can't cover it, especially if your beard's kind of patchy. Like
I got one on my cheek right now.
you can't put it'll be like a glob of foundation if you try to cover that. Like you really gotta do some work to.
They digitally remove everything now in American films, but he looked shaken up in that elevator. His posture was very not angry. It was like he seemed pretty rocked there. Now this is the club.
You run away from danger, not towards danger. Kayvon says. I just want to read that out.
Yeah. So what are we looking at here now?
This is Grace at the club.
Okay.
Is it I forgot with Rosie's or something? But yeah,
with an injured finger. Apparently, this finger is hurt, but it's about to sign
right
check.
there.
The bottom.
At this point, she's got to be in pain.
Yeah.
The swelling would be kicking in. I mangle my hands all the time. I'm a little too familiar with this. At first, you're kind of in shock, but by this point, holding a pen like that with an injured middle finger.
I'm just trying to play devil's advocate, Keem. That's why I'm saying with the whole trauma response, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate.
It does kind of look hurt there. But again, if it's that bad, I don't know.
I mean, I don't see her like wincing. I see her trying to shove something into a packed purse.
Well,
so it looks like she's moving her hand weird, but it looks like she's manipulating her hand because she's a female with a lot of things in her purse.
But that would be agonizing if you've got
finger.
That movement right there, that would hurt a lot. She'd be doing something to compensate for that.
And she's not even cautious about using two hands at a time. Like, it's not like we're saying it's impossible to hold something, but for you to carelessly pick up and maneuver, switch objects between hands.
Yeah, she's not favoring the hand. that digging in your purse, that's agony with an injured finger. And then she goes right for the glass with no hesitation.
And it's a champagne glass, which is like not, I don't know.
No, yeah. Well,
not these two fingers. It's
the fact that she pulls her hand out of her purse. There's nothing, anything before she just grabs that glass like a pro.
Let's party away, guys.
So what's going on? Oh, so that's her? No.
Yep. This is when she's sending. You can see her visibly texting Jonathan. You can see it.
She's texting him right now.
Yeah.
She's trying to embarrass him.
Absolutely. This is so bad. It
shows you how many cameras are in buildings in New York, huh?
I'm glad there is, though. I'm really happy about this because they could really save your life. I'm sorry, but if we were living in the 80s where there was, I don't know how many cameras there were in the 80s, but he probably would have been finished if there were no cameras. She said case closed. She had pictures of bruises.
Well, again, the jury isn't reviewing this stuff. This is not on the table as anything anymore. Yeah. So this is all just us kind of
looking.
I think just watching the train wreck, we can't look away.
Yeah.
I think it's curious to know how much of the testimony of Chloe they
she's not even crying, by the way. You've been hit by bearing in mind she says she's been assaulted. You're not even crying that the person you love has just assaulted you and be like, I can't believe he did that. This is the first time he's ever assaulted me. Remember our testimony. Oh my God. I'm sorry, but I mean, I know I'm a guy, but she's a She's like
Well, I thought this part was weird because her intent isn't to go upstairs and call it a night, even though she says her intent was to go and pack finally and get out of there, and that's what that last text message means. But she'll sit here for a decent amount of time, check her phone, and then she goes and decides to go upstairs finally. And then that's when she tries to call her sister, and that's when she starts blowing up Holly Blakey's phone, because to me, it seems like she doesn't want to just be alone to her own silence now that the party's over.
Now, the thing about her composure here is this is the same woman who fled the courtroom in tears multiple times. And this is why we're not talking about a woman here. We're talking about her. We've seen her in other environments. We saw her break down about the suicide of an ex-boyfriend years ago, like it was still fresh. So that, her relative composure here versus how she behaved in court, that's the relevant thing here. Is her affect different? And it could be here because she's drunk, But okay, so what's this now?
This is Jonathan.
He's leaving the hotel.
Yeah, in the morning.
This is him leaving the hotel. Okay, so he's checked in a hotel.
Can't button his coat.
Oh, are there buttons missing from his coat?
Yep.
That happened during car 2, that second car instance. And she testified to it eventually, finally.
After being grilled so many times.
She confessed that she ripped the buttons off his coat
while she was pulling at him in that car 2 scene. Yeah.
So
in one of the angles, you see the white shirt become visible underneath.
We're expected to believe that he beat up on her. She chased him down the street, got back in a car with him. When strangers were there, she had a way out, and then she attacks him.
Only attacks him when she's in the car away from their line of sight while they're standing further down the sidewalk. She gets in, and then within less than 20 seconds, the other door is opening, and he's getting out of that door. Opposite of where she got in. The driver has to come close both doors.
But does this make sense?
No.
Like getting back in the car. I mean, I have a particular issue with fights in cars because of past bad experiences. They're terrifying because it is an enclosed space and you have nowhere to go.
This guy is looking around, by the way. He's going back to his apartment, but he's like, is she here?
He is looking rattled.
Yes.
Here.
Because all he has is a text message, 32 missed calls and a text message saying there's no note. Just want to let you know what happened.
32 missed calls.
There is no note. I just want to let you know what happened. That is insane, guys. Like, I'm reading that as suicide too.
Well, like, I would.
You just
beat me. We don't even know what was above that text too.
Look at his posture there.
He's done.
Look.
He's like, shit, what did I do? Because he's been here before.
That is not an angry guy. That is a guy who's walking to the gallows. And he's
more distraught than her. He is more distraught than her. He's got
look at him.
He's thinking.
Look at him. And this is before the police were called. So this is not an act knowing there's a cat. Look at him.
He's got an earbud on. What song is he listening to?
D'Angelo.
No, he's listening to Blue Cantrell. So he's
brave. Boom. Boom. What's the difference between me and you?
This is where he decides to call his manager, because maybe he's on the phone with his manager right now already with earbuds.
Oh, maybe.
Is there a timestamp to any of these? Is there a timestamp in that yellow text in the bottom, or is that just like a weird little yellow?
There was a timestamp before the video played.
There was a timestamp before the video.
Oh yes.
Oh my God! There's another 9 minutes of this.
Yeah, if there's a timestamp, because the manager said what, 10:45.
So now he's getting in the elevator. Interesting that he waited for the other people. He was probably finishing the call.
Yeah.
He stays on the phone
before
the whole time. He stays on the phone this whole time.
This case should never have gone to trial. Fuck the
How do you have reception in an elevator? I'm envious.
They probably got like Wi-Fi boosters. This is a luxury apartment. This luxury living.
Okay, 30 minutes later.
So he's already been on the phone with the manager for like 12 minutes.
Why is he going down? Is this to meet the police?
This is to get the handyman.
Oh yeah, they get the handyman,
to get the door open.
Yeah, skip ahead. Why we
no
gotta watch
way
him
you
on an
can look.
elevator?
I'm gonna watch
You,
him go down 18 floors.
Skip
in
ahead.
this
Oh,
moment,
I
by the
wish
way,
we could see
guys.
this
In
phone.
this moment, by the way, Grace has sent a text to Holly saying that she's awake. In this moment,
Not
as
quite
he's
yet.
doing this.
13 minutes or more than 13 minutes.
So is she still locked in
10
the
minutes after
bathroom
this.
at this moment?
Yeah.
The bedroom door is locked in the penthouse, so he can get into the penthouse. The bedroom's on the top floor. There's a suitcase on the first floor. It's a
Okay.
triplex. It's a 3-story, and the
So
bedroom door is locked, and the bathroom and closet are in the bedroom.
so it's the bedroom that he can't get into.
Yep. And he was knocking right there. So he's not knocking on the penthouse door and 3 stories up. She can't hear it. He's knocking on the bedroom door, and she's just around the corner in the bathroom
Oh,
closet.
the time is 10:58. So she did send a text message. It's 10:45
Okay.
that she apparently said.
Okay, so now
No,
okay.
11:07 is when she sent the text message.
11:07. Oh, my bad. Okay, so it's
10:45 he
10:58.
calls his manager, and
Wait,
11:07 she
Oh,
texts Holly Blakey.
yeah,
So
because
Somebody asked
he's
why
on
there's
his
no
phone with his
audio.
manager, Elon Ruspali, until he has to call 911. So he switches, he gets off the phone to presumably call 911, like dial. And then he's on the phone with 911 for 3.5 minutes before the first responders arrive to the lobby of the building.
yeah, the time is it's really small at the bottom, but the current time as we're speaking is 10:59, going to 11 o'clock at the bottom of the YouTube video.
So now he's got to explain that he needs someone to come open his. Imagine that. Can you come unlock my bedroom door, because I can get into my penthouse, but I can't get into the bedroom. It's locked, and we don't know what he explained in this moment, but he has to explain that it's the bedroom that's locked, not his main door.
And it looks like he's trying very hard to seem calm right now. He's not putting on the theatrics of I have to save her. You know, he doesn't look like he's trying to build
such a narcissist
story. Well, that's the thing, right? A narcissist in this moment would be making it all about them.
Fucking hate that guy, man. I'm sorry, I know he's your friend, but that really pissed me because that word is thrown around so much, and it is a damaging word. You can't just throw a label on somebody without
it's one of those.
I'm sorry.
It's one of those words, though, where, let's face it, there is this idea of celebrities, which is why, you know, I think everybody here has had that thrown at them at some point. I know I am. I have. There's that idea. Everybody has an ego. Everybody has arrogant moments. That is not the same as clinical narcissism.
I keep saying, if you've actually been with an actual clinically diagnosed narcissist, I don't think you'll live to talk about it.
There's an inappropriateness of affect. So the emotions don't seem to be like, they're not the reactive emotions we see in most people. They seem to be presented like there's a cognitive, I am supposed to do this now, going on. There's something where the reactions like here, how is one supposed to behave when their ex-girlfriend who may have just killed herself is locked in the he looks like, here we go again here, which is not what a narcissist would do.
Yeah.
You know, it would be all about him and the inconvenience to him and the display of him being a good person in this moment, not I want away from this woman, but I have to make sure she's okay.
I still remember when those.
How long did it take for the handyman to come in, come out? Do you remember what it said earlier?
3 minutes.
It was a 3-minute.
Well, it's at 11:07 to 11:11.
So what did he
just? He's not staying then. It's possible that he's inside the room and he fixes up the door, does what he needs to do, and doesn't even go and look inside. He's not acting like it. The way he just walks right past. So look at the way he just walks past these front men. He's not going to be like, yo, you wouldn't believe what I just saw. She was lifeless inside there. He just opens the bedroom door. Probably doesn't even see that Jonathan goes to the bag. Jonathan sends him off because he likes confidentiality.
So 2 minutes later. Well, yeah, they've seen some shit in these buildings.
No, I don't think he saw this. I don't think the handyman saw inside the the closet. He just saw, oh, get that bedroom door for you.
Because it careens around. It's a long bedroom door, and then the bathroom door is on the same wall as the bedroom door. So
So
you
at
like
this
go around the
point,
furniture
coming.
and turn around.
they've gotten the bedroom door open. She's not there. There's vomit on the bed. Bathroom door shut. Is that what's going on right now?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if the like bathroom door was closed. There's no way, like the handyman could have opened the bedroom door and it doesn't let you see into the bathroom because the bathroom's on the same wall, like a lot of feet down. It's a long bedroom.
Yeah.
Oh man, imagine being on the phone with like 911. You got someone standing in the elevator with you.
Yeah.
Because as he's calling 911 at this point.
Look at him shuffling. You know, he's resisting the urge to pace.
But what I don't get is, did the jury get to see? They might have been able to see this video as part of but you can't just play this stuff without someone laying foundation for it.
Yeah.
And he didn't testify. So we're seeing things that may have been submitted as evidence that may not have been shown to the jury. Like obviously when the first responders show up, that's fair game, girly, but
stop that.
I think this was. I think this. I don't know.
We have to save this girl.
Dani,
we can't go.
Dani would have said if this was played. So, but let's say that it was. I think this would have been served to say he is more concerned than
Officer Brendan Swain and Lucerio.
Okay, here we go.
He looks like a Lucerio. You know, if we could just play the audio, right?
And
let me sync it. This is when he says keep things confidential. He wasn't talking to the cops.
1 second. Let me try and find that audio real quick.
Don't really try. That would be impossible. Just keep going.
Okay.
That's
gonna take forever.
Any audio on closed circuit?
No, the 911 audio, because the jury definitely got to hear the 911 audio.
They asked for that to be replayed, and that was what was it? Possible suicide, suspected suicide. That's what it was called in.
And he mentioned twice based on text messages that he'd received.
Yeah.
And I was telling them, hey, now look, I may be black, but don't worry, I definitely live here.
And he's pointing at his phone a little bit. He just point because he leans.
He's trying to say he knows he needs to prove himself. Like, I got suicidal text messages here. Look at this.
And look how he's like keeping his elbows straight to his torso. Like he doesn't even want to look aggressive or flinching or
he's
anything dangerous.
He knows what to do. He knows what to do. He's prepped.
And at this point, I don't think they know it's a white woman.
Mm-hmm.
They may have known because he did say so on the call. So he's probably just making sure that he's not.
Wait, what was their full name? Grace something, Nick something, Jabari. He said all 4 names.
But the person in the phone call says, "Okay, Grace, okay," and that's all that she needed.
Mm-hmm.
The operator.
Mm.
Oh God, awkward ride.
One thing I hate is that we're not going to see. We're only going to see him going up. We'll see her coming down. We just don't see him coming down in cuffs. So they don't know. The jury don't know he was arrested that day, do they? Has that been shown to them that he's arrested?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the end of the video. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Kayvon says if they find him guilty, I'm done. What do you guys think? If they find him guilty, what would be
nothing changes my mind. I'm not requiring on the verdict of or the opinion of 6 people or one of them to get this harassment charge on him so that I can make up my mind. I know what happened very much. I have all the information that I need to. I listened to her say he never attacked her before March 25. I know what harassment is. I see text messages. He breaks up with her. I understand revenge. I completely get what happened, and I'm not skewed by racism or any other sort of bias that maybe the people in the jury have been conditioned to have. In fact, I have the opposite: life experiences, media, social awareness to know that everything this guy did is what we train men to do, or boys to do, I should say, so that they react this way if they're ever in that. You're in a car, it's moving, ask to stop, get out.
Yep.
You're on your side of the car and she's still there. Pushing her is only because she's coming at you, which is proven further by her still remaining to come after you, running after you, block after block. Even when she meets some new friends, you're walking past her, she comes to pursue you some more. Every fact that we've seen with our eyes tells me that he wasn't harassing her.
But again, it's the language of the law. And I think that if there is a guilty plea here, this is going to be a wake-up call for a lot of people who have not had interactions with police, don't know how little it takes to end up with, a harassment violation on your record. And again, most
especially
people
in a domestic situation where it's like someone has to be taken if there's an injury.
Yeah. And a lot of people are just like, I don't want the problem. I can't afford a lawyer. And lawyers tell people like, look, just even get a consultation from someone because this stays on your record. And I do think the only difference here is that this was somebody with a profile and it happened in a luxury penthouse. And so the media was called. If the media hadn't been called and there hadn't been calls for him to, lose his job,
yeah, this goes nowhere.
Yeah, this is not. I mean, look at the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing. The trial resolved nothing. It didn't change anybody's mind. I think if he plays his cards right, even if he's found guilty on the lightest charge, it's not the end. There is a way to rehabilitate his image. Again, Robert Downey Jr. was pulled over with an illegal gun. It can happen. It's
white.
a whole
Ezra Miller's white. Every example you're gonna use is gonna be a white guy. What people are, with the minds that they made up is, oh look, you said something about Johnny Depp right now. No, look, I'm neutral on Johnny Depp. Didn't care anything. The trial happens. I see my dog stepped on a bee, and I see the crazy. Remember that witness who was like this with his lips? It was like
Spiegel.
So but that's the thing.
As a neutral guy who just didn't have an opinion on the matter, after that trial happened, I go, oh, Amber Heard's much of a liar. I heard some audio. So you changed the minds of people who didn't have their mind set in that case.
Right.
Likewise here, people who were just observing and they may have heard about it on March and then they scrolled past it. They like Marvel for the movies. They don't care about the actors. This not a guilty verdict will get them on, oh, guess he didn't do it. And all the evidence and stuff too. So yeah, the guys who kind of like have their toes dug deep into the sand because they know Jonathan did it. You're not going to fix anyone's mind.
It all depends on the crisis management that's done after this. Right now, he's clearly panicking. It may have been a better move career-wise to plea, but he believes strongly that he didn't do it and he wanted to clear his name. And the question is, how much trauma does he have from this event? The core thing here is people have to get him right so that he can go back to work and, just put it behind him. And I would be very surprised if there was jail time, even if it's like, what, 10 days in jail?
It should be time served. I mean, I'm sure they offered a plea for time served for the lower charges at some point.
Yeah, I mean, this is a violation, again, not a felony. This is the PR war, and the media has definitely been on a side here. So he needs a good crisis PR firm to start shaping what's next, because he does have the talent to come back. Yeah. He does.
And he's got the movies to come back. Magazine Dreams already filmed. So
but they
box office gross, they pulled it, but it doesn't mean they're not going to put it out. You think after this not guilty verdict, they're just going to not pull it out?
I mean,
no. They'll put it out.
Creed 3 came out right after he got arrested. And I remember that because I had a real crisis of conscience.
You're wrong about that. You're wrong about that. Creed 3 was already out before the arrest.
Yeah.
It happened right around the same time, didn't it?
Yeah, similar, same time.
It was
near.
March 15th. One second. Let me just check that. I think it was March 15th.
Sorry, did Quantum Mania come out after the arrest?
February.
Yeah, March 3rd was Creed 3.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah. Because I remember he had 2 movies back to back. So
it was in theaters. It was in theaters when he got arrested. And Creed still made money. It made a lot of money. It was the most profitable Creed film of the 3. So in terms of this affecting his box office, at the time people were saying it's not going to affect box office. People didn't boycott Loki season 2 because of this. And he was in that much more than he was season 1.
Absolutely.
So, and that's really, at the end of the day, we know that's all that Hollywood cares about. And, we're coming up on Aquaman 2 coming out. They're predicting a flop. And I mean, that's the thing about Ezra Miller. There may have been no charges against Ezra Miller, but Ezra Miller killed their career with that. The people spoke on that. Never mind that it was, not the greatest movie.
Yeah.
But people didn't see it. People weren't judging the film. They were just like, nope, not interested.
I don't want. Yeah. If I will say it from day one, I've always said I'm a Flash fan. I went to watch it regardless.
I saw it. I paid to see it. It was a great Michael Keaton movie.
Yeah. That's what I was literally about to say. If Ezra didn't do if none of this ever happened, that movie would have really done a lot more numbers. It really would have. And I'm saying that to add on to Liana's point.
This is awful. This is me being a little bit evil at the moment. But if Ezra Miller had showed up to the premiere looking more like Barry Allen and less like Ezra Miller with the messy bun and the stubble and the makeup and all that stuff, I think people would have gone, okay, they've learned their lesson. They're not going to care about their pronouns. They
I don't
showed
think people
up.
care about the premiere the way you think that people care about the premiere.
I saw people responding to it, and I talked to people who were sort of on the fence, and they saw how they looked, and they're just like, nope, they've learned nothing. They're still being arrogant. And
but were those people that weren't going to give the Flash a chance anyway? I think that's what
they were on the fence. That's why
the casual audience is what determines box offices.
Yeah,
I was. Yep. I'm glad
the casual audience is going, no, not interested. I don't think people are generally understanding about people who have breakdowns. I mean, look at Britney Spears.
I don't think the casual audience, I personally, if I go see a movie, I might not, and I'm not a big movie buff. I'm not following the premieres, the interviews. I'm not following the stars. So if I choose as the casual moviegoer to see the movie, I'm not really watching the premiere at all.
Yeah, but
you don't care about the red carpet. Maybe you might have seen on Jimmy Fallon, they have the actors sitting next to you. What's going on?
Exactly. Hello.
Hey, Dani. Welcome.
Hey, the red beanie.
Welcome.
Man,
welcome.
listen,
How you doing?
I can't stay long, but I'm not doing good at all.
Oh, whoa. Clarify that right now. What's going on?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Please.
I don't know.
Somber mood.
You don't know what to eat for lunch. You don't know what to eat for dinner. You don't know
I don't
how
know
your partner is doing. Clarify. Talk to us. We are your
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, inside
and
the courtroom,
I'm very rarely at a loss for words.
So tell us what they asked for specifically. They went in there and they said, we need to know video. So they're looking over the video of the pushing, yeah?
They, I don't even know. They just said they wanted raw footage of vehicle number 1. I didn't even know that was a label. So I'm guessing that's the first video. Yeah, that includes the push, but it was so quick that they played
so they didn't
twice.
get the slowed down version. They didn't get a slowed down.
They want unedited footage. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we didn't see it because they only turned the TV to them. So
were they
couldn't even
leaning
see
in
what
at
they were
all?
playing. Say that again?
Were they leaning in to watch the video?
Yeah, because what they do whenever they ask for something to get replayed, they put the TV right in front of the jury box. So we can't see it or hear it. So they played each video twice. Then they asked to get charged for the explanation of charge reread. So they did that. And then they asked for only part of Chloe's testimony to be read. And that was the part where she said that Grace told her her finger hurt and she gave her some ice. And but again, she contradicted her entire testimony shortly thereafter.
Did they only replay the prosecution's direct transcript back, or did they also play the cross-examination?
Prosecution, that's it. They just wanted the part where she told the prosecution that Grace said something about her finger hurting, and she gave her ice. That's it. No context, just that one little part. And I noticed that when they played that back, the Hispanic looking male, and then the black woman looked defeated, almost like she was the only holdout for that particular piece.
But that still could have all happened in car 2, so that's why I hate that. And it could have happened in car 1 without any intent.
Do you think that the rest of the people in the jury had convinced her to change her mind if she was ever so staunch?
I hope that she stands her ground if it's her that's the only holdout, because I feel like they already made a decision on the first 3, and they're hung up on that 4th one. So we could very well get a verdict today if they don't get home. But just in watching the body language, I don't know, man. I don't know. And then I'm like, why are you asking for that one little piece when
why don't they ask for the driver? The driver's testimony where he says she did everything.
It's not contentious. Right. Yeah.
It seems like somebody's nitpicking. Somebody in there is nitpicking.
Great.
And trying to stick him with something. And they're all fighting among themselves about it. And those were the things that came up for them to ask in order to kind of settle the argument.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like charge, it's all surrounding the 4th charge.
4th charge is harassment in the 2nd degree, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. The law came into effect in the 90s, like I was saying. Yeah. Yeah. So they probably wouldn't be arguing on this charge if they'd convicted him of something more serious, correct? This is sort of a fallback.
Right. I think the two of them are fallbacks. One assault is fallback, and one of the man, I can't even talk. I'm so agitated.
The 2 recklesses. Each of the reckless is.
Yeah. 2 of the the harassments. One of the harassments and one of the assaults. I feel like those are just backups.
Yeah.
Do you know when they re-explained? Yeah, a little bit.
I'm drained.
It's understandable.
I feel like crying a lot, honestly.
This is agonizing.
When they explained the rule again for the 4th charge, did they mention the follow part or did they leave it out again?
They left it out again.
That's
odd. He never mentions that part.
That's odd. So they're not seeing that as relevant. It's the 1st and 3rd sections.
Yeah, they're really trying to stitch the guy up. That's actually mad.
Well, that's what this law is designed to do. This is a jam the guy up law.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know.
We won't know because it would have happened like before the jury got in the courtroom. However, they argued over jury instructions and how they were worded. But if Chaudhry and Zuckerman preserved it as an argument for appeal, I mean, to me that seems like you leave something out of the writing of the charge itself in jury instructions.
I don't understand how that's even legal, but that's a whole other conversation.
Did Priya and Zuckerman actually preserve that argument that a part
it might not have happened in front of the open court?
The only thing that they tried to do was they tried a couple of different times to get the harassment one completely dropped out, and the judge kept saying no. So but they never specifically said because of that part about the following or whatever.
But you didn't hear them argue jury instructions and how it would be worded or anything. That took place outside of the
eyes had of the court. To have because we
wouldn't know if they preserved it until we see transcripts of what happened or we hear that it's an appellate issue if it needs to be.
Yeah.
But they're sharp. I'm sure they preserved it because that's pretty big.
Yeah, but who wants to deal with that? Though? I don't think they would. Thing.
For a violation,
would it be as simple as let's preserve it? I mean, I've seen as long as it's not proffered, so it's not the same way they're going through. I don't know.
I don't either. I only got a few more minutes, and I'm surprised my Bluetooth and this connection lasted as long as it did. But I just wanted to peek in because, I don't know, man. My stomach is literally sick. I haven't even drank or eaten anything since I got here, and I literally felt like I was about to pass out. when
Think of it this way: the longer that this trial goes, the longer that woman is holding out and not giving this verdict of guilty for
Yeah,
harassment. So it's better.
well, it is, but then
it's
I'm
gonna be
like, I would
hung.
hate for
It's,
it to take this long only for the outcome to be what we don't want to. So it's like I'm trying to be realistic, and I'm trying to be, you know what I mean? Like
it's
I'm
going.
just,
It's going to be hung. I feel like it's going to be hung. They're not gonna.
yeah. But how many days are they gonna let it go before they just say, okay, we can't get it? That's my question.
I think it might go
Because
until
they're
next week.
acting like this is a murder trial. Like, this is just insane to me that they can't figure this out.
It's
It's absolutely insane. I'm literally, my stomach is in knots.
like you look at that. You look at that. He's not doing any of this at all. I'm
None of
looking at
it.
the wording like I'm looking at the wording here. That it literally makes no difference. He did struck, shoved. He didn't
None
do
of
that.
it.
Shoved.
He didn't
No,
do
he
The
did
that.
only
shove
thing
her.
he
That's
did
the
do was
video show.
shove, but
Otherwise,
that was in self-defense to her grabbing
exactly,
at
which is
him.
a defense. Exactly.
Right.
We get it, but he's black.
The intent was on his face.
Oh,
Right.
fuck's sake, man. It's heartbreaking to see you in real time, because I'm looking at this. There is no way, you have to be in an insane asylum to actually find anybody guilty of this after seeing all the evidence come in.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Your intent, right here, it says intent means conscious, objective, or purpose. Does a person
Right.
act with intent to
And
harass,
at what point do
annoy,
you
or
decide
alarm?
somebody's
He didn't
intent?
do any of this.
But of course you intend to defend yourself. So I mean, are we going to split hairs here? Because if
We lost. I think we lost the audio. Oh, something is wrong with my audio.
I don't hear Dani. I hear
Yeah,
you.
Dani, your
It could be the
Dani,
Bluetooth. Or she
yeah,
hit the mute button.
yeah, you may have hit the mute button by accident, Dani. Oh no, she hasn't. No, she hasn't. We can't hear you, unfortunately. Okay, so yeah. Stop sharing there. It's OJ verdict took 4 hours. That's just insane. Yeah, we still can't hear you, by the way. We still can't, unfortunately, hear you. See. But thank you so much.
Sound like, go ahead, I'll meet you in there, maybe.
Okay.
If your daughter's with her still.
She's like, okay, Megan, I see you.
Okay, Velma, make sure you look for those glasses.
No, wrong Megan. Megan Good?
Megan Good, yeah.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn. I wasn't supposed to mention her. Oh, Lord. We really can't hear you, Dani.
Try leaving and returning.
Yeah, leave and return. Yeah, try leaving and returning. While that's going on, I'm just gonna say thank you, everyone. We're peaking at 845 live viewers. Oh my gosh, this is insane. Thank you so much, and thank you, Katt and Chillmonger, for being here, providing the entertainment. Hopefully Dani's no, still no sound. No, still no sound. Did you download the app? No. Okay, let me send you the
Her free trial expired. You know.
Let me send you the your jokes. Oh Lord. Check your Twitter. Dani.
There's a question. Does anyone know what's going on inside? I'm inside. Huh? Okay, so look, what's happening is that they have been sent to lunch break until 2:15, and that was an hour ago.
About 2:30, Lauren Victoria Burke said. So, this judge and his very lax court scheduling. It only took 8 months for us to finally start this trial, speedy trial, and then speedy court days, starting at 10 o'clock, usually 11, lunch lasting more than an hour every day, and then out the door at exactly 4:30 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, okay. By the way, guys, I appreciate everyone for sending their super chats. Also, if you do feel like you're getting a lot of value here, do consider sending a super chat. And if you're watching on replay, which I mean, you'd be a warrior if you are watching a replay of this.
Replay, bro.
But replay clue.
You got to put a chapter in the video that says verdict starts here.
I have to. Oh my gosh, chaptering this is going to be a nightmare.
No, just 2 chapters. Intro, and then somewhere down the line, 4 hours into it.
But yeah, if you do find what's happening here valuable, do consider sending a super chat, and we will read it out. Thank you for those that have super chat, by the way. Blues House, I appreciate you. Damn, sorry, just drank. Sana, I appreciate you for the super chats. Karen Da Silva, Chocolate Goody as well. Michael Parker, Dallas Holland, Derek Boyce, Shogun Horta. I really do appreciate you for sending the super chat. Thank you so much. Dani will be back. I'm just trying to get her to
reconnect.
Yeah.
All I'm thinking about right now is that harassment charge, and I think that'll be the focus of my recap video of the day. Should this still not be decided, I think that's what we'll just talk about, harassment. And then, I don't care. I don't have no journalistic integrity. I want the jury to see this video, so I'm gonna make it be like a picture of the jury on the thumbnail, right? It's be like a jury stand, and like what the jury don't forget about harassment. And then I'm gonna explain to them and repeat that the driver said it was all her. And then hopefully tomorrow when we see, oh look, they're asking now for, how they asked for Chloe's? They're going to ask for now for the driver. What did the driver say? And then they'll repeat that. See, couldn't have been the finger thing.
You can get like a restraining order, a protective order, and tell the police someone's harassing you because they call you 32 times.
So I'm surprised why they even hung up on this. I'm really surprised. There is nothing at all.
So I think it's possible that it's 5 against 1. So everyone's concerned that there's the black female juror is holding out. But I think it could be one person holding out because they want to stick at least one thing to make sure he gets some type of guilty. I think it could be 5 people that are like, man, this is ridiculous. Why are we here? And there's one person saying like, but her finger looked real bad, guys. We should give something. The ice on the finger. Her finger was clearly hurt at the club. Well, that doesn't mean that
it's that white woman, isn't it? It must be that white woman. It must be that white woman.
She's saying the finger was hurt at the club because Chloe said ice. Okay. Is there reasonable doubt that Jonathan Majors did that to the finger?
Did that with intent during that car 1 moment?
Exactly.
But
exactly. Car 2. There was car 2.
But we didn't see this though. Like you can't see this on the video. You didn't even touch the finger. This is how bad it is.
People don't have, and especially if they're not sitting all day watching this case and talking about it with other people, they're not in a comment section, they're not on X talking about it back and forth, seeing other people's reasoning. If they're taking their job very seriously, and especially if they don't have much of social interactions, they're not online anyway, they might not have people pointing out what's obvious to us. Like, hey, it's not really, it doesn't matter if she actually got her finger hurt. We can all accept that her finger looked nasty. But the point of what we're trying to decide legally is if beyond a reasonable doubt, we can say that Jonathan Majors did that to her on purpose in this moment. And people have to be walked through that. It's not just something that maybe we take it for granted because we've been discussing it for 2 weeks now.
Do you think that this is something that Priya et al., Priya and I forgot the other guy's name, so I'm saying et al. Zuckerman, thank you. Do you think this is something that Priya and Zuckerman should have really drove home, like literally walk? I'm not sure if they can actually. Damn, it would have been nice to have a lawyer here, but really,
they should have said in the closing, she is constantly harassing Jonathan, and then repeated that a few more times.
Use the language like
just walk them through, like saying this is not the action of someone who is harassing somebody. If you're going to charge you do not look at this and see this guy running away from her, making sure that she gets into the SUV again, and he's running away from her, loses buttons. I would have just, I don't know how that closing went.
I would have highlighted, instead of highlighting all the time she used her hand in the club, and maybe I would have done that too, to establish that an injury occurred later than in that car moment. I would have focused more on when she was using her hands reaching at him in car 1, when she was using the hands pulling at him while they were walking to the sidewalk in car 1, when she was using her hands when she flinged Chloe's hand backwards, when she was lunging at him again, all the instances where she could have injured her hand that would clearly not have been Jonathan, the mechanism would not have been Jonathan intentionally doing anything to her, but rather her intentionally trying to swing at him because she was determined. Because that's the issue, is the mechanism of the injury. It's not the existence of an injury, the fact that Grace Jabari had an injury. It's the mechanism and the attribution to Jonathan Majors. And I didn't hear the closing argument, but the prosecution focused on mechanism being Jonathan and the way he stood on his tippy toes and shoved her in the car like a doll. They focused on the mechanism, whereas with the defense, I'm not sure from what I've heard about the closing arguments that they focus on the mechanism. They offered alternative causes, possibly falling in the closet or any other thing, but they should have laid out exactly how that mechanism of injury, even if it was caused in that moment, was something Grace Jabari was choosing to do with her own hands, with her own agency. Her intent got her injured. Could have,
because she admits for going to the phone, going for the phone could have caused that,
and hitting him. And she said she didn't hit him with a closed fist, and I would have honed in on that, because then how were you hitting him? If you're testifying that you did not close your fist to hit him.
Yep.
That goes to my defendant's innocence.
I'm surprised they didn't pick this. Like, if he loses this case, it would be because they really dropped the ball when it really mattered. Because I still think Dani even giving us that little glimpse of them not even questioning if he saw through the mirror, because that's the first thing I'm doing. Oh, did you look at your rearview mirror? Oh yeah, of course. I saw what happened from there. Like, that would have just, okay, fine. That would have been like, okay, he saw what happened. He's reliable. I can go off on his account. But if I'm looking at that and they didn't even ask that question, then I have zero confidence that they even establish, hey, she went for she testified to hitting him. She testified for going for the phone. Okay, did she go for the phone, like grabbing it, and he's struggling to get the phone back? Because if that's the case, okay, it should be done. It should be done. Because that's how she got the injury. I'm holding my phone right here. I'm holding my phone. If you come for my phone, I'm going to be, and you take my phone off my hand, I'm going to be like this back. If your hand is on here, I'm going to touch it by default. I'm going to touch it by default. Try and grab the hand. Look at the area that's in contact. I'm going to try and grab it off the hand. If I grab it off you, the injury, that's where it would likely go red, and you're white, so it would likely go red.
If it happened there, but the problem is that just 8 minutes later, I can see her using the finger fine, doing everything nicely. The only kind of evidence, and a lot of that, there's a lot of that happening right immediately after that moment where he gets his phone back. So I don't think the finger happened there. I know Chloe's offering her ice in the club, but how long are they in the club for before that happens? How do we know she wasn't drunken and falling down? How do we know she didn't injure her finger in the restroom? There's a lot of places in the club she could have possibly needed the ice. And if she's asking for ice during the middle of the club,
how do we know she's not asking for ice for a flipping margarita in the club? Like, let's be real for a second here.
Well, she put it on her finger, didn't she?
She put it on her finger because that's immediately when it got sparked off. That's immediately when the injury occurred. If I don't know, maybe she even injures herself further later on, and that's why the purpley photo happened. Because I didn't see a very purple finger when she was on the elevator using her finger to hit the elevator button. I didn't see any damage, like not like that in the photo. It must maybe aggravated earlier in the club, but then it got worse later on when she's I don't know, upstairs.
I mean, let's face it, tactical error on the part of the defense to insist it must have happened later, not happen in some sort of tussle or something like that. There is a downside. I know what's the lawyer's name? Priya Chowdhury?
Yeah.
Priya Chowdhury. She believes in getting emotionally invested in clients. And there is a downside to that, because instead of just going reasonable doubt, here's all the different ways, she really did seem to seize on that idea that you heard it later. And that could prove to be a mistake, because, she could have done it wailing on him in the car. She could have done it chasing after him on the street. She could have done it any numerous ways. It's not their job to speculate, how she did it. The point is, he didn't
You
do it
can't
to her.
be certain. You can't be certain that he did it to her. It's not proven.
Why
that
am
he
I
did
so
it to her.
certain then? Why do I listen to the driver?
I'm certain that she did it,
I'm
and I would have,
certain.
instead of showing how capable she was of using her hands again, I would have just gone through the motions and shown all the opportunities where her finger could have been injured by her own intent and her own actions.
And at the very least, it's reasonable doubt to put this charge on him, this harassment charge. We have a lot of reasonable doubt that should put this to end here, right now. When they
I
come
would have
back
asked,
from
did
lunch.
he intend to annoy her by running away from her? Because maybe she did seem pretty annoyed by that. But was his intention to annoy her, or was it to get away?
But
he
again,
intend to harass her? Did he intend
this
to
would have been my
alarm
closing.
her?
Everything Katt is saying would have been my closing. It would have been just, let's go through this. What is the intention? Let's look at this. Did he intend to harass and annoy Jonathan Majors by chasing after him?
You can't. There are rules. You can't do that.
Yeah, you can't like that would have been.
Oh,
I think they got
flip
some
it.
objections. They got some objections in
Yeah.
their closing, as it was.
But
again, so what can you? I really wish I had a lawyer here. But so what can you actually, in defense of your client, what have you been?
I mean, they could have
these
pulled up,
scenarios?
just like the prosecution did. They could have pulled up the scenes of car 1, car 2, the chase. They could have said, here's her. She's moving forward in this video. She could have injured her hand by lunging forward in this video, which has nothing to do with Majors having an intent to hurt her. If she chose to lunge forward and strike at somebody, we heard her testify. She hit him. In fact, she even said, I would bring up that closed fist, that it wasn't a closed fist. She was with her open hands hitting him and pulling on him, which is consistent with the injury, according to the doctor, of an impact injury, of hitting something.
The law is unfortunately working as intended here. It's a guilty of something charge. It's a guilty of something conviction. This is the problem with the horse trading that goes on in jury rooms. If people feel he's a bad guy, he should be punished just for that moment. That moment where you see her head go up and back in the car is shocking, right? And some people can go, yeah, but it was self-defense, like that. Other people just are so into that benevolently sexist attitude of you never hit a woman, not you never hit people, you never hit a woman, that they see that, they think, I'm convinced he did something here. And, based on what Dani said about the body language of the jurors, that is what I infer is going on there. Someone wants to get him on something just because they saw that moment and they need to punish. It's not fair. But it's, the law came in 1992. It was part of that early third wave feminist broadening of domestic abuse and sexual abuse charges. Some did go overboard. And there's this false concept of, if you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear. And now that we're getting into this period of time where we are seeing people going a bit squirrely post-COVID, we're seeing a lot more aggression in all age groups. We're seeing it in youth. People are getting more physical. It's a question of whether this second-degree harassment charge is actually just. The fact that we're seeing it play out instead of it being a statistic. This is why criminal justice reform is such a hot topic in the US right now. Things like this.
Bayoji Akingbola, my Nigerian brother, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Really appreciate you. And he sent once more. $1.99. Thank you so much. And please, of course, don't forget to like this video and share this on your socials, and subscribe to the channel and subscribe to these wonderful creators. Their names are on the screen. Her that for Katt, that'll be her Twitter. Let me change that to your YouTube name. Let me change that to your YouTube name. Yeah, sorry about that. So I'm so used to your Twitter. But yeah, make sure you subscribe to their wonderful creators. They're doing some fantastic work. Liana does her Manly Mondays, and really does a lot of good work in breaking down the mental health aspect of a lot of these things, like gaming, like correct me if I'm wrong, like the messages that goes out by the mainstream media. Did I hit that right?
Yeah, I mean, people can check out my content and decide for themselves, but yeah, it's my interest in these things is always, how is it being reported? I was a journalist for years. I was a games journalist during Gamergate. I saw how that went down. That was wild. And like that's the thing. Some of the people that have written articles about Jonathan Majors were also neck deep in Gamergate. And so, there may still be some reactivity based on that, because that was wild stuff.
Well, it's not like those people died and went away. Yeah.
Well, but it's also just the velocity of everything, and the how people were accusing, somebody wrote a false article that I was raped by my uncle during that whole thing. Like, it just really, I think, opened everybody's eyes to the fact that it is a free-for-all. And so my interest in these cases is people read a lot of themselves they get very invested in these trials and these verdicts. And what I just want to say to people is that no matter what happens here, what happened to you was real. You're not imagining it. You're not exaggerating it. If someone hurt you, that is valid. Courts don't heal. Courts punish. Some people feel like they have closure. I mean, if a dangerous person is off the street, obviously that's reassuring. But in cases of emotional, spiritual, or economic abuse, often the courts can't settle that. That doesn't what happened to you any less real. So please, no matter what happens, just, the big concern about the way the media has covered the suicidal ideations, the way they've covered the I'm a Great Man, Coretta Scott King thing. All of this has a damaging effect on the people, notably the men that read this coverage. And I just want to let people know that that is not the world. Environment is a major under-discussed element. We're moving to a biopsychosocial model of mental health. So biological medications, psychological therapy. That social or environmental pillar has been badly neglected for years. And that's the part that is going to be there on your healing journey when you've been abused. That's social circles. So that's my focus in the men's content. Well, I do Two Women Talking with Song W. Erickson as well. And we're doing a whole thing on toxic women, toxic men. We've pre-recorded the Jonathan Major stuff. We'll see what happens. Now I'm like, we shouldn't have pre-recorded it that far in advance, because we do like weeks and weeks in advance. But, we talked about how people get in here and how, no matter what, he's at a crossroads right now. He has some pretty heavy choices ahead of him. I think his career can rebound. I don't think this is fatal.
It's not based on his choices. It's based on how people perceive it and what the box office growth of Magazine Dreams will be. Nothing is in his hands.
It's also, Magazine Dreams may get shelved. We don't know. I hope it doesn't. But, Disney is being
Magazine Dreams will be shelved, and
I don't think
harassment charge will be because of that.
They need a moneymaker right now. It won't happen.
No.
They deep sixed a Gina Carano show over a series of tweets. It's unpredictable.
That wasn't filmed, and they didn't spend money on it. So this is a different case.
This is just waiting for release. I don't see that happening. I really don't.
After a strike and after there's not going to be enough movies to be putting out in May, June, July because nothing was filming, they'll do it.
They're doing
what's going to happen is he's not going to be in awards consideration because they're pulling it and they're going to release it after December, which the reason it all comes out
next year. There's awards that he can be eligible for the next time. Nothing matters. This is not. It's not the stain that you think that it may be because we all see the evidence, and many of us, at least on YouTube section, comment sections, they all say, "No, this is good. You're supposed to run away. You're nice." A harassment charge this will spotlight the BS that is harassment, which
I think it's done that a lot more. It's done that a lot more than anything. Like
that's why I'm highlighting the nature of the charge, because I do think that a good crisis communications team will focus on the fact that he was really afraid of what would happen if the police were involved. Those fears were really warranted. Whatever you think of him, is it criminal to be annoying? Is this a world we want to live in? Do people get, a black mark on their record for being criminally annoying or getting into one shoving match once? I don't know of anybody who goes through life that squeaky clean.
You know what else we don't know? What if right after this trial, Jonathan Major says, "Here, I'm going to release the whole text thread. Watch everything. Here, I'm going to do some more things that need to be released to show how innocent I was and how bullshit this entire case was." We don't know that either.
I think the best thing to do is let it stand and get the same thing Johnny Depp did. Just get on with his life. If he doesn't get convicted on the most serious charges, I think that does matter.
Yeah. It's not murder. It's not murder. It's not assault either. If this was assault, if they were deliberating over assault rather than harassment, second degree, by the way, harassment, it would be a much different case. But they're not even considering.
To listen to Travis Scott music, or has the big thing where a bunch of people died in his concert affected Travis Scott?
Well, didn't that happen to who else did it happen to? Not Drake.
Drake?
A stage collapsed at something. Who am I thinking of?
I know
D'Angelo.
Oh, damn it! I know you're.
The stage collapsed, and there was a big thing about it. And I mean, the fact that we can't remember who it was proves the point, right?
Was it Cardi?
I don't know.
Cardi threw water at somebody, right? Somebody threw water at her. She threw it back.
Nicki Minaj.
No, that was Busta Rhymes.
Partner.
That was Busta Rhymes. At the airport. But that was not damage.
That's right.
That could have been seen as harassment or assault, but it was clear that nothing was gonna happen because they saw what the woman did to him beforehand, which was go for his he grabbed his arse. Didn't she?
I think his career is gonna recover unless this has damaged him so badly, because we already have signs of some mental health issues. There's a cumulative trauma that is undeniable. His just personal history, there's healing to do there, and he can choose to take this as an opportunity to address it and go on and have an incredible career still.
But you said he needs the career to recover. That language makes it sound like there's something that's that affected his career. Box office grosses are the only measurement of his career being damaged. Box office grosses will say that.
Well,
in the last 8 months, when every actor was on strike, where no one was really acting or doing anything, so was he.
That strike,
except for different
in context, does change a lot. I mean, and that's what MC No Lie is saying here. Thank you so much for your $4.99 super chat. She says he or she, I don't know who, considering Mac Dreams supposedly deals with roid rage and violence as a result, I doubt they'll release it. I get the point, but you gotta understand, this is a business, and Disney has not turned a profit since they bought Marvel, and the Marvel properties from Fox, etc. That's not cheap, by the way, and they have been making losses after losses.
They may use this as an excuse to bail out of Kang. I hope they don't, because quite frankly, he's one of the better things they have going on right now, box office wise. Hollywood likes to spank people, say you were bad, take your punishment. And if you're good and you do it, you're out in the wilderness for a while, you'll come back. He has the talent. You know, it may not be, he may want to get back to work right away. It may not be the best thing for him to do.
He's got a Spike Lee movie right away, and he's gonna be right in there. He's gonna do
the public humiliation he has experienced here. Let's face it, a lot of this
public
evidence,
humiliation is not what you think it is. Everyone who now have seen the video of him running away, or at least not everyone, I said a generality, but many have. This has saved him. The publications from Variety over the last 6 to 8 months, Rolling Stone, all that doesn't matter as much as video, which actually shows up on TikTok.
I agree with you. The public is probably, the people who are aware of this are on his side. It's the fact that he's a deeply private person who has had some of his lowest moments opened up to public consideration, to public scrutiny. That in itself is a trauma that requires healing. And if he can do that while working, great. No one could blame him for taking some time and just reminding himself via his family, via his friends, you know, spend some time with his daughter, that he is not just a commodity. He is not just a symbol of a community. He is a person that matters as a person. And in Hollywood, the industry, it can eat that awareness in someone, and he's just too good to lose to those demons. So, you know, I do think that first and foremost, we have to show empathy for Jonathan Majors as a person, a public figure. Second, what it means. Second, what the tactical move is. You know, I hope the people around him are really paying attention to those warning signs, because those texts, those voicemails came out. I felt like I was listening and watching something I shouldn't be seeing, you know? I don't know if you guys have had that. Somebody dumps edited chat logs. I know some of you have. Dumps edited chat logs or excerpts of chat logs designed to make you look bad as possible. The feeling of unfairness there is profound, and that's very real. So, oh my God, the body cam footage is up.
Who shared that?
Is that gym shorts with underwear?
Might be.
Oh yeah. Oh, Katt, you shared it. Okay, cool.
So this is from Swain's body cam. But remember, she was found with no pants on. She was just wearing the jumper, which is sweatshirt in British.
Right.
But is this gym shorts? Like, that's the drawstring, and I don't, my mouse isn't visible, but it looks like jersey shorts, gym shorts or sweatpants, and underwear. Like, she pulled it down, stepped out of it, all crumbled up.
Oh, that is a piss. Do you think what I'm thinking? Sorry for going here. Do you think she would have alleged rape if this case wasn't so public?
I think she was trying to go to the bathroom on a combation.
I think she was just drunk.
Pills and didn't make it. Yeah.
Okay. I think she was drunk and gave up trying to get back to the bed.
I just
yeah. Well, she threw up on the bed, right?
But what I'm saying is, I think this destroys the idea that she had this visual of like, oh, I'm gonna lay here, because this is where she's sitting, where she's found. She's still sitting right here in the closet. There wasn't really that much interesting. That's just one thing.
Do you think
I want to see the strangulation? I want to see.
Was that hammered?
He does right after that.
Oh yeah.
Her neck back.
Oh yeah, she was hammered. I mean, those sleeping pills alone are rough stuff.
But
you know what? I also haven't ruled out.
Didn't know how many she took, so.
I also haven't ruled out that there's a guy inside there who she slept with, and that's probably why she locked the door. Then when Jonathan kind of walked in, he was hiding under the bed, and Jonathan didn't see him scurrying off. I don't know that.
Where were the dogs too? Doesn't he has 2 dogs?
He does?
Michael Parker, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. He says, pardon me if I have already if it was already asked, but can Jonathan Majors be acquitted on 3 charges and deadlock on 1 single charge? Can that?
Yeah, they will push very hard for this to be done. They do not want this circus happening a second time.
So question is why on earth then? I mean, they consolidated those 4 charges into 1. Why do they need 1 charge to go through? Because if they've done that, doesn't that mean that even if it was 1 charge, the whole case has to be I don't know. Am I deducing incorrectly? Anyone that knows this?
What we're getting into now, because it's such a minor charge, right?
Yeah.
This is all the principle of the thing right now in the jury room, right? It's the principle of, look, this guy's been through hell. He didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve for it to be this public. Let's just let him get on with his life. He's been punished enough.
They don't know that.
Versus he did something. He threw her in that car. He needs to be punished, even if it's a very, very small thing. It's all about people putting themselves in the case right now instead of just looking at the facts. Because if you look at the facts, come on, she was clearly fighting. She was the instigator. He was defending himself. That is logic. People aren't logical.
Now I'm thinking Priya Chaudhry might not have done a good enough job of making it sound like he's been punished during her closing. I don't know if this could be objected to, but she really could have been saying, like, listen, from March 25th, they were fake, bogus strangulation charges, which he was characterized as being the strangler. Then these headlines that showed about how whenever she got a protective order against him, they tried to make him out to be an abuser, when you can clearly see the one who wants a protective order from his actions running away is Jonathan. But that didn't stop the headlines. He lost the movie role to play Dennis Rodman, and the ads that played for the Army are no longer going to play anymore. There's also this baseball team that was it the Texas Rangers or Houston Astros who said, we don't want to feature him anymore in our baseball ads. She needs to have, I hope she did, but she needs to have shown to this jury that if you think, we got to give him a little bit of punishment, she needs to have shown just what he's been through. And I know he cried during that, or I heard he cried.
And he's been mocked for it, which bothered me. Because, I mean, that was when she said, like, end the nightmare for him. And persuading 6 strangers it's not like TV. It's very, very hard. And there are limits to what you can say in a closing argument. It's not like on TV.
It's so crazy too that the burden is on the prosecutors for trying to say he's guilty, but because he's black, he was guilty before he needs to be proven innocent.
Yeah, but I don't think the prosecutors even proven their case beyond reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, I don't know how they have proven that. They haven't even laid out a groundwork to even show where those injuries came from. From what Dani has told us in regards to the testimony that was even done by the lawyer, the doctor that treated her at Bellevue, there was no real fracture on the injury. In fact, the defense
but it was purple. Heinz, it was purple. It doesn't matter if it was fractured or not. It was purple.
Yeah, but that's the point. If they're focusing on this finger, and this is the point of the harassment, because remember, they're theorizing he lifted her up, and all of those is seen as annoying, but they're using evidence of the finger. If they're testifying to this, if this guy was intentionally looking to cause harm, he would have showed up on x-rays. I'm very sorry. It's something you cannot. It's not like me breaking my finger now because it's stiff. It's not like that. It's gonna show up on x-ray. Something is gonna happen that would show that there is harm somewhere. I don't know. Am I chatting pure BS?
So the doctor couldn't point without the help of the radiology arrow, which I think is kind of asinine that they submitted the exhibit with the arrow sitting there pointing. I think that's a little bit prejudicial, if you ask me. You're supposed to have someone testify to what's on there. And if it was the radiologist that put the arrow there, and the radiologist is not the one testifying, we shouldn't have that annotation from the radiologist present on the screen for the jury to see. But something that would have probably been an motion in limine, maybe that'll be an issue. But the doctor couldn't point to it. He kept just saying, like, where the arrow is, it's where the arrow is.
Right.
I really wish they reserved that jury instruction for appeals. I really wish they did, because
we don't know that they didn't. They could have. So we hope that they did if it's needed. But we don't know that they didn't.
I mean, appealing
a violation
at this point.
Get it out of the news, right? Get it away.
Yeah. Are we talking Are we talking what we would do as a person, or are we talking what is best for his personal brand here?
Right.
Because in terms of branding, he's made his point. We've all seen this video. We all saw her chasing him. Some people are going to go guilty of something, but let's face it, if they're racially motivated, they were going to think about him. If,
Regardless.
he rang a doorbell selling cookies to somebody, they have that predetermined bias to think that about him. Are enough people going to stay away from theaters? No. So the best thing for him to do is not appeal it to, if he has to do 10 days in jail, do 10 days in jail.
Nah, you appeal that shit. No way.
I don't know. The appeal will take longer than the jail time, and then people feel
it'll be in the news cycle over and over.
He did his time. They're already redeeming Felicity Huffman. Is that her name? The lady that went to jail because of the college cheating. Like, those people, I'm sorry, I have less sympathy for them. They just tried to game the system because they're rich. But she did jail. She came out, talked what it was like, said she made a mistake. People are prepared to forgive her. So if he just does the 10 days, because the appeal will take longer than 10 days, he comes out, he gets on with his life. People are saying they've done his time. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying for his brand, it may be, if he does get, convicted on the 4th count, do it, get on with it, say, I've learned, and stay away from the crazy women going forward, please.
Well, they offered Kevin Porter Jr. a plea deal with time served. It would have been like a 15-day sentence for one of the harassment charges against him. But they also want him to plead guilty and take, it's APIV or APIP, but that's basically admitting that you're a woman beater. So his term of his plea deal is being a woman beater. And with Jonathan Majors, it kind of bleeds into that territory where, even just one charge, there's going to be people out there that box you in as a woman beater.
And you don't need that. You're trying to be in movies. You want to be in movies for the next 3 decades, and you fight that. You appeal that. You always you maintain your innocence.
It depends on who you are, right? I mean, look at Dana White from UFC. He was caught on video wailing on his wife, and it depends on what roles. It depends on how often it happens. And I do really think that people are, if someone is punished, then that part of the brain is appeased. They're looking to forgive. Now, again, him as a human, no one wants to be punished for something they didn't do. That's really going to mess the guy up. And so that's why I asked, are we talking about Jonathan Majors, the brand, or are we talking about Jonathan Majors, the man? Because the tactics are different depending on what the focus is. Because if he has to, for his own sense of self, fight this to the death because he didn't do it and he can't submit to the false accusation, that's totally valid.
Which is exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's the only reason to fight this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, I mean, the same thing with Johnny Depp.
He's a great man. And he has what Johnny Depp doesn't have is he's got to hold it down for his culture. So that's why he's fighting this. And I'm pretty sure that they offered him deals and whatnot. Just like they offered Adam Foss stupid little deals and Kevin Porter, the basketball player, right? That's what that is.
Right.
So Jonathan Majors is definitely here to fight it. Make sure that Alvin Bragg isn't the DA in Manhattan anymore. If you don't see that, we're looking through different lenses. He's definitely fighting it for the sake of justice and for the long term in that district.
His lawyer has a past with Alvin Bragg too.
See, yeah.
Yeah, Chowdhury has a past with Alvin Bragg. They've been kind of, Batman and the Joker for a while now.
Nice.
I do think she let her frustrations get the better of her sometimes in that trial, which is unfortunate. But again, it's a ticket. It's a violation. It's not a felony.
But
at the end of the day, that ticket is a free ticket for people to say he was accused of being a woman beater.
Yeah.
Even if it's just on that 1/4 harassment charge.
Johnny Depp was never charged with anything, and people still claim he's a woman beater. So none of this stuff makes sense. This is all emotional impacts. And with crisis management, you realize really quick, the facts don't matter as much as they should.
Okay, so I messaged a friend of just really quickly going back to the jury instructions. Just going back to the jury instructions, what we were talking about earlier. I messaged a friend of mine who is a criminal defense attorney, Andrea Burker, and she basically said, I asked her, can you argue for your client the charges set out in jury instruction? Like, for example, they may just arise grace with intent by running away, by getting her out of traffic, walking her to the sidewalk when she refused to get in a car, and continue to hit him that the driver testifies to. This is not intentional, no harassment. Can you argue? So basically, I just asked her, can you argue those points without the risk of sustained objections? She basically she responds saying yes, that's absolutely allowed, and it's how most lawyers structure their arguments. They walk through the instructions and use them to call out evidence and argue into inferences that show how they think the jury should apply the instructions. That's key, because if this is allowed, and she's been a criminal defense attorney, I believe, for 10-15 years, if I'm not mistaken.
She's a very good lawyer.
Yeah, extremely. Yeah. So if she's saying that's absolutely allowed, then I really had no hope that Priya did that. Because as you put out earlier, she's very more on the emotional side.
Yeah.
She did go through like video surveillance through her closing. So I mean, her closing argument was close to 2 hours. It may have exceeded that. But her closing argument was 2 hours, and she went through all the different media evidence throughout whatever. So we don't have a transcript of what was actually being said to punctuate each of those things. We got the summaries of, she cried, and that was the first time we saw her cry. That was Ben Cockman. We have the lies. She kept repeating pretty little white lies. She said the word lie. That if you believe Grace Jabari, then you believe that Jonathan Majors, throughout the course of the night, everything that happened, he's the one that called 911, even though, according to her, she's afraid of the police. So we don't have the full 2 hours of a transcript from her. We have maybe about 14, 15 different lines we can piece together from 2 hours. But we do know that she laid out the media in that time frame. And what else is weird is she presented her close, and then the prosecution presented their close. And it wasn't, if the prosecution really focused in on that shoving language, there wasn't a rebuttal in closing.
And then I also saw part of the article say that Jonathan Majors is not really talking about facts. They're talking about race. Their whole closing isn't having anything to do with the evidence.
Race is a fact in this case.
It's a massive factor in this, by the way.
Yeah,
like he said so many times, and it's now being weaponized against him. That's a massive factor. Like,
and
come on,
the evidence helps and supports Jonathan, even when the guys who are being brought forward, where the witnesses are using testimonies that help Jonathan, but these are the prosecutor's witnesses telling you about how Jonathan did nothing, about how everything about Jonathan's innocent. So the facts actually have always been in the favor of Jonathan, but whoever wrote that article, I forget who it was just like...
Was it Cheyenne Roundtree? I bet it was Cheyenne Roundtree.
I haven't been reading a lot of Cheyenne Whitetree.
Whitetree, oh my fuck. Guys, like
you say her name properly. It's pronounced that way.
Guys, like I said, every single creator here are special, and they have amazing work out there. Chillmonger is one of them. We've been through Miss Marco Polo. We've been through Liana. Chillmonger, please run them through what you do.
Oh my god! So usually I'm covering the stuff in the background of Liana, right? That's what I talk about.
Yeah,
and
we've been
throughout
on streams together for that, haven't we?
You need to. You need to. I would tune in for that. This would be so entertaining.
No, we did stuff on Nerdette stream. Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Whenever,
Wait. You guys already work together?
Yeah, we're in the same town and everything. Yeah.
Nice. Insane.
Canadians.
You guys are Canadians? Oh. Okay, I just saw a drop bomb. Sorry, continue.
You have to pause. Is your mind done being blown?
Sorry.
So I like talking about the fun stuff, the latest movie, Flash movie, whatever it is. I'll talk about it. And then I noticed that every time I posted about Jonathan Majors, I get more than my regular 200 views. It would be in the thousands. And instead of just becoming the Jonathan Majors trial channel, I would still cover my other things. Hey, what's happening in Star Wars? Hey, what about this movie that just came out? Let's talk about that and this and that. And then this last 2 weeks, I said, YouTube rewards when you're only about one thing and when the audience knows where to come. And all I've done was recap video, live stream. Recap video, what happened in the day? Live stream. And my channel just, it just became something that I didn't think it could become. Now, I mean, I shouldn't say I didn't think it would become. I didn't think it would happen so fast. So I've been rewarded. I'm just nervous. I'm the guy who's as a kid, it's summer break. And, there's 2 weeks left of summer break. But I remember how 6 weeks just passed. So I'm dreading the last 2 weeks. Now I'm looking at it like I've passed the halfway point of this Jonathan Majors trial. My audience who are coming in, filing in every single week, will they still be with me when I want to talk about, what's that Magical Negroes trailer reaction? No one's going to care. You know the one, the new movie that came out? Well, I'm going to be covering it.
Not the Obamas produced one.
No, not that one.
No. Oh, okay.
For example, what else is coming out? So Aquaman, I'm going to cover it, but will people be interested because it's not a trial? So I got to really worry about that. But that is my channel, man. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's what I want to do.
They come, they go.
Yeah,
you just gotta keep going. Oh yeah, this movie's coming out in 2024.
Yeah,
I just saw a trailer for it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want to do a watch party for that. Roland Martin interviews Priya Chaudhry on the Jonathan Majors outcome. We do a watch party for that little movie.
Hit me up. We're gonna do that together.
It's gonna be great. She's so tiny, even on camera. You can see she sits up a little higher.
Yeah, she is really little. I love that she has a baby Yoda water bottle. It's a cute little detail.
I'm gonna invite her to a Star Wars stream.
Yeah. Well, I mean, God, what's her life gonna be? I mean, this was another one of these ones, right? That the media was really sleepy on it at the beginning, and then it started to pick up on YouTube. Because when I first did a video on it, people were like, I didn't know who he was until you made this video. I had to look it up. Oh, it's the guy who plays Kang. I haven't seen Loki or Quantumania. And I mean, I'm a huge Rocky fan, so I saw Creed as well. But yeah, people were catching on. The more people saw, the more they wanted more information. And I think we're seeing another situation where the media is a bit ticked that they got scooped by YouTube. So now they're making YouTube into the problem instead of going, hey, maybe from now on,
I said, oh yeah, I showed you the article, didn't I? From the daily from the daily.
Well, it was
daily photos that goes to feasts.
It was paywalled, but whenever they start saying the media had any influence, as somebody who has worked in the media, in music journalism, in entertainment reporting, in news talk, I've done hard news, I've done entertainment, I've done video games. People are not swayed by a video. If they are there and they have firsthand information, they won't fall for don't believe your eyes and ears, believe me.
Yeah. There was look, listen. There was even I was trying to say that their texts I was trying to argue how the texts are not intentionally, him actually going to but I didn't do I couldn't argue it. My chat were saying, no, you're kind of coping a bit. That does look a bit like he's threatening suicide. It does look like it. So how are you gonna tell me that I'm swaying these people to believe whatever I want to believe, or these people are believing biased or in any way, when someone could tell you straight, hey, I can see something else that you're seeing. Let's be real for a second. I feel they just hate competition. They hate
it.
They
Yeah,
hate
that's
it.
probably it. Yeah.
They
It's
hate
not
it with a
it's
passion.
That's
not
probably it, as well as they're like psychologically, they believe women. How dare this anti-women sentiment come here? No, it's actually a pretty pro-black one, at least from my perspective. It's an anti-white supremacy one,
Yeah.
the more so
Thank
than it is
you.
like understanding that women are victims and yeah, but look at the
Yeah.
evidence.
Watching Black Twitter versus white Twitter has been really instructive in this
Mm.
case. The different
The
first of all,
reactions to his boot collection in the closet video, when that closet video posted, and you just look through the comments and it's just
Yeah.
everyone talking about the boots.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but just the focus has been completely different. How things land is completely different. And what I find is, there's a lot more jokes on Black Twitter because it's deadly serious. This
Yeah.
is not
And we
sitting on the
cope.
sidelines of this. And I mean, we were doing it earlier, right? We
Yeah.
were doing the punchy jokes earlier, pardon the pun. But they are joking with all the the jokes about Jonathan Majors running from Grace Jabari, and it's like movie clips.
They even
and
done
stuff like that.
reenactments. They even done
Yeah.
reenactments of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, but let's face it, that is a cope because people don't
Massive.
trust the system. We're all dreading that fourth count. The minute I saw that fourth count, I was like, square a blue streak. But yeah, you look at white Twitter and it's a whole bunch of people trying to get the right answer and take a strong stand against it because that's the right thing to do. And it is a problem of it's the same thing that's going on in a lot of other debates. It is not either or the safety of women versus the freedom and dignity of Black men. And it can't just be white women. I mean, the fact that Megan Thee Stallion got treated so very differently still haunts me.
Oh yeah.
Because
And when she won, she was attached to other people. Like for the sake, I'm not sure if Blabe is still here. So
she was not on trial, right? She was not on trial. She was the one that got shot. But you would swear she was on trial, not Tory Lanez. And that makes me angry. That is not right. The fact that we believe the media, I shouldn't say we, because nobody here believes this, but the media believes white women by default. For a Black woman, they have to be persuaded. And that's not right.
Right.
Right. And again, I am aware her last name is Jabari. She's probably not white. She's white coded. We talked about that earlier.
White coded. Oh, white.
I'm glad that got such a laugh. That was.
I still don't like that career is called. I told Dani this. I still don't. I told Dani this. I was like, what were they expecting him to draw comparisons from? Should he have said, why can't you be like Queen Vashti? Or why can't you be like, let's be real.
Yomaya or something like that. Like start invoking the names of the Orisha. Like what? But I got my back up at that because for years we have been saying the women that should be put up on pedestals are people like Michelle Obama and Coretta Scott King, not Kim Kardashian and
right,
whatever. And now that he puts those women up on a pedestal, that's wrong too. I know why people are confused.
I don't know.
I think a lot of guys are right now are going, how do I get the right answer, and are just left alone? How can I just be left alone? How can I not get into trouble? Because again, private conversation. I don't want conversations that I've had like that put out in the public eye where people can scrutinize every word. When I put a typo on kill and wrote mill, I mean, obviously this was not intended for public consumption, right? Like think about the invasion there. And I mean, I think some people are a bit disappointed that he didn't testify. How do you guys feel about that? I personally think it was the right call because there was no winning, but
clearly we can see.
I was gonna say that judge wanted the tea, so he was gonna let things come in that could have been a gray area for discretion. I think he would have leaned all the way, maybe pushing the limit of his discretion.
Right.
Absolutely. Right.
I think if anything, I know I've been very critical of Priya and the defense, but if they did do something right, it's telling him, because I'm pretty sure he may have wanted to testify and really get it. But he's probably telling him, no, we're not doing that. Like, because the minute you get up there, you can't just say I didn't do it, I didn't punch her, and that's it. They're gonna cross-examine the hell out of you, bringing so many things from discovery. That's not to say he's guilty, because clearly they've brought this in. Like, there could have been so many things that he could have said that would have opened a door for his evidence, for that context, for the record. It could have gone either way, but it just was not. It was not worth the risk, if that makes sense. If OJ didn't testify, damn it, a person that's objectively not guilty should not testify. Like, and I think, and I think it's really harsh, especially, I don't know about the UK in terms of people not choosing to testify, because we don't have the fifth here. So I really don't know how it works. But over there, you guys get protection for not testifying. I think it's really unfair for the public. You have that protection by law, and for the public to look at that and say the verdict has been reached. The verdict has been reached.
They say the verdict's been reached. Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Let's look at this.
I wanted to finish my thought on that. I was going to say he shouldn't testify because if we're looking at everything that's happened since then, he's being scrutinized for this harassment. I don't think anything he would have testified would have changed that.
Verdict.
I agree.
Verdict. Let's hear it. Dani.
It's gonna take a while.
Oh Lord, my heart. Oh,
I know. Here we go, guys.
So they returned from lunch at 2:30. They returned from lunch 2:30, and 19 minutes later, we hear verdict.
They said, "Wrap it up."
It's coming.
They wanted that free lunch.
Right. So first and foremost, thank you so much, Khalil, for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Mighty Mod. Good to see you again. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. It says whore. Oh, white. Sorry, that's a new way of saying white. It says, anyway, white media is the one confusing the confusion. Okay. That was a tongue twister. That was a tongue twister there, by the way.
Makes sense to me, though.
Let me. Michael Parker says, "Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Sorry that it's taking this long to get to you." He says, "I feel that the public sentiment has greatly shifted against Gwen Jabari, making it unlikely the DA would retry the case if the hung jury occurs."
Well, we got a verdict, so
let's see.
Yeah,
there's no hung jury. It's not going to happen anymore. Please, Dani, please. Oh gosh, moment of truth. Let me share the screen so that you guys can see my Twitter feed. As I try, I'm looking at Dani for this one because she's gonna do it. She's gonna do it.
I have my screen open to one thing. I have my phone on Twitter. Sorry, X. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Side note, but Ruby Frank is pleading guilty.
She is
6 child abuse charges. So
yeah.
Oh,
that's the momfluencer lady.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Scary case.
That was.
It's gonna take a while for everything to be read.
Whew. I'm nervous, man.
I think we're all nervous.
Yeah, his life could be over at this point.
I don't know. I think it'll go on no matter what. It's a question of how big a mess.
He's like
how complete was the revenge?
Maybe I'm looking at this too because I am, it feels close to home to me. Like it feels like, hey, this could be you one day. So if you are in this, just make sure you don't even touch the girl. Just run away from the car. Even if she gets hit, tough.
Well,
don't put her back into the car. Don't do anything. Just run. I mean, that's the mindset I'm having. I get out of the car, keep the phone, go through it. I don't care. I don't care. Keep the phone.
We need to empower men to first of all see women like this coming. and then, give them support when they do extract from the situation, because this is happening way too often. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't support women in abusive situations as well. Everybody goes, but we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can deal with multiple things at the same time, right? So it's we do need to have serious talks about what is the appeal of women like this. Who will take your credit card and run up thousands of dollars because she's mad at you for cheating. Like, let's just think about that. That's not okay.
Yeah.
That's financial abuse right there on any other planet.
Yeah.
Like that is.
If she was a rich one, I really doubt. This wouldn't be.
No, if someone punishes you financially by going on a wild spending spree, that is financial abuse. It is. You don't do things to punish.
Yes.
It's just that, and that's we really need to be better at teaching these skills, right? It's the same thing. You don't use suicide as a threat to keep someone in the relationship, but people should be able to talk about it freely, because we want people talking, because if they're talking about it, they're less likely to do it. That hair is awesome. Love it. That's fantastic. Look at that.
He looks like ABBA. I'm not gonna lie. You look like ABBA.
The Montreal guy.
Yeah.
I'm watching Lupin on Netflix right now. The hair reminds me of the sun on that. Have you guys seen that? That's a great series. Oh. No, nothing.
I haven't seen. I'm still watching Elementary. So
those
are my kind of series. I love Elementary. I love Elementary so much. Those are
you'd like Lupin then as well, because it's a gentleman thief type thing.
Oh.
And Arsène Lupin, there were crossovers with Sherlock Holmes, and the Conan Doyle estate got mad, so they changed the character to Herlock Sholmes in republications.
Oh my!
But it's a great modernization. It's like as good a modernization.
Oh
as
my god! Oh my god! Oh
gosh! So 2 not guilties, 2 guilties. So assault into third degree guilty, harassment. They're harassment in second degree guilty.
Man.
So the highest charge, yeah.
Recklessly causing physical attack. This is insane.
Yeah. So the most severe charge, not guilty. Aggravated harassment in the second degree, not guilty. This is a split verdict. This is just, recklessly. So they're saying he didn't intend to do it, but he behaved recklessly and injured her.
Because he's black.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Great message to send to the next generation.
Well.
No, but we can learn from this, because the video evidence is prevalent. The witness of the driver is known. So, it is a message that you send to the next generation, where you say that even when there's so much.
When I have children, if I adopt, whatever happens, I'm telling them, if someone if a woman, I'm going to specify, but make sure the danger is known. If a woman goes for your phone, let her have it. Call the police right there and there. I have been robbed. This woman robbed my phone. I was sitting in my car. She took the phone out of my hand. I do not want to I don't want to bring any harassment charges to myself. So I'm calling you to report robbery. Please.
Okay. But let's look at the bright side of this verdict, right?
What?
There is no bright.
No, let's hear
it. Please.
Liana. No.
Clarify that.
This is saying they don't think he intended to injure her. Okay. So he is not the coercive control abusive SOB. They did not buy that. What they're basically saying, because it's assault in the third degree recklessly causing physical injury. He's not guilty on assault in the third degree with intent to cause physical injury. Okay, so they don't believe he hit her. They didn't buy her story on the inside of the car. It's just that moment where he picks her up and shoves her back in. That's what I'm seeing here, that in that moment, they believe that's when she got injured. So he did something that was reckless without thought, and that caused injury. Similarly, not aggravated harassment in the second degree, that fourth charge that we all knew that was going to be a problem. They're basically saying, well, he lost it, and I do believe race was a factor there, that it's like, he's a big black guy, I've lost it, of course he did. Like, yes, there's probably some bias there. However, they did not buy the intent. They did not buy the prosecution's argument that he was just big bad abuser intended to beat her up. That's significant for his ongoing career.
And one of those charges, if it wasn't read properly,
I mean, assault in the third degree is still just a misdemeanor. I'm looking up the penalty for that.
I'll be very honest with you. Yeah. I'll be very honest with you. This is sad only for one reason and one reason only. If he had not called the police that day, this case would not exist.
Yep.
The friends did not call the police. She did not say to Holly, please call the police. I've been assaulted. Nothing of that happened. If this guy had just been like, F this, I know she may have killed herself, but I'm just gonna walk it off. I'm not even gonna go back to my penthouse today. Yeah. I'm just gonna go to my mom's house. I'm just gonna let her have it for the week, and then she's gonna leave. If this guy did that, this case does not exist. The fact that he's the one
cops don't arrest
to bring this, let me word it like, let me be frank when I'm saying this. The fact that he was the one to bring this upon himself is a massive disservice in anyone that wants to have any form of justice in this. I'm sorry. This guy, all he did was see a text message, was frightened. We see the CCTV. He couldn't even, he was shooken up. He saw the text messages that was sent to him. The 911 call, like I said, it literally broke the shit out of me, because I literally looked at this and I'm like, this guy is beyond worried for a girl he has just supposedly assaulted recklessly. Now has been adjudged. He has been and this guy is the one that calls the police that ends up giving him a charge, a criminal charge.
When the question is, would this jury, what if
misdemeanor,
they had to decide on Jabari on the same 4 charges? If the same 6 people had to decide, if they were weighed the same charges with the pictures of Jonathan Majors cut up, and they had to weigh on these 4 charges.
Oh, that's the problem, right? They didn't have to decide on that. They had to decide on his behavior. And that's the other problem with the criminal court system, that they can't use her behavior to infer whether he was reckless, whether she's attacking him or not. If he's reckless, according to the letter of the law, he's guilty of third-degree assault. I do think it is significant that they didn't buy he intended to hurt her. I do think that's important. And again, it's the written law. Now, he can spend up to a year in jail because of that. First offense, though, likely not. It'll probably probation, a fine, anger management, community service. That's the most likely thing. So he can still work. It being on his criminal record, that's not as important as the PR thing here. It's a split decision. Question is, was it worth it?
I'm sorry, like this feels like a defeat, because the one thing that, especially for him, I know he's had this talk with his mom. I know his dad has spoken to him. If he, I actually don't know that side, but I know in terms of his parents, let me just put it like that, they have told him, please do not get in trouble with the police. Go to jail, put your head down. This will feel like a defeat. because he has now got a criminal charge. He will feel as if case is done. He is finished. That's all I'm saying.
Misdemeanor. Yeah.
But it's still a criminal charge. It's not like
well,
like
a traffic ticket's a criminal charge.
Okay, you stop me right there. But
yeah,
you stop me right there.
A violation. Like that's the thing. I mean, if you get caught bar fighting,
it's absolute bullshit.
Thankfully, the video evidence is out there, so everyone who wants to make the decision about this can see that he was being chased, and they know that what he was doing was justified, and that's good news.
And if anybody wonders why criminal justice reform advocates are so up in arms about this stuff, this is why.
Yeah.
You know, it is punishing him for calling 911. I'm concerned about the ramifications for everyone's safety in that way. Because if you're discouraging people from calling 911, that those choices are going to have body counts. You know,
if you discourage people from dialing 911, exactly.
Yeah.
No one is calling 911 after this. I'm sorry. No one is watching this case and be like, I'm calling 911 to save someone.
He was right. He was right. He was absolutely right in his concerns. Yeah. And I think, we're all kind of like, wow. I mean, again,
Josh Russell is reporting it as 2 convictions on domestic assault charges.
Ooh, that's not.
So I just went and put a nice little correction in reply to them, but
yeah, it was reckless. It was reckless. That's not the reckless is the significant
insane.
part.
Domestic? Yeah. This is not even. Let me not. Sorry.
I mean, again,
can this even be characterized as a domestic violence charge at all?
Technically, it is. I mean, that's how people are going to see it. That's how it's been portrayed. It's not actually, because it was recklessness, right? Like they clearly determined that he just went too far, picking her up and shoving her back down in the car.
Okay. And I know what happened before because of what the driver told me, and I know what happens after. But within that moment,
no one cares. They will listen to Josh Russell. They will listen to People magazine. They will listen to fucking Rolling Stone. They will listen to all those people, and they'll be like, "Oh, those insane rat femmes that will fuck all of."
But again, those insane people would not have been convinced with a conviction. Yeah, it was like I was saying earlier, this verdict, I mean, this is about the least decisive verdict they possibly could have given.
This is interesting. Tamara Allen, thank you so much for your $2 super chat. I appreciate you for that. She says, press charges against her for using CC after the split. This is, the DA ain't gonna do it.
He should.
No.
He should definitely pursue charges against her. And then
I would.
What we can do.
No, that'll be painted as perpetuating the abuse.
Oh
he's got to just take it. He's got to take it.
No,
if
he doesn't.
Wants a career, he's got to get on with his life.
Nope. If he wants his career, he needs to definitely fight this. And I think his career is going to be fine again with what the evidence is. I think Magazine Dreams' box office gross is super important, and it's up to us to advocate for that movie, to do free promotion for that movie so that it is known in Hollywood that these charges don't really affect Jonathan at all. And Paramount and Universal and Warner Brothers can say, we can still use this guy because his movies make money. And look, he does such good acting that he gets an award for it. It's up to us to pay money.
At this point, the PR move is...
His sentencing is February 6th, by the way.
God. It gets dragged on that long.
Is that a long time?
That's a long time.
Because New York courts during the holidays really don't play. Like any court during the holiday is a thing, but New York courts during the holidays,
they're so backlogged. And likelihood is there's not going to be a really heavy penalty. Again, at this point, PR, and this is PR, not the human element. Again, we're talking Jonathan Majors the brand, not Jonathan Majors the man. It's, I've learned from this. I've grown. I have done things to address my mental health. All the stuff they said, all the words they put in Ezra Miller's mouth. It's, look, I've grown. He doesn't have to admit wrongdoing. He can just say he put himself in a bad situation, because that's true. He can be honest about that. Now, the coded language there is, I didn't walk sooner, but these are the conversations we have to have about men in these situations. Let's the feeling that he can fix her, that he can save her. You can't, guys. You can't. The minute you see the red flags, get out of there. I think that's the moral of the story.
Nobody, please, if you're watching this and you're a man, please, just don't do anything.
No, like for anybody who's in a situation with somebody you believe to be unstable, especially if you're living with them, it's okay to be their friend. It's okay to care about them. But there are certain personality types that will drag you down with you when you try to, when you try to end the relationship. And it's important that we educate people on this stuff, not to stigmatize the condition, to minimize the damage that some of this stuff can do. Because it's, and I mean, the other end is, it's the way these laws are written.
Are you okay, Heinz?
No, I'm glad Liana said that, because I really feel trapped for some reason. I
know what you mean.
It's an understandable reaction. I mean, I think we're all feeling sort of, we hoped for better. There's a sense of unfairness,
Yeah, then there's reflection of, how can I avoid this if I was ever in a car, I'm being attacked, I want to get my phone back, but then what do I do?
Yeah.
It's a lot. You know what it is? It's that motion camera. If that motion camera doesn't pick up right when it picks up with him putting her back, what if it picked up 10 seconds earlier, where you could see him getting out of the car first, because that was his side, and you can see her following him? Maybe they can say, oh, that's very justifiable. That's why he's raised her.
The takeaway from this is, do not put hands on her, even if it's to stop her from running into traffic.
Let her die.
And that's hard for a guy with a military background.
Let her die, he said.
Yeah, well, that from a sheerly personal protection
what are we supposed to do? I mean, this post is simplified. I truly want to know what the F men are supposed to do when attempting to de-escalate your own assault by leaving the car, fleeing the situation multiple times, and checking into a hotel to avoid conversation, and still gets a guilty verdict. Seriously, let her die.
Yeah.
Let her die. How am I supposed to have sympathy? Like let her die, because I know it was what he was trying to do.
That's the problem, right? That's the problem with this, that is what's going to result in this, is people are not going to take action. People are not going to be, they're not going to try to stick their neck out for people, because they don't want this outcome. And
like no citizen heroes.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, being a hero is it's too easy to get painted as the villain trying to be the hero.
Yeah. Also, no good deed goes unpunished. I must always remember that.
Yeah. But I mean, I do think, I mean, is this the end of Jonathan Majors as Kang?
What is Marvel going to do about it?
The press are going to press. I mean, we have already got previews of Eric from Forbes saying that, calling for his sacking. All you need is more magazines doing that, and let's see if they cave. Let's see, the difference between them and Warner was, with Ezra Miller and Warner, they didn't have magazines calling for Ezra Miller's sacking. No one did. So it's
some people did.
Which magazines?
I mean, not magazines, but I did read some articles, some newspaper articles that were like, this is ridiculous. I think it was, ultimately that film was shot, and DC, for whatever, was like, we're going to recoup some costs on this, for whatever reason. They believed in that film. Kang Dynasty's script isn't finished, and the calculus here with Disney is, they're going to sit there and they're going to go, will people have forgotten about this by the time the movie comes out, because Disney's major growth market right now is Black women. That's why they were so happy with what She-Hulk did. And if they think that this is not going to hurt them with Black women, they may keep it going, because it's going to be years before that's in theaters. People will have forgotten about this the same way they forgot about Jeremy Renner. You know, it all depends on whether they think he can, and it's going to depend on how he responds now. It's really going to depend on what his priorities are. He may be, forget this, I don't want to be famous anymore, and that's totally fair. You know? That's totally fair if he's like, forget this. I'm going to go do something else in my life. I hope he doesn't. But, you know, his life's in limbo until February anyway.
Maria Espinoza, thank you ever so much for your $9.99 super chat. That's very generous of you. She says Depp got his reputation back and his career is headed uphill, all because he decided to fight back our principal. Jonathan Majors should fight back because his situation was nothing compared to Depp's. Yeah, I'm not sure, but can he fight back though?
Not with a misdemeanor conviction. I mean,
conviction just sounds so harsh. Like it sounds harsh on the tongue, like on the ears.
If you go to traffic court and you're found guilty, that is a conviction as well. I mean, again, this language sounds scary, but I really don't think this verdict changes any minds. And that's the question. They accomplished what they wanted, getting the story out.
I gotta
there.
go.
Yeah,
that's fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I might pop back in too, because I got people asking so many questions on X, mostly because of the reporting that he was convicted of 2 assault charges, which is not true.
Right.
And that's a big difference. And I'm going to fight it. I'm going to fight that interpretation.
It is an assault charge. It's not exactly a domestic assault charge overblows it. It was assault in the 3rd degree.
No. They're saying 2 assault charges.
Oh, no, it's just one. It's assault and harassment.
So, yeah.
It's assault and harassment. The bigger they try to make this, the more people are going to look
fight
twice.
Back. Yep.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, this is obviously not the end of this story.
Are you guys going to be on for a little bit? I'll probably be like 30 minutes. Plus, I want to eat lunch.
I got to go in a half hour, but I can do another half hour.
Yeah. Thank you so
Heinz,
much.
I'll check in.
No worries.
How about that?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Kat. Yeah, like I said, these guys, as you said, they don't care. They don't care about whatever was out there. Look, see, they're like, no, did we really know? I saw in a 3rd degree I'm guilty of harassment.
Okay, that's well, reckless assault.
At least that's accurate. I mean, to a level, it's accurate, but it is what it is.
Yeah. And I mean, okay, there's the video out of what he did, and the video is going to trump any charges. People are going to decide for themselves. And it does seem here's the narratives forming, right? Yeah. 3rd degree assault and harassment.
This is insane. I can't watch this.
I mean, more accurately, they should be reporting it as misdemeanor assault, but they're not going to. They're going to be sensational. And, you know, there might be a bit of I don't know what you call it, not the Streisand effect, but you know, this feels too hard. Remember what I was saying earlier, that if the punishment feels too harsh, then there's the forgiveness period, then he's okay.
Yeah.
You know, it's all a question of what the narrative is now. And, you know, he's looking at a year in prison. That's not nothing, but it's a first offense. So it likely will not be that. Depending on how much they annoyed the judge, there might be some prison time. If there is prison time, it's up to him whether he does it and gets it over with. Because, I mean, Robert Downey Jr. spent some time in prison. You know, I don't remember how long. See, people don't remember. This is the thing. We look back with other people. And people, when you take your punishment, people want to forgive, right? And that's why, yeah, Downey served 15 months in state prison in 1999.
For
Yeah, that's
what for the gun?
Probably for the, well, possession of heroin, cocaine, and an unloaded .357 caliber Magnum. That was the first arrest. Probation, mandatory drug testing. He skipped a court-ordered drug test, and then that was what got him 4 months in the LA County Jail. He skipped another drug test and was sentenced to 3 years in prison in 1999. He served 15 months. Then 4 months after his release, he was arrested again on Thanksgiving weekend for alleged cocaine and Valium possession and being under the influence of drugs. So, I mean, Robert Downey Jr. did a lot more stuff than Jonathan Majors did.
All Jonathan Majors did was call the police so that
he got caught on camera fighting. Like
lifting. That's okay. Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, this is the problem with juries, right? It's subjective. Every time you go before a jury, you can lose. It can make no sense. I do think in hindsight, that alternate theory of she heard it later may have hurt them, but it really, ultimately, it's about who they believe, and they didn't believe the intent. And so it's a question now of what he does now, and being there for people like you who are taking this very personally. It's like, what's going on? What's in your head right now?
Someone tweeted 2 counts of what? Running away without a license? Running away.
There you go.
Running away without a license. That's
there
insanely
you go.
funny.
Yeah, but people think it's not fair. This could help him in public opinion.
Right.
There
will like a lot of people I've seen it. There will be people that are loud and wrong. I can't. I must admit, I'm not gonna lie. It's not like this feeling wasn't sitting in the bottom of my gut.
I think we all kind of saw something coming, right?
Yeah.
Some sort of guilty verdict. No one was shocked about that. The third degree assault is kind of, reckless assault is kind of surprising, though not really.
Do you know the Josh Brolin case? Right. Josh Brolin is a case. Before I go into those cases, I need to read out these super chats because they're coming in thick and fast. Thank you so much, Kaleo. $4.99 super chat. I really do appreciate every single one of you that are sending the super chats. Kaleo says you would have thought the black woman on the jury would have held out for him. Of course. I mean, maybe she was talked around. Who knows? I mean, we are supposed to not be biased in the jury, and I really do believe, regardless of the decision, I really do believe the jury did try to look at the evidence. The problem is not the jury. If it was a judge, I would pretty much be looking at the judge and be like, okay, maybe they were the problem, in the case. But but in terms of the jury, I don't think they are the problem because, again, they're just trying to make sure that they don't get this wrong. Because
I think the problem was the defense. What I would have argued is the defense is she injured herself fighting him. That's where the injuries came from, not later. I think that was a tactical mistake, but he's not going to get an appeal on that because she's a very good lawyer. So that was probably the error, though. No argument in the world is going to overcome that moment of the video that everybody sees what they wanted. That moment where you see her head go up and then she's down in the car. That's clearly where the jury thought, well, yep, that was reckless. didn't intend to hurt her. Really important. Didn't intend to hurt her. That's what the verdict says. They found him not guilty of intentional assault.
Right.
That's really important.
It
And
is.
yeah,
Yeah, it is very important. And I was going to say it's the main problem I found anyway is the wording here, because I do feel like the wording did trip them up. If it was, maybe it's the closing arguments as well. Maybe you can, maybe Priya and the team does have a bit to be blamed for not walking them through it, because if I did not hear that from Dani, that she didn't say in any of her streams that they really hammer home the point. They were just focusing on, the fact that he was trying to help her, the fact that the fact that
well, it's the wording of the law, right?
I'm forgetting the name. The the fact that he was the one that called the police on her, and now it's worse nightmares are coming true. So they were focusing on the emotional aspect, and I feel like for this case, if you've read that jury instruction, and if you heard that jury instruction, alarm bells should have gone off in your head. Looking at this, I'm like, I'm not arguing emotions. I'm like, let's just get down to the facts. I mean, I'm glad that Andrea provided a lot of context, because if you can do that, that would have been my focus. Straight up. I would have been like, look, this is the evidence. This is the time, all those things. But it sounds like, it sounds like they did drop the ball there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you overcome video. 1 second, okay?
Right, no worries. Thank you, but by the way, Marty Moore, for the super chat. I really do appreciate you. But is
How
it a
though?
little? Yeah, how? Because to be honest, it will be up to whoever is running it will be up to whoever is running his PR, whoever does his marketing, etc., to look at the statistics, to look at, the social media. Is it outrage that he's still working at? Because articles can do so much. I mean, let's look at, again, we keep going back to depth. For example, there are so many articles being printed, but the guy's got 2 movies and he's being adored in Saudi Arabia right now. The guy's just wrapped up a movie festival. They've done articles, even Brie Larson at I can't remember, was it the Cannes the Cannes Festival? Brie Larson was like, why are you asking me this? You would think of all the people that would have jumped at that moment, it'll be her. But no, she was like, why are you asking me this? I'm just here to look at my movie.
The character he's playing in the MCU is a study in unintended consequences, right? I mean, he who remains sees himself as the last best line of defense against like a complete invasion. Victor Timely, brilliant scientist, black man in Chicago back in the day, unintended consequences. He can survive this, but it's a question of fighting smart, not hard. And the more, because an appeal means there was some flaw in the law, some flaw in the process, in the trial, not just that the jury got it wrong.
Yeah.
And I think they'd be hard pressed to find that. I mean, unless he's going to argue inadequate counsel, which, I don't think so. The judge would have had to make some mistake. And, it's not enough to argue not reading the second part of that 4th count, because the 3rd count would stand on that. It's a question of, does he fight? Because he'll get through this. He'll get past the he's not got anything else on his record. They very rarely send someone to jail on the first offense for a misdemeanor. That's just, Like look at Robert Downey Jr. Yes, he's white and that was in California. I get it. But still, they send him to jail with that video out there. Jail sucks, but that's going to help him long term. It's going to
Oh my
seem overly
gosh.
punitive.
I just typed that. I'm sorry. I just typed into Google high profile actors convicted of assault. Jonathan Majors came up first. Literally, I didn't even say a name. He's the first one to come. That's insane.
But we're talking a year from now, right? Who is going to remember this?
In terms of assault, because I got asked that a lot. A lot of it is sexual misconduct. That's the assault that most of them get.
Right.
Convicted for. So for actual assaulting, it doesn't happen. I mean, Josh Brolin had a close shave, but they had to arrest him, and they had to let him. I believe they had to let him go. Huh?
Yeah, that was a divorce. That was a divorce settlement.
Yeah, they had to let him go. Yeah. So he was arrested for assault. Josh Brolin, 2004. They had to do the arrest, even though the wife was like, no, please don't arrest him. He didn't do it, blah, blah, but they still had to do it based on California law. But he was released because, again, she wasn't willing to cooperate, all of those things.
Let's face it, the one who has to worry about her career now is Grace Jabari, rightly or wrongly. Are you going to hire someone?
Yeah, they know.
Are you going to hire her now? Knowing how much she drinks, knowing she dates, she dates coworkers, and then this happens, rightly or wrongly, people are going to go, do you want that liability?
Right.
Some people are going to see her, again, rightly or wrongly, as somebody who potentially brought down a franchise. Now, Disney's problems with the MCU are not Jonathan Majors. They're bad scripts.
Right.
Are they going to want to hang this on him? They are going to wait. They are a cautious company. The thing with Gina Carano was not the tweets. It was what happened behind the scenes. And it's going to come down to, is he going to lash out? And is he going to annoy someone high profile? Or are they going to be, look, just do the time, whatever it is, let this blow over. We'll leverage this as, informing the character, because he's playing a villain. He's playing a pretty terrible person. So people are not going to have a hard time seeing him as the villain. It's all about how this is going to play out. And, I do think the best thing for him was that video coming out.
Yeah. I don't think anyone that's listened to any of this agrees with that verdict. They went law, they went by the book, fair enough, but no one's gonna look at that and be like, yeah, he actually abused this woman. No. I think the copers can cope. I don't really care. I'm going to avoid every single one for a few days. I'm not gonna be on Twitter. Well, I will be on Twitter promoting, but forget me interacting. I'm not talking.
Yeah, I mean, stay off Twitter because okay, here's the thing. The people cheering this, they're cheering that, well, no, he didn't intentionally hurt her. That's the thing. But the people that are at all happy about this, who are in the alleged anti-domestic violence camp, I always have an issue with that. This, the fact that someone was found guilty of assault, that's not cause for celebration. It indicates that there's work to do. And we are not going to solve these problems in the courts. We are going to solve these problems in community.
Do you think the judge can go for time served, like on his own volition?
Yeah. Well, again, first offense, right? As far as I know, he doesn't have any priors as an adult. Is it going to serve justice to put this guy in jail? Is he a threat to her? No.
No.
A fine, possibly. It's definitely going to go on his record. They'll put him likely on some sort of community service because they are going to be, the judge can't worry about what it looks like. The judge has to go with the law, just like the cops had to go with the law. And
I think they even said that they didn't want to do it. I think they even said it. But then again, they also said, if I hit my finger, it doesn't break, something like that. I don't know. Can't remember what Priya said. Sorry.
It just, they were, based on the information she gave them, their hands were tied. It's not the cops' fault.
Yeah.
There's a lot of restrictions in New York on this particular thing. And, criminal justice reform advocates have been arguing that this is a problem for quite some time now. And I think this for a lot of people is going to be the first hard evidence of the fact that, what makes sense to our eyes and ears and what the law says do not necessarily mesh. And it's, I do again think that he has the talent to overcome this. The wild card is what he's like to work with, because there were some people going out backstabbing and things like that previously. It's sort of the same thing with, Marilyn Manson back in the day. Everybody knew he was a jerk, so they were ready to just, nope, getting away from him first chance. That's the wild card. It really depends on who you believe there. I don't think he can continue to have a career. It's a question of what he does now. And fighting in court, it could be a waste of time and money at this point. The jury determined he did not intentionally harm her. That's important from a PR point of view.
Yeah.
That's the way I would spin it. Yes, yes, I made mistakes. Yes, I should have walked away from a situation I did not walk away from. That, if I were his PR people, is what I would own right there, because that is true. He can say that and believe it. I should have walked away sooner. And that's something that there is this thing about, women not being responsible for their behavior and men being responsible for everything. And that's not right. We need to talk about that. There is also the fact that he is much bigger than her. And people are going to judge, rightly or wrongly. People are, it's what I said before. It's the thought of, it's not okay to hit a woman versus it's not okay to hit anybody. And we have not solved benevolent sexism in our culture. So ultimate, short term, the reason it's called benevolent sexism is it seems to be in women's favor. But long term, nobody's going to take her seriously anymore. They can be, oh yes, very sad. Can you get me a job? That's what happens. Trust me. They feel sorry for her. Oh yes, you were wronged. You should never hit a woman. They're not going to hire her.
Thank you so much, you guys, for your super chats. I do have a lot of questions for Liana because before she goes, but I will read out your super chats first. Justin Martin, thank you so much for your $5 super chats. Today's word of the day is appeal. I look, I'll be fair. I do want to go into law, and every lawyer has said the same thing over and over again. Appeals are for losers. You don't appeal a case you've won. So, and they have always said it's very difficult to appeal cases. They rarely win them. So
it will take him longer to appeal this case than it will for him to serve any sentence he's given. Yeah.
If there is no clear defect, I mean, you can maybe argue the jury instruction, but as Kat pointed out earlier, if they didn't reserve that, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. So the realistic thing right now, I mean, yes, sure, these were all misdemeanor, but let's be honest, the media is not framing it from day one. They haven't said it was misdemeanor, to be honest. The only person that's even mentioned anything of a charge is just TMZ saying it was an assault charge. But everyone forgets all of these are misdemeanors. So while I do understand that sinking feeling he must have right now, because again, if he's went to jail, if he's done all these things and accomplished all these things to get to a point without a criminal conviction, by the way, no criminal record in his life, I'm grown up like that. I grew up in a similar home. In an African home, it's way more strict. I don't know what it's like in America, but I know for a fact we were disciplined quite a lot if we even stay out past a certain bedtime, because our parents believed that bad things happened at night. The freak come out at night, basically, so to speak. So for him to get this, it could be a mental health breakdown that he may just decide, I'm not going to do any of this. I'm just going to go and become an academic with my Yale degree. That's most likely what he might decide to do.
I think he is talented. I think he can get beyond this. Keep in mind, Michelle Rodriguez was also arrested and went to jail.
For what was she arrested?
She was arrested in 2002, arrested for assault after getting into a fight with her roommate. Charges were dropped. 2003, 8 misdemeanor charges based on 2 driving incidents, including a hit and run and driving under the influence.
What did she get?
She went to jail for 48 hours, performed community service at the morgues of 2 New York hospitals, completed a 3-month alcohol program, and was placed on probation for 3 years. Excuse me. She again pled guilty in April 2006 for 1 charge of driving under the influence, spent 5 days in jail. And then she violated her probation in 2007 for not following an alcohol education program. She was sentenced to 180 days jail time in 2007. So she was released after 18 days due to overcrowding. So, and I mean, driving under the influence is very, very, very dangerous.
Yes. Yeah. Like I will. Over here,
like,
we just lost,
I mean, these are no joke charges. I mean, we all know Lil' Kim went to jail, though she's primarily a singer, not an actress. I'm trying to find actors, but I mean, Michelle Rodriguez has rebounded. Nobody thinks about that anymore. Khloe Kardashian was arrested for a DUI.
Okay. Let me read out this super chat, Ma. Thank you ever so much for this generous $19.99 super chat. She says, as a black woman, if they I believe it's they fire Jonathan, not only will I boycott every Marvel movie, Jonathan has a viable claim against them because they kept so many questionable talent on their payroll. Leap if they're feeling froggy. True, and he does have a case for discrimination here. Even with a conviction, he does. Now you have something that you can use against them and say, look, listen, so it's not going to. Yeah, I actually agree with Martin on this one. I actually do agree. He does have if he does want to fight it, he should fight with Marvel. So it should be based on whatever happens. If he loses anything, maybe he can fight with Grace directly but then again, he's already got a conviction.
I'd leave her alone.
He's got
yeah.
I mean, even sorry.
He doesn't have to convince the commenter. He has that. He has his core support. He has to fight this in a way that wins more people over without losing that core support. And the fire Jonathan Majors screaming is only going to get louder if he continues to go after Grace Jabari. That's just rightly or wrongly. Again, I say again and again, this is not about Jonathan Majors, the man. This is about Jonathan Majors, the brand. If, hopefully he'll get some sort of just anger management probation because it's a first offense. I believe. I have not heard of him having any other charges. Because it wasn't the most serious count. The jury obviously believed that he did not act with intent. Again, important. So is he going to spend another 2 years fighting this, giving people more and more grounds to say, get rid of him? Or is he going to go, I'm going to go back to what I do well, acting,
Yeah. Justin Martin, thank you so much. Sorry, go on.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, so you. Right. Okay.
Hey, there we go.
Justin Martin, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. She's leaving out the race component. This hits different for the big black man than REJ. Really, he can't just tail down this line down. I do agree. I actually agree with this one. I know you're trying to. I know you are seeing a side that is.
Yeah, they probably missed the whole race conversation a couple hours back. I mean, we went really hard on that.
Yeah, because I don't know what he's like. So I don't know his personal life because he's very, very private. But there is that race component that will force you to make decisions that, like that objectively, it looks like you should just let it die. But you're like, nope, I need to get this duck off my back. They will think of me as, like his peers. Bearing in mind, he doesn't live in the same economic class as any regular black folk. He lives in Chelsea. So
master's degree from Yale. We talked about this earlier, right? The sense of unfairness is palpable. Yeah.
Yeah. So he does. I do see why everyone is saying, like Robin D here. Thank you so much for your $5 super chat. She says, fight back regardless. The public has not heard from him directly. Yes.
He can do that in an interview, though. He doesn't have to file an appeal to do an interview.
That's true. Thank you for your super chat, by the way, Robin.
I mean, he is. It's funny because people are saying, you don't get it. He's a black man. You don't get it. He's a big black man. No, I get it. It's a big black man going up against the New York criminal legal system. He is not going to win that way. He has to win in the court of public opinion. Unless there was some massive mistake that wasn't reported on, an appeal is a long shot. There's only so much he can do that way. And if he's seen as going after her, it's the same reason Chris Rock didn't press charges against Will Smith. It's over. He went on to do a comedy tour. He ended up doing the absolute best. It is a difficult thing to swallow. It feels unfair, but look at, past things where they fought it and lost. It keeps it in the press.
Yeah.
And that's the really unfair thing. Roll of the dice is with juries. The jury screening process is not enough to really, really screen for racism. And, he has to decide whether he's going to do, minimum jail time, or he's going to have his life be a prison for 2 years fighting this appeal that he's likely to lose again.
Yep. Yeah.
And again, it's a misdemeanor.
Yeah. Though it doesn't. Yeah. I mean, let me gather my thoughts while I read the super chat. I'll gather my thoughts because I do have a bit more to say in regards to this verdict. Maria Espinoza, thank you ever so much for your $1.99 super chat. It's your second. I appreciate you. She says, would you have been better off having a bench trial? No. It probably would have been the same. Probably would have been the same decision, to be honest. The judge may have just found him guilty of all 4 charges, reckless and intended, because of the fact that he did actually go into lifting, based on the video, by the way, because it's probably a massive bad luck. I think, who said it earlier? Was it Katt? Or I don't know why this one was submitted, because the one I saw from CMZ, I could see him getting out of the car, which is why I said earlier, is it edited? Like, because I don't know why this one is here, because the one on TMZ, you saw him get out of the car.
Look, video is not, it's not mind reading, right? One bad angle is going to make something look worse than it is. And unfortunately, we only had that incident from one angle. And I do think it was the combination of that moment and the fact that she did report being injured in the club, that again, the stranger going clubbing with her, she had no reason to lie. Why they insisted she had to have been hurt afterwards, not scrapping with them in the car. I do think that was a defense mistake. It's not enough for an appeal. Bad strategy does not get you an appeal. He's not going to be able to argue incompetent counsel with a trial lawyer with a lengthy track record, one of the best criminal defense attorneys in New York. It's just not. Juries are rolls of the dice. The system is not fair. Certainly not fair to Black men. These charges, we talked about this earlier, these charges are designed to do exactly this. Just create a very, very low minimum that is almost impossible to prove innocence.
Right.
He did put hands on her. Jury determined she got injured. That's all that's required for that 3rd-degree reckless assault charge. There does not have to be intent. And that's the shitty thing. There's a problem with the laws. And there are reasons that those laws went in, but they do catch up a lot of good people. And that's why it's a misdemeanor. New York's rough. New York is very, very unique with these laws. So, he just may have no, and I'm sure he's angry right now. I'd be angry with him. It feels incredibly unfair.
The guy thought she was dead, and then comes to find out in court that she actually told the police that no, he's been strangling me, and then says she's gonna take it back, and then she goes ahead and go through the trial, because it was all in her hands to be like, I'm not testifying, I'm not doing anything, I'm not doing all of this, you can go to the case yourself. Like she said in the text, they don't have my blessing. She could have followed through all that. So why did she do this?
Revenge. And she got it. I mean, she racked up how much on his credit cards that night? She decided she was going to punish him for alleged cheating. Now, we don't know if he did it, but even if he did, you don't do this. And, this is the danger of staying with someone who doesn't seem to understand the unique relationship between the legal system and Black men. He probably should have GTFO'd the minute he had to have that conversation with her. Because either you get it or you don't.
Anyway, Bougie on a budget, Fiji rated. Thank you so much for your $1.99 super chat. Done the poll. You can vote. Sorry that it's taking this long. I was in such a mood. But thank you every single one for rocking with us on the stream. We are still going. I do have a bit more questions for you, Liana, but let me read out all of these super chats before you go. So please give me a few more. Marty Mar, thank you so much for your $4.99 super chat. Very, very generous. You have given a lot of super chats today. I really do appreciate you for this. She says there was a flaw. The judge made a decision not based in law, but by not to play the video with sound when the police arrived, appeal this. Yeah, there are grounds. could it have been prejudicial towards Grace if the video did play? Is it a defense to say that she's faking it in an assault and harassment kind of case? Objectively, I mean, logically, no. I mean, if you're concocting, I don't see
that
it.
would have changed the outcome.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I, again, like I said, this is a profession that I want to get into, and I have to consider these things, and which is why I do agree with Liana when she said that the blame could be more on the defense, because them arguing is fake doesn't really move the needle much to say assault did not happen. If it was without evidence, by the way, like without the video evidence, then we have a case. Without all of that, then we have a case. Then that video, then the body cam comes in of her staging a suicide and then going off to claim assault somewhere. But then again, this case wouldn't exist. But then again, the case still shouldn't have existed anyway in the first place. So there's so many ways to look at it, but I really believe it was a wrong strategy from day one to claim it was fake. Yes, we can see she was setting it up. We can see, allegedly, since whatever, we can see all of those things. We can see the text message that she was sending. She was clearly conscious. Maybe you can argue she was in and out of consciousness, because we have woken up from a night out. We check our phone, send a message, and probably fall back to sleep. I've done it so many times. I don't even need a night out. All I need is a late night where I haven't slept. I've messaged people late night.
Yep.
And then put the phone down, and then I'm off again. And this is me knowing I have to work that same day. Come on, create content. So I fall by myself, and I wake up kicking myself. That does happen, but the prosecution didn't own it on that because they're like, this is not what we're here for. And they did their job in focusing the jury on where it matters. Priya didn't.
She did leave a blind spot open for reckless injury. She did that, but that again, that's not an appeal. I think she did feel like this whole thing was very unfair, and instead of she could have done everything right, and that video still could have screwed them with a jury. Right. I mean, that's the thing. This is trying to find someone to blame when the reality is the jury focused on three things: the 911 call the morning after, the testimony of Chloe, who went to the club with her and testified she asked for ice because her finger was hurting her, and then that video from car one. Those were the three things we know the jury focused on. Those were the three things that were central to the decision. And based on that, they probably believed the driver. They probably did not believe that he was some madman. They did believe he behaved recklessly in that moment. And I think that the challenge here is to make the public aware of what the verdict says, make the public aware that what the verdict does not say. The verdict clearly does not say he intended to hurt her. That's important. Anything reckless can, stopping the car in the middle of traffic, getting out the middle of traffic, that's reckless. And I mean, I think maybe some of his military instincts came into account. And I'm saying that just as a bias because I have a lot of friends that they get tripped up in a very similar case where their military training kicks in and then they're judged a civilian and they end up getting charged on exactly these charges. And it is not fair. I am saying this in terms of what's the best path forward for him. I am not trying to claim that this is fair. And I caution people from looking at someone to be angry at here, because if you want to be angry at somebody, be angry at, I don't know, but the lawyer did her best. There was video. and we don't know what the decisions behind the scenes were. She may have, suggested some sort of plea bargain. He said, no, we don't know.
Right.
And this is very difficult when you've got a client who has had a massive, massive unfair blow dealt to them, and they're angry and they want justice. And, as a, you know, next steps, you have to determine what can you control here. Like, this is a big part of my job, right? Somebody has a major setback. They're traumatized. What can we control? Control what we can control. We can't control the courts. We're not going to try to control the courts because that's just another loss, right? That's just going to increase his sense of victimization. What can we control? The story that the public hears about these events. That we can do, And this is where, I messaged a friend of mine who's a crisis communicator, a PR person trained. And, I've had very difficult conversations with her where, I've got this stalker who has accused me of all these crazy things. And there were sometimes she was trying to talk me into apologizing for certain things just because of the public image involved. And I was exactly like that. No, I want to fight it. I didn't do it. And she's like, but this person is going to keep saying these things about you. If you make an apology, if you seem to have some contrition, then the thing they're examining is they apologized, you didn't let it go. But if you keep fighting, there are two sides. It's a very, very difficult game of chess to play. And that's why he has to decide, whether, ironically, it's the same thing. Michelle Obama can fight every single person in the world who says she's ugly and she's this and she's that, and, all the false accusations, or she can just keep moving forward because that's what she can control. It's hard.
I do have a question for you because
okay.
I'm gonna read out your super chats, by the way. And by the way, Draw Hole, thank you so much for your $2 super chat. Wow, Dana out here with Trump.
I'm glad we're getting all these super chats, man. Like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have a question because, okay, when we look at the evidence here in regards to Grace being a white woman, basically not facing any consequences for any of her actions, as the details come out of this case, etc. As we look at all of that in play, what can I know you're looking at it in a more nuanced way, in which you're trying to look at it in his mental health, but with every respect, he's not really here. And I know you're trying to advise the chat in case they are also in this position.
Yeah. I'm my thing is, don't let this happen to you. Here's what you do in this situation. So yeah.
Let's take that off a bit. Let's take that hat off a bit.
Right.
When we look at cases like this, how can we, rather than, because in my opinion, it sounds as if even if you have witnesses who they can testify for you, etc. Even if you have people who saw you not, you definitely didn't do this and you were acting completely unintentionally, but yet the system is really there. This really does reaffirm a lot of the fears that people have faced looking at the system.
Fears are real. Yeah.
My question is, because we know how the feminists are going to lap this up. They're going to say, women, justice was served. Justice for Grace Jabari, hashtag is going to trend for a bit, blah, 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 blah. We know that. My question is, what world I want to ask this the right way. When can, especially Black people, when can they actually, let's say that this was a Black woman that was actually being assaulted by a white man, and she was doing what Jonathan Majors was doing. Is that white man going to be when would it be, at what point will we see a narrative? Because forget the evidence for a second. I'm trying to ask this in the most candid way, because I know it's not the law per se. It's not all. It's not all that, and that is systemic. What I'm trying to say is the media and the role that they have played in this has turned it so that he is guilty no matter what. What does it have to take before people can actually be like, yeah, there is an injustice here, woman or not, this is not right? Will it take a black woman going through this? Would it take a white woman losing a case against a black man
Look at what happened. Look at what happened to Megan Thee Stallion, right? That the media, see, this is not, the media gets very desensitized to this stuff, and we're specifically talking about the media here. And I've worked in entertainment media. I see how the decisions are made. There are sociopaths involved here. They don't care about Jonathan Majors as a person. They don't care about Grace Jabari as a person. They care about clicks. They care about traffic. So they will write the piece condemning him now because that'll get all the traffic. Take a strong side, get people riled up. And then when it's time for his comeback, they'll write glowing pieces about his comeback as well because it's more clicks there. It is a completely different system of decision making and morality than you or I. That's why I don't do that job anymore. I couldn't do it. I couldn't stomach it. That was a big part of the problem. I felt like, especially in things like entertainment and gaming, it just felt like, because I've been on both sides of the camera, because I've been a TV host as well, I know what it's like to be in that position. And I just couldn't dehumanize people this way. They are people, it's easy to tell the jokes and it's easy to say he should be fired, but you're asking for someone to be fired based on a mistake made in the moment that a bunch of us probably would have done as well,
Right.
and that to me, it's a question of what it sounds like. I understand you're asking is, when can we hope for fairness? Is that what you're asking?
More or less, but more of at what point will black people be taken seriously? Because I would be very honest, they have tried on this case, they have avoided that subject completely. They have
and that's why, remember earlier I was like white coated, because again, I've run in white feminist circles. I know what they're going to say. She's not white. That's why I say white coated. The same reason they said Amber Heard's not straight. They always try to deal down when she's got blonde hair. That's how the world is going to see her. That does matter. It's very different when, and this is going to be very harsh, opinions are very different when black people are actually people to someone. And if they don't associate with black people, if they're not raised around black people, if they don't understand that even all that concern, you cannot put yourself in that place, in that fear, right? Until people feel that in their bones, we're going to have a problem. And I say that as somebody who was raised in a majority black area. And that's why I say, I totally understand why Jonathan Majors said what he said, behind the scenes about, and he was right. He was proven right. He was proven right. That's the thing. And it's a question of, thousands of people every year end up with this result. They end up with these charges sticking, right? That, you probably won't lose your job over it. And that's the thing. If a regular person won't lose their job over this, just because he's an actor who happens to be working for Disney, is that fair? You know, we have the right to make that case. We have the right to say, no, it's not fair. It's a misdemeanor. It was a single moment. The guy doesn't deserve to lose his job. We can advocate for that now, right? Because this is now all public opinion. Disney's going to sit back and go, is this going to cost us money? Like, is this the final nail in the coffin for Marvel stage, whatever we're on, 5, 6, whatever. They're looking forward. Kang Dynasty 2025, I think that's slated to come out. Something like that. Like, that is a lifetime away. Right. You know, they don't even have a script on that project. I'm going to look that up because I may be talking out my ass right now.
While you do that, super chat from Mutant Monkey. Thank you so much. Amber Heard vibes, anyone? Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for $10 super chat, by the way. Yeah, we see that. Like there was no injuries on her. Like the injuries, I don't think they done any of that decision. I really don't think the jury based it on injuries because again, the prosecution did not prove where those injuries came from. They didn't, and otherwise he would have got intentional assault because you don't get reckless assault. You would have got intentional assault for that. Like the wording intentional assault. You can't just base it on a whim. You really have to prove that. You know,
the jury is saying we don't believe intent to harm her was here.
Yeah,
that's massive.
Yeah,
right. Kang Dynasty comes out May 1st, 2026. Nobody's gonna remember this.
Yeah, I do think they're going to let it they're going to let it slide. Like even if he is casted, and then they bring up this charge, the fan base, they will obliterate the newspapers that bring it up because most of the fan base are watching. They have seen what's going on.
I agree with you. I think that it would be a massive mistake for Disney to drop him now. This is not going to make anyone have trouble seeing Jonathan Majors as Kang the Conqueror. If anything, it's going to inform the role the same way Robert Downey Jr.'s past informed the casting of Iron Man. There were just certain things that they didn't have to do in the Iron Man story, the addiction, that kind of stuff. They didn't have to do that because Robert Downey Jr. was right there. So I don't think Disney is worried about this right now. I do think that if it had been seen to be intentional, that's an issue.
Yeah.
Again, this is about protecting Jonathan Majors right now. This is the play. As much as people don't like to hear this, this is the play. It is not protecting him to have further intersections with the legal system because it is the legal system. It is not the justice system, and he is Black. I wouldn't risk that.
Thank you so much, by the way, for your super chat, Professor K. Thank you so much for a €10 super chat.
Nice.
Most likely in Spain or Italy somewhere, I don't know. But he says there's ground to attack the D office, racism, and corruption, and make a movie about her. This is powerful in changing narratives. He should speak up on this in the media and find a way to shift public opinion. Movies is an interesting shout because that is another way he could express himself, and really he could maybe do. But I don't know, man. I do agree with you that he does need to lay down for a bit. I do agree with you on that. But in terms of people changing,
I'd say he needs to sit down, not lay down.
No.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean, but
yeah.
What I meant by lay down, just for clarification, just means lay low, like, lay low for a bit, because whether you like it or not, there is a massive tidal wave coming, and the media has had it from him. The media has had it from him from day one. The people that were reporting on this case when it first hit TMZ, those same people went missing completely. They only appeared when Rolling Stone done multiple articles.
Yeah.
They only appeared when it's like it's like they message each other when to do something, when not to do it.
That Rolling Stone article is a very real cause for concern with him career-wise. There were knives out for him.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Yeah.
And this is I was saying earlier, the people that love and support him need to make sure that his cup is full, to use his lexicon, right? He seems very depleted right now. If he's going on to jobs and he's blowing up, if he's not all this is the frustrating thing, because now we get into making white people comfortable, and it's not fair. But unfortunately, that's the game right now, is that he's got to go in and he's got to be, and every actor has to do this. It isn't just him. He's going to have to just be letter perfect in terms of being really nice to everyone on every set. He's got to strip off some of the Yale from him. Great drama school, culture of extreme entitlement on that university campus. And so he's just got to go back to work, represent himself to the public, doing something about. See, if he produced something, it would be one thing. For him to play the character, people may think it's sour grapes or hitting back at her. The problem is when you're a victim of this sort of abuse through the courts, the amount of restraint you need to have is superhuman, and it's not fair. And so many times, I didn't listen the first 3 times somebody told me this. I thought I had to fight back, and it only made it worse. And my problem is the person stalking me as a woman. If it were a man, it would be over. So I know firsthand the gender bias. Like, I know full well she was following me locations. She keeps taking out blogs pretending to be a whole bunch of different people, never giving a name, and of course dropping her name. She abused me, but also talking about herself like a completely different person. She is reporting the people that I work with, including she went after a mixed race friend of mine recently, tried to get her in trouble with an outreach organization she works with. There is a certain amount of impunity for white women in the court system, and him being black matters. Her being white coded also matters. It matters because people look at it and go, how harmful is she? She's not dangerous. This is what I keep hearing from cop friends of mine about the situation. She just doesn't come across as dangerous. You know, ironically, in this country, being annoying isn't illegal. It is illegal in the US. That's a big difference, right? We are far less punitive up here for small things than the US is. And so, what I have to do is just restraint. I have to keep let her taking shots at me and going, this is what happened. This is a stalker. Please just block and ignore. I cannot retaliate. I have been warned again and again and again, and it is hard. It is humiliating. It is exhausting.
Right.
And it's what you have to do if you want to stay in the public eye.
Liana K, this question is for you. Thank you so much, David Atkinson, for the $2 super chat. I'm sorry that it took this long to get here. David asked, can you speak on benevolent sexism more?
Okay. Oh, see, I teach this. Yeah, I did this. Okay. Subject matter expert here. Okay.
Before you continue that, we are gonna hit this next Black Uru strike. So thank you so much for your $2 super chat. It says these convictions are to scare Black women from dating white women. We will touch on that. Definitely.
Very possible.
So many
very
super
possible.
Chats. Oh my God, Goose, Jesus Christ. $49.99 super chat.
Money. Yay! I'm so glad I'm helping. There you go, man.
Insane.
All right. Okay.
Thank you for speaking on this, and we will speak on a little bit more. for everyone, I have seen the chat, and I do want to say I do understand why people are really visibly angry that we are not, that the opinions here are very different, right? We're not going in on the, we have seen the facts, we have seen the evidence, we had our reactions all through, but this channel is, we are very objective. Well, when I say we are, okay, I'll speak for myself. I'm very objective. I don't tone police anyone. I don't tell people what to say. They can speak their mind. If there is something I feel that needs a little bit of clawing, we'll claw at it. But it's not necessarily, I hate to put it like this.
You know what? If people want to be angry at me, that's fine, because then they're getting their anger out. I'm a big girl. I can take it. No problem. I get hit with the angry ginger stereotype all the time. Be angry. I'm not going to begrudge anyone's anger. You know, I'm not going to begrudge them taking it on me because I'm the messenger. I get that. That's okay. You need to get it out. It's fine. But things like benevolent sexism are things that are poorly understood by culture. Right. And this is what jams up Black women, because they don't get the same short-term benefit as white women with benevolent sexism. There is something called the ambivalent sexism inventory. It's a test you can take online. It measures the amount of sexist views that you hold. Now, I have a bit of an issue with the tests because most of them are opinions on women, but benevolent sexism also lashes back on men as well, in things like, if a man wants to work around children, there must be something wrong with him. Right. That is actually hostile sexism.
Yep, absolutely.
He's, right.
He's a pedophile. Yeah.
Benevolent sexism is this pocket in our world where women are supposed to be safe and protected, not achievers. And so what happens is women are put up on this pedestal. They're angels. They're more moral. They're more caring. It's all nonsense. And what happens is, in the short term, we have what's called the morality advantage. Female politicians are seen to be more trustworthy than male politicians until you get caught lying once, right? Or perceived to be lying once. And then you get knocked off that pedestal and you have much farther to fall. And they've actually found that people with benevolently sexist attitudes are more likely to believe a woman deserved to say, get raped. That, well, if you step out of the role you're in, and we can say this is true of race as well. There is benevolent racism. The problem with it is that it's still a benevolent dictator is still a dictator. Benevolent sexism is still sexism. It ultimately hurts everyone because men are just seen as predators. Women are seen as prey, which means men who are victims are utterly humiliated, and women are not seen as leaders. This is the issue I have gotten into with everything. When it was this whole thing about women in video games, I could choose to get a bunch of short-term attention going, I have been harassed, I have been abused. But then who is going to listen to me as a leader? Nobody. Everybody is going to rush to protect me, not respect me. And that's the problem with this stuff. That's why I'm saying, everybody's going to raise Grace Jabari up on their shoulders, and then nobody is going to hire her. I've seen it happen again and again and again and again. It is just, no one's going to come out of this clean. Right. Nobody. And that's what benevolent sexism is. People say in the short term, oh, but that shows the system is biased against women. The system likes everybody to be in their place, right? Keep in mind, this was a system built by rich white men.
Right.
Rich is just as important as white, as important as men there, right? These were people who were...
And men hold very sexist attitudes. This has to be said, because...
But so do women. That's the interesting thing about the ambivalent sexism inventory, is that, well, men have far more hostily sexist attitudes than women towards other women. Women lie, women are this, that they just want to take your money, all that stuff. When it comes to benevolent sexism, it's almost balanced. That women are just as likely to hold benevolently sexist views as men. So it is this insidious problem in our society, and it whacks Black men and Black women the absolute hardest, right? Because
Right.
Black women don't have the luxury of playing that baby-voiced, meek, mild blonde. You know, you dye your hair blonde, it's a completely different statement. When you're a Black woman, you know, you put in white, like blonde
Look at how they
extensions.
treat Michael Jackson, for example. We didn't even have to go far. Let's just talk about. Sorry,
You
continue.
know,
I just want to throw that out there.
You know, you look at Cardi B, Nicki Minaj. I mean, Nicki's difficult because her partner got into some trouble there. But Megan Thee Stallion, who I love, you know, you see these Angela Bassett. Angela Bassett should have won an Oscar by now, right? But people, the treatment of the Woman King as a film, this is all on a continuum. You know, did we need Jonathan Majors to tell us that the system isn't fair? Some people maybe needed a reminder, you know, and it's not fair. People should not be a sacrifice for a cause. He should be allowed to be a person. We don't live in that world.
I'll go back to I'll go back to that question that was posed earlier.
Did that answer the question about benevolent sexism? Sorry, chat.
Yeah. I think you did a wonderful job, and we're gonna before I go into Black Huru Strikes super chat that was talking about Black men dating white women. I'm gonna go into Dante's £10 super chat. Thank you so much, Dante. Another UK fella. Dante says he was dealing with a covert narcissist. He realized too late. I think she wanted him to break down the door. Lucky for him, he didn't. Just think how she was dressed and injured. Imagine that. And yeah.
I don't think she did that deliberately. I think she was too wasted. But see, there's an example of how she took his credit card, she spent it, she was in a vengeful mindset. That, I mean, I don't know how anybody looks at that and doesn't say she was trying to get back at him. She was clearly trying to get back at him. She succeeded. But I don't think that positioning was deliberate. I think she was going to be sick and passed out because she drank a whole bunch and then took sleeping pills. So, you know, I think that what tends to happen in these cases is that she wakes up, she's embarrassed, and then emotion and fact get mixed up. She feels wronged by him, therefore she feels abused by him, that therefore he did something to her. And I will say to men, if you are in a relationship and you see that in a partner, ever, get out as fast as you can. That is a red flag. We don't talk about enough. If you are doing something abusive, the person should be able to say why it's over the line, what the boundary violation was, not just, I feel that you are. That's one thing we do not talk about enough. People throw around mental health language, like clinical language, like a cudgel way too often. And anything can be abuse. Anything. It's the context. And the media is terrible at that. But seriously, if you are with somebody and they start making those threats, like he probably, if he was in a right mind and not lonely and sad, you know, or even legitimately taken with her, 6 months, it's long enough to form a bond, but it sounds like it was only really good for 3, and then stuff started to go wrong. But you know, the minutes you need to start explaining why you have a like discomfort with police, that is not a relationship that's going to work.
Nope, absolutely
it's not. That's something your partner needs to understand. because you know what? I don't think anybody would ever suggest, if I actually break the law, don't call the police. Like that's
I would
not
suggest. No,
being
no, no.
said.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm really gonna
Yeah.
stand on that. I'm really gonna stand on that. I'm sorry. And we were talking about context a lot
Yeah.
in this
Yeah.
in this conversation. I really vehemently believe if you see something similar to John that may just happen to you, don't bother. I honestly
There's a reason after the situation I went through with the police being screamed at by a detective at 2 division, I am less likely to call the police. It has to be really serious for me to call the police. That was a life-changing event right there. It is real. It is all it takes is a couple of bad experiences, but let's face it, the American Black community, it's not a couple of bad experience. It's
yeah,
Southern
systemic.
police departments were founded to round up escaped slaves. That is just fact. There's a reason people don't trust the police. And I mean, we just had a big data dump with Toronto police up here saying that, you know, Black people are like 4 or 5 times more likely to be stopped without any obvious cause, just sort of a, stop and chat kind of thing than white people. It's an issue, and people can hand wave, people can make excuses all they want. The stats are the stats, and they have been stubborn. We have been getting these results for decades. It's time to start taking it seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. Bis Oits, A6, thank you so much for your $2 super chat. It's like they completely ignore the driver. I think they took the driver seriously. I'll be very
I
honest.
think they did.
I think they took driver seriously. I just think that again is just reckless. The word reckless is so, and I think that was reserved. I really do believe, and I haven't looked at a case, so I can't opine on the case that decided this whole second degree harassment and the and a third degree reckless assault. I haven't looked at the cases, but I have a massive feeling it was for, let's say, someone took your phone. So on top of robbery, you can add reckless assault into that as well. You know?
Yeah. If
I
also
thought it was
something
that
like,
small.
say somebody gets drunk and they stumble around and they drop a kid or something like that, or they fall and they hurt someone. That's not intent, but you got drunk, you were reckless, you committed assault, right? The recklessness versus intentional is essential there. And the thing is, he will be seen, because now that we've done the punishment, people, or once he's sentenced, people will want to forgive. And trust me, I'm not saying this is fair. I'm saying this is how the game works. That if he's like, I've made mistakes, I've learned from them, which, is true. He wasn't, a domestic abuser. But he says that people want to forgive him. The entertainment media loves a comeback story, which is why they take people down this hard. And it is sick. Like I said, there's a reason I don't do it anymore. I never liked it. And you do see the sharper glare targeted at, and that, maybe we'll eventually get to that. We tried with Oscar So White, but it just didn't at their own biases.
It's hard.
It's hard.
I'm not even trying to be understanding when I say it's hard. I mean, I mean it's hard to a point that it's an easy way out to not look at your own biases, because it is hard because of, you also not have to look at your own biases, but you have to unlearn a lot of the historical things that you've been taught. It's hard in of itself, but a lot of people do tend to either use that as an excuse or as a cloak.
It's also the reality that, when you're a white person going into Black spaces, there is going to be a distrust. and it's how you set your mind for that. I mean, when I first came on this stream, like, what was one of the first things I said? Do we prefer African American or Black on this stream? Right? Because I don't get to set the terminology. The people involved get to set the terminology, right? These are little respect things that people are like, well, I shouldn't have to do that. I'm not the problem. It's like, you have benefited from the problem. And when I did an award-winning documentary on hip hop back in the day. And
yeah, you told me about this with the Champion Man, right?
Every single interview started the same way. I'd get reamed out for 5 minutes about how the station knew where they were when they wanted to talk about being Black, but they wouldn't play their music. And I was waiting for it. And it's like, if I have to pay that dues, if I have to listen to that and have them be heard because they're right, that's really a small price to pay. Now, somebody else will go, that's not fair. You didn't do it. Again, no, but I did benefit. I can do it. I could get this show approved because I walk in with a white face. I could go in and advocate for Afro-Caribbean festivals because it was a white face. And these are the things that are, you asked earlier about change. We have to treat this as all of our problems. It's that whole thing of none of us are free until all of us are free. We have to take that seriously, and we have to start recognizing how we individually benefit from the way things are and do something about it. One of the things that I try to do as a manager is encourage more open conflict among the group, because that proper quiet whiteness benefits white people and disadvantages. We had that conversation about yelling earlier. What's considered yelling. And if we allow no yelling, well, all somebody has to do the minute a Black person gets notably, understandably frustrated, just, oh, you were yelling at me. Yelling is not a crime from the ground up. But again, I don't want to treat Jonathan Majors as a sacrifice for a cause. He's a person. And what I've seen in a lot of this coverage is just a complete lack of empathy for him as a person. And they do that to anybody in this position. There's just an extra invective because he's a Black man that dared to call himself great.
Yeah.
It sucks. It sucks, and I understand the anger. And I got to run soon, but let's do a couple more questions, yeah?
Yeah, so let's talk about Black Uru strikes. Thank you so much, by the way, because I know you're giving me way more time than I had.
No, this is important. This is important.
Thank
I mean,
you.
I
appreciate that.
Yeah.
I really do appreciate that. Black Uru strike said these convictions are to scare Black women from Black men from dating white women. And to be quite fair, we can't ignore this subject, because if she was Black, I doubt this case even becomes high profile, if I'm being honest with you. I doubt this case even makes it to court. But she is white coded.
Yeah.
White coded. Yep. She is white coded. She does look white. Her name is Grace. You look at the last name. You're not thinking Moroccan or even Iranian or anything like that. You're thinking she could be Italian. Let's go. Because of Jabari. Because of
every Jabari I've known has been Middle Eastern. So.
Yeah, but I'm playing on the Reaper. How they have that type of no.
Yeah, it's a South. Every Jabari I've known has been South Asian.
That's fair enough. I mean,
yeah, that's where I'm going with it.
Okay, so the joke didn't land as I planned. So how do I really relay this? Right. So, but the point I was making, was like, if you are going to date a white woman, these are the fears. I can't believe it played out in real time like this, because these are the underlying fears that I've had. What's your take on this?
As a person or professionally?
Oh no, please go person. We've been talking professional for a while. Please be candid.
Well, okay. Everybody has a reason to date or not date anyone they want. And it doesn't matter if I don't think this is bigotry in that there's anything against white people. This is an understanding that the cultures are incompatible sometimes. And that doesn't mean it can never work. I am not saying don't date white women. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if somebody is uncomfortable for any reason, you can't force yourself to not be comfortable. You can't force yourself to be comfortable, right? If you are uncomfortable, if this is a constant fear, I mean, that may have been part of the issue with the relationship is she didn't get it. He got more and more emphatic about it. And yeah, it just, I hate that it's a sincere and valid concern, you know? And this is where I'm trying to be careful about personal, because I've dated black men, the other stuff like that. I'm, I'm not gonna go there. Um, it's all people always talk, and there may have been a bit of a guilt there with him as well, because people do have comments when somebody like him, who is a pillar of the black community, is with somebody who is trying very hard to be white coated. It's personal, right? Don't do anything where you are constantly afraid. And like I said before, it's about the understanding, right? If you believe this person understands, that's one thing. But the minute they start not getting why certain words hit so hard, why certain expectations are, really poking sensitivities, it doesn't matter what the details of that are. That's bad for a relationship. You should feel heard and understood from your partner. Was that enough of like I know that may have sounded like a bit of a dodge. I was trying to be delicate, because I'm not telling anybody who to date. I can understand why some men wouldn't want to.
Well, I mean, you done your best, because it is kind of an on the spot kind of question. If I'm being honest,
It's fair though. Yeah.
It's a fair question to ask, and in my own opinion, I do. You can date who you want. I'm if anyone knows me, I'm literally the last person to even judge you on who you date. However, the fears that you may have, you need to really take them seriously, and you need to really be a bit more vigilant when that's all I'm going to say, because it, I- it- how do I put this? What I've watched is always going to be subjective to the next person, but to me, it does give me a lot of I'm looking at it, and I'm like, if I was to date someone that's white, and like Liana put it, I mean, I was already kind of in this kind of mindset anyway. So if I was to see these behaviors, and this is not because of of knowing, oh, she's white, so I should be extra vigilant of these behaviors, etc. I have been abused in the past, so I tend to know abusive tendencies. I've even suffered racial abuse in the past in the relationship, and I've ended it right there. To on top of that, I'm not gonna say I did not try go in and out, about like, was I wrong to like react like this? Was it really like this? Am I overblowing the situation? Even gaslighting myself. That has happened. So I'm trying to give a take that isn't so biased by my experience, because the reality is, when we are in this world, we have to relate to each other one way or the other.
Yeah.
Again, like I said, you make your own choices for who you choose to date. Each to their own. I'm not gonna say who. This is why I don't give my preferences either in who I date, who I don't date. I don't give my preferences. It's it's open season. But the point I'm trying to make is, if you are going to date anybody, look for the abusive dynamics. At least now we get to see a bit of the racial abusive dynamics, because the fact that Grace and this super chat, thank you so much, God King Tony Clifton, this super chat, £5 as $5 super chat really does exemplify what I was about to say. How was he supposed to break up with her and not get accused of assault? She was clearly planning to accuse him, and by the evidence, I do see it, because she has completely turned that on his head. Like, she was the one that volunteered the choking. She was the one that done that. So, and she was the one to even say to him, I will take this all away. So I've always said, it does seem like when she was saying all those things, she was hoping, not, I would even say hoping, she was expecting that he would see that as, this is favorable, sorry, not favorable. This is something that he should be favoring me for, because I'm not going to do any of this. I'm not going to make his worst nightmares come true. So he should come back to me and forget about whatever girl he was texting in the car and be with me. That is abuse. That is emotional abuse on top of racial abuse, by the way.
Her taking his credit card and going on a spending spree is financial
abuse as well.
It's financial abuse. Yeah.
There are so many abuse here that it is more prudent to learn about what abuse is.
Yeah.
What the dynamic.
Let me give everybody a simple pass fail, because I do have to run, but I want to leave people with something where they feel like they can control it, and they feel like, because right now I imagine a lot of people feeling this could be anybody. I could be next, right? The test. You shouldn't test people in a relationship, but this is a good way to see where somebody's coming from. Your feelings are always valid. The explanation for it, somebody may not agree with, but your feelings are always valid. So, oh, good. I'm not leaving you alone when I dip out.
Marvel just dropped him.
Marvel dropped him. Wow, that was fast.
Marvel dropped him. Oh gosh.
Let me finish my thought, and then you guys can talk about it. But
go ahead.
If you express a fear to someone, they don't validate that the fear is real. The way, I'm afraid this is going to happen. If somebody does not validate that fear, if they do not seek to understand that fear, that is bad news. And so that is a good test if you're worried about whether your partner has your back. I'm afraid, I'm angry. Not I'm angry you did this. I'm angry because mine. No, you're angry. I understand you're angry. You're afraid. I understand you're afraid. I care. If that is not there, that's the sign of an issue. That's the best universal advice I can give anybody. And it's awful that he didn't trust his gut on that one, because look where we're at, right? Yeah. All right. I got to run, unfortunately. I'll catch up with you later, okay? Hang in there. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Liana. Thank you so much, by the way. You have provided a lot of insight, especially into benevolent sexism. I really do appreciate that.
You okay? Well, I'll check in with you later.
Yeah, no. I'm processing. I'm processing. I'm
okay. We'll talk later. Take care. Pleasure,
yes,
everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. So welcome back, Miss Marco Polo. I'm forever gonna call you Marco Polo. Anyway, thank you so much. Yes, Marvel has dropped. Unfortunately, has dropped. Jonathan Majors. It's interesting because I didn't expect that to happen. I thought they would. I mean, I was in agreement with Liana when she said that she thought that they would just let it slide for a bit, but they have acted really quickly. So, they'll probably just wait on the verdict. I think they did the right thing here, at least to wait, because they were the only ones that actually didn't do anything, and just everyone else.
All the people open the floodgates about the hypocrisy, because, I don't know. I guess the difference would be a conviction, but if they plan to appeal it, that's not the end of it either. So
Yeah.
because Priya Chaudhry also issued a statement saying Jonathan Majors looks forward to fully clearing his name.
Right. Okay. I mean, yeah. Yeah. To even go back to what God Tony Clifton says here, like, how was he supposed to break up with her and not get accused of assault? Yeah. You can't win nowadays. You can't. Like, every relationship you go into, it's like now the actual bad women, because I don't want women like yourself, Kat, because I know you're not capable of this, clearly. Like, you're not capable of this. Women like Dani, I know she's not capable of this. Women like yourselves are getting torn into the same brush as Grace Javari, etc. And I'm saying that because, in all fairness, this doesn't look good when everyone is going gung-ho on him on something that could easily be explained as, okay, the picking up was the issue. The picking up, I'm defending himself, pushing a vision. Not sure if you can hear me. We are back. Let me know if you can hear me, and uh, absolutely, thank you guys. Uh, Let me know. But yeah, oh, my camera. I had to reset everything, including I had to unplug and plug everything back in. So that affected my camera because it runs on power. So but yeah. Oh, okay, perfect. Sorry about that. There was a little power issue where I currently reside. It's back on now. Um, I'm gonna try and invite back Kat, who was here earlier. But look, before I do that, thank you every single one of you that has super chatted. It's not forgotten. It's still here. I'm just trying to refresh it so that I can see it on the chat and hopefully read it out. One second. Hopefully it will reflect it there. Okay, perfect. It's super chat is loaded back up. Once again, I do want to say I appreciate every single one of you for still being here and for still supporting the channel, and for even, you guys didn't leave. It was a clear interruption. I'm sending the invite now to Kat so that she can return should she wish. uh 1 second. um I'll read out your super chats again. And I honestly, I really do appreciate every single one of you for still being here. And never have I gone through. Well, I've never really gone through this, to be honest, where I've lost power, and then people are still waiting to hear what I have to say. That's a first for me. So I really do appreciate.
It doesn't matter. Marvel dropped him. That it might as well. People think he's a woman beater. That's what this little teeny charge is being used to portray. Well, I popped back in to tie up some loose ends, so don't worry about an intro for me. I gotta touch some grass. I gotta do some keyboard warrior stuff because I'm seeing a lot of people say that he was convicted on 2 assault charges and that he was convicted of abuse.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, for those that didn't hear that, because I didn't transition, she said that she's hearing, charges that he was. So she's hearing tweets that he was convicted of abuse and all of that. Listen, if you're here, I think you pretty much know that that wasn't the case. You pretty much know that he was just that it's hard because the way that this case was litigated in the media, he was never going to. For one, he was not going to win either way. Two,
no, Marvel hired a new writer to start rewriting before the trial started. So I mean,
yeah,
they were just waiting for a proper release.
And I think a friend of mine, Mima's Diaries, on Twitter said it best, and she compared it to Amber Heard not getting fired from Aquaman, and she had a PR disaster in the worst way possible, and she still kept everything. In fact, she had the directors backing her and everything publicly, including in a new movie. And I'm gonna be straight up, this is looking at that happen in real time and seeing this happen, and this one is too personal, and I can't even look at the camera right now because I really do feel disgusted. I really do feel disgusted by this verdict, because yes, I understand the letter of the law wise, but again, for the manner, I never understood what was meant before in regards to the legal system is out to get you. I personally thought that was a bit of, a scapegoating kind of argument that is set up to make you fail. And in a way, I kind of had to think like that, because if I was to have that, it's what I've been taught to believe is a negative belief. It's a limiting belief, if that makes sense. So the idea of it was
it's political. You got to remember. I mean, maybe it's different in the UK, but DA Alvin Bragg is
UK. It's much worse.
It's an election, so it's always political. That's why their press statement, if you look at the Manhattan DA statement today, it echoes what they released for Adam Foss. It's a whole voice to victims type thing. Even though the jury, with the verdict I'm looking at, I don't think that they convicted him on being some abusive pattern of abuse. Because if that was the case, they would have found guilty for intent. They wouldn't have acquitted him on the 2 charges involving intent. But they're framing it as a guilty conviction.
They don't need. That's all they need to frame it as, if I'm being honest, because, like I said, I'm trying to be really optimistic. I'm trying to be. I'm trying to spin it.
Be mad.
Yeah. If maybe this is I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. I mean, look at it took one verdict for the OJ case to be like, okay, cool, OJ got away with it, let's change a couple of laws, blah blah, and it became harder. It became there were so many laws that came in that would arrest you on the spot. That happened. That was a white woman. He was a black man. That's in this case. I'm going to be very honest. That's not going to happen here. There's not going to be, this law is not going to change, and is going to remain the same. In fact, it's probably going to get more.
They use it all the time. And I don't think New York is a state that jails people for being behind on child support payments, but you got to realize that stories like what this originated from are stories that are used and embellished to create child support cases. And in many states, if you fall delinquent on that, now you get thrown in jail. So they're not going to get rid of these umbrella type laws that are vague that they can slap against somebody. They're not going to do it because it's foundational to, at least in America, you say it's similar. I'm sure you have like your own version of laws that aren't codified in a very clear manner. But they're there and they get people through the pipeline. They keep communities structured a certain way, certain communities structured a certain way. Because just think about if they had kids and this went through the family court system. Think about the repercussions for that.
Yeah. I mean, that's true.
And this is me going beyond this just being a Jonathan Majors thing. This is just a publicly high attention on something that happens to people all the time. So the idea that, oh, okay, it's just a violation, it's just one misdemeanor, I'm acquitted on 2, sounds great until they say, hey, we're going to throw you in jail for 90 days for that.
Right.
Third degree assault, reckless assault. We're going to throw you in jail for 90 days and you're going to lose your job because you have to spend 90 days in jail and your employer doesn't like that. So you spend 90 days in jail, you're losing your income, you come out and you get your little $400 check, and now you have to go make good. The person that led this assault against you, even if they didn't want to accuse you of something, they've had 90 days to move on and get their stuff together. Maybe they're not going to let you come back to the house that you were staying at before you went in jail. And now you have to move forward with basically your income completely disrupted and the life as you knew it completely disrupted before a misdemeanor. So this isn't just something that sucks for Jonathan Majors. It sucks for Jonathan Majors. And it sucks on a very high profile level for Jonathan Majors. But it sucks, and it's a shitty law. Sorry, because you're probably new on your stream, right? You're probably under an hour. It's a bad law for the regular everyday person. And we had that Judge Gaffey, make that comment about Jabari's iCard being unusual, because would the police have even investigated this if it wasn't who it was? And we just see all these hypocritical layers where no, Jonathan Majors can't even get someone to listen when he says he was the one assaulted and harassed. And we have the judge sort of acknowledging that it's a little bit unusual that an iCard was even issued. But it's unusual because a regular man would not have even been able to get a detective to pay the time of day.
Yeah, this case, if that regular man did have this kind of evidence, I mean, I know we went over this a little bit earlier. We touched on it, but it does also pose the same question. Whereas there was the fear that this law could be used against normal citizens and just use them to say, okay, cool, plead, you can't afford this, plead guilty, accept the plea charges, etc. This goes in your record, blah blah, but the charges will go away. It can be used like that, but there's also the flip side is, let's say that wasn't the case. Let's say that worst case scenario that doesn't come to play. Would it be in a situation, do you think, where this case doesn't even head to court if it was just a normal person?
Well, so New York is really big on ACDs, which is an adjournment in contemplation of dismissal. And what that'll be is it's not probation, but it's close. It's like similar. Basically, don't mess up in this designated time period that we lay out for you. So let's say you pop someone's tire. That's a crime. We could charge you for it, but you don't have a record right now. So we're going to give you this thing called an ACD. You're going to pay a fine. And if nothing happens, if you get into no more further trouble, we're going to dismiss this against you. So most people are like, sure, I'll be good for 12 months or whatever. And then if something happens in that 12 months, even if it's the same thing where it wouldn't be a strong case, now it looks like there's two things that we have against you.
Okay, I saw a tweet, which I'm going to... Oh my gosh, this is so funny.
Yeah, I gotta get back to... I can't even keep up with the notifications.
I'm not going to interact with anyone.
Up there.
I'm not going to interact with anyone. The feminists can speak. It says, "Oh, the jury believed Grace Jabari." No, they didn't. You can try and pull this any way you want, and that's fine. You know, there's probably 10 million men, so there's probably like how many, 16 billion or 14 billion people on the planet or whatever. I don't know. I mean, how many there's more women than men. If men decides to off themselves or unalive themselves as a result, it's evident you guys will miss us. But if you really believe that the jury believed Grace Jabari, no, they didn't. Like, they didn't believe in any way that this jury, they didn't believe in any way that Jonathan intentionally did anything. Intentionally. Intent means he actually had the mind, the wherewithal, to go ahead and assault that girl. But they did believe, okay, maybe he shouldn't have lifted her up. It's absurd because
I think Roland Martin's going to go bananas on this case because today's, well, Monday. They usually do their show on Mondays or Thursdays. I thought it was Thursdays, but maybe it's Mondays, and I'm getting confused. But listen, this isn't just this case issue. This is a DA issue.
It's not about the case. It's about these stupid. I'll just say it straight. You write films, you be stupid. And when in 10 years, I'm not going to say 10, 5. When, and I think I'll quote this follower that a follower of mine goes by the name of Nina Silva, called the Ferris Games, whatever. She basically said that it makes no sense if we know that men are stronger, etc., all of those things. It makes no sense to continue aggravating because they'll come to a point that they will wield up their power. It will come to a point. I'm looking at this case, and like I was trying to say before the power cut, before we lost the stream. Not that I'm advocating for anything to happen. That's not what's happening here. I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to keep everything on a level and say, okay, fine. The jury reached the decision that they did. Letter law wise, yeah. But at the same time, the letter of law, I don't know. The point I'm trying to make is, in regards, we know that not all women are like this. We know. And we also know that in this particular case, the guy never had a fair shot to begin with. He was already guilty.
I mean, people pictured him holding a girl up by her throat, strangling her until she couldn't breathe and fell unconscious till he had to call 911 because he thought he killed her. That was the story I saw people tweet over and over and over.
That was literally the story. They spun it so much until they realized, wait, it didn't happen at the house. It happened in this was the night before. Wait, what? Even with all those facts coming out, that this actually happened at a taxi. She went out, she spent the credit. Even with all of that coming out, what ended up happening was the biggest cope on earth. And even now, with these verdicts, which, I mean, okay, but what I'm trying to say is, there will come a time in which people are going to get sick of this. You can cheer this on. Do it. Cheer it on. Say what you want and say, Grace Jabari represents the dangerous side of women. Whether you like to or not, she represents the dangerous side of women. Not all women are like that. I just want to make that clear. Not all. I'm talking to a woman like that right now. She doesn't have. She knows what's going on.
Yeah.
No. What's happening here is somebody who was retaliatory. Every evidence that's been out there is pointing to retaliation. Technically, retaliation or retaliatory. I don't think that's the right term to use. Retaliatory
consequences for retaliation protect women making the accusations against someone. They don't protect the men. I mean, you see that in like sexual harassment in the workplace type things.
Right. And the point I was trying to say is that should be a self-defense. That should be a defense argument that, look, she is retaliating against me. But what happened in this case is that, in my opinion, that argument is hard to wash when the law is written as, okay, but you did this. It's hard for you to say, well, I was acting in my own defense.
Yeah, and then for them to leave that follow instruction out, like, because that's the thing, right? If you say that, if you spell out that part of harassment could mean the act of following someone, and you just watched a video of someone following, chasing, walking after someone for 6 minutes, the idea would be that, hey, Grace Jabari is the one doing this in this thing. And I don't know. It really bothers me. It's a lot that I feel like I'm going to have to sit with. And I had just recorded a video on like the Kaiser Gundrizik charges, or shouldn't word it that way because she's not charged. She was the one that was falsely framed as having made a statement saying that she was struck multiple times and strangled by Kevin Porter Jr. by the Manhattan DA. And I just did a video on that, and it's, I'll release it or whatever, but it's different now. Like, if I had recorded that after hearing this verdict, my tone wouldn't just be like, look at this pattern in the DA's office. It would be, this is like, my energy would have been totally different recording it.
Right. Yes. Adriano, I'll get to your super chat. Thank you so much for your $5 super chat. Adriano says it seems like he was found guilty because he was too aggressive when he attempted to get away from.
They said they tried to say in their
It's a scary situation, especially for
opposition.
black men. Sorry.
Well, they said in their opposition to the defense's motion to strike the charges before closing argument started that the intent was on his face. You could see the intent on his face. I couldn't see anyone's face clear in those car videos. What do you mean by that? That's my take.
It's look, whether, and this is what I was trying to, I'm done talking about racial dynamics, and I'm done in a way that, because I try to be balanced in regards to it, but whenever you bring up stereotypes, people want to bury their head in the sand no matter where it goes. I tried to say this when I was having Twitter beef with someone I'm not going to name for any reason. She can write off. But when I was having that Twitter beef, I said this. I'm like, listen, I'm not going to, what she is doing is playing on the card that I'm belligerent, I'm this and that. And
people believed it at face value. Why?
Yeah. And I fitted that angry black man stereotype, regardless of what Jonathan did. This is why I'm like, just accept the fact that you're powerless. Accept it. This is the system that we live in. Play it.
Well, I'll still fight for it.
Huh?
I have a face that can fight for it without looking belligerent, so I'm gonna keep fighting it.
This is not a moment where I'm going to reassess my goals and be like, maybe I'm better off working as a shelf worker. I'm not gonna make any difference in this, whatever. No, this is more of a moment as, no, this is a time that you should make a difference, because you know where the defect is, and you could, maybe if you get to that position, you could successfully argue it. Maybe you have the people around you that could actually help you. I don't know where I'm gonna go in 10 years. I'm not flipping Nostradamus. I can't see it. I don't know. I can only try. I'm not going to give up on my ambitions to do what I can to help those that are vulnerable, that needs that help. Male or women. Men or women.
I'm sure it's helpful that through this, and obviously he's got to deal with the barrage of people saying that he was convicted of domestic abuse. But I think it's helpful that he knows that there are people out there supporting him. I'm sure he saw the reaction when the chase videos went public,
Right.
how people are characterizing that. I'm sure the DA saw that. And I think they were very, very lucky to get a split verdict today that they can they can frame it like it's a full conviction. Because with those videos being out in the public, I don't know how they would have gone forward with this case again. It does suck to me that, I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe it was hard for them to read that harassment charge, but they came back with a different charge, which was pointed to in the car. So they've evaluated and made the decision on two different mechanisms, two different injuries. And in that case, I'm very disappointed in the jurors. And I look forward to seeing if they take in.
Basically was just to say, just don't get yourself into, I'm not like Liana, who is going to give you the best measures on how to not let this affect you, etc. I'm different. I'm a preventative kind of guy. If you know there's a gray here that can be used to abuse against you, like I said before we cut off, if you are in that similar situation, because this is what it was. Let's be honest. They couldn't establish a pattern of abuse. That was never established. There was nothing to go by in terms of physical assault, because
they said he shoved her into the car and that's when she got hurt. That was the whole argument.
Right. The third degree recklessly causing physical injury recklessly causing physical injury, not even assault in the third degree, recklessly causing physical injury. That charge is just because he lifted her up, and it was unclear at that point. And I don't know, because there was no intent behind it, but I'm guessing they probably attributed the cut in the ear to perhaps coming from the car,
the door or something.
Yeah,
which
something
logically doesn't make sense to me because of how they heard it was still bleeding, and I understand that type of cut can probably reopen pretty easily because you just pull at it, and any scab is going to whatever coagulation is going to undo itself. But there was no blood gushing, but yet there was blood gushing in the morning in the photos that she had. So why didn't that happen in that moment or in any of the next hour of video footage where she's touching her hair and her hair is not marked red? So, and it sucks because in an appeal they cannot, that's not going to be what's weighed, right? The stuff that's going to be weighed in an appeal would be, should certain types of evidence come in or not? Was it beyond the judge's discretion to let those texts in? Was it beyond the judge's discretion to preclude mention of certain mentions of the arrest coming in? Because he did say that he was going to let the defense talk about the arrest, but as soon as Detective Mejia got up there, it was like objection sustained, objection sustained, objection sustained. So there wasn't that much awareness in front of the jury that Grace Jabari had been charged with criminal mischief and domestic assault in the third degree. And that's a problem, right? Because that would have given them a basis to argue in closing arguments to say, hey, in this video, Jonathan Majors is doing this because she was acting in a way consistent with criminal mischief, which you have the right in New York State to defend yourself from. Right. But they couldn't really make that argument because it would technically be facts not in evidence if it was objected to, sustained, and stricken from the record, which it was. But the judge initially said he could come in, which could have changed Priya Chaudhry and Seth Zuckerman's strategy up until they had Detective Mejia on the stand and the judge changed course.
Right.
So.
This I'm not gonna try and sugarcoat it.
Like I say be disheartened. I think everyone, if you don't feel disheartened, then I don't think you get it. That's how I feel, and I don't think that this is a case of a victory for some type of person that's actually lived through an abusive relationship. I don't think this case is an example of that at all, especially not for the woman in the relationship.
No, this is a
and
case.
In terms of physical abuse.
I will just say it straight. This is a woman that wanted to destroy this man, and she won. She is sitting back right now, and she is extremely satisfied.
Smiling in the body cam footage, asking, "Is this going to be in the news?"
She is extremely satisfied by this verdict, and she is extremely satisfied by the fact that people are cheering her on. She does not give two fucks. And I know the media doesn't give two fucks about her either. I don't care. I know the media doesn't give two fucks about Jonathan. I don't care. They can do that. These are the dangers that you are out here against men out there. Black men too. I'm trying to be very fair to not make this extra, but there is a racial component. These are the reality. And all I'm saying is proceed with caution. If someone takes your phone, do not, I'm begging you, don't go for that phone. Tell the Uber driver, call the police and report a robbery. Walk away and go and sit in the corner somewhere. Get away from that woman. Save yourself. If you see anybody with any inkling of manipulative, abusive tendencies, learn about these things, walk. Give nobody an inch. This is very real. No one cares about you. You need to hear it. My personal experience aside, that's coming from an honest place of care. You need to look at this and you need to be real. There is no tiptoeing about it. There really isn't. Just accept it. don't go into an existential crisis. I hope you don't. I hope you don't. I really that's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm really trying to say is be smart. Don't just be smart.
And be okay with saying bye when there's a red flag.
Right. Your feelings are there to be controlled. Your emotions, love is an emotion. Control it. If you are in this dynamic, leave. Go, you will grieve. First week, first 2 months, whatever. You will grieve.
And it'll be okay. You won't have a
record, and it'll be over.
Accusation.
Listen, like I said, I was racially abused in my last relationship after my ex-wife physically, emotionally, spiritually, every time after that, I went into another relationship, and after that, I was like, F this, I'm not gonna do anything anymore. I've been single since.
I don't blame you.
I've been single since. What I'm trying
sensible.
To say,
it can be sensible, but I mean, you obviously gotta
not
think everyone's the same. But
because there is a lot of there's a lot of healing. I have to do myself, that I have to figure out why I keep getting myself into these dynamics and go through that. But that's different to what I'm trying to say here is, even if you're going into the next relationship, that's not a bad thing. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is I went through racial abuse in my last relationship. And even then, even going through that and even leaving her knowing I was in the right, my emotions still pull me back. And it's like, okay, it's still pulling back to try and bargain or get back in it. Please, let's,
well, that's the thing. It can happen. It can happen to anybody.
Maybe you weren't in the wrong. Maybe you didn't mean it the way you did, etc. But again, like I said, it was still playing in the back of my mind, where I was like, I don't know what this does for me, because I'm like, am I degrading myself by doing? There's so many things that goes through your head. The point I'm trying to make is, don't go back, don't look back, just walk, because it's not good news.
You have to decide, you have to go into things and make the determination, am I fit for what this is? Not what I want it to be, but am I fit to continue with how this currently is? I can't just base my decision to stay based on what I want something to be.
You don't deserve abuse. No, because that's what it eventually is. The minute you stay in this dynamic, you're basically telling yourself that you deserve this in some form because of the love that you're giving to them, because it's love somehow. You don't deserve it. Honestly, that is something I had to swallow, because in the back of my mind, I knew that I was telling myself I deserve this on some level, because she has done this, she has done that. So if she's doing this, this is her way of showing me some kind of love. Or don't. It's just your mind telling you, because you are in love, because you have those emotions running high and high, that it's okay, that there will be a change, that, okay, they're doing this, but every time you make an excuse for it, it means you're telling yourself indirectly that you deserve it. Get out, like this.
Well, that's the thing. So, the idea of moving forward, it's kind of like you are the only person that can, as much as you're entitled to feel and grieve a situation that you were a part of that has probably irreparably traumatized you, to go through a false accusation and then 8 months, 9 months of a trial surrounding it, especially being in the spotlight. But at the same time, it's like, only Jonathan Majors can make a future for Jonathan Majors and have the choice to continue to feel like their life has meaning. And friends and family can help along with that. But, it's a testament. It has to come, it has to be someone's own sense of resolve, their own sense of, maybe reflecting on the past, but not being trapped in it or by it as far as how they move forward. And then, high profile, it being something that looks like and is being framed like man against woman, the woman beater thing. He's not going to hear the end of it. And you just have to just like he was walking into the courtroom and had to ignore it every day. I mean, he's going to have those moments where it's going to feel the exact same when he goes out in public. And the best thing he can do is remind himself that he is a great person. That's all you can do. Because nobody else, just like nobody else is going to be able to build you up with their own words, if you don't believe it,
The fact
no
I'm
one else can
sorry.
take you down, and it sucks, but
I'm sorry, but the fact you just said great person there, the fact that even reminding people having a bit of self-confidence, using myself again as an example, I am someone that struggled with it. I still struggle now. I don't even know what I'm talking about as if I've overcome it. I still struggle now. I know for a fact, if I was to assert myself and say, I am a good person, I don't deserve this. If I was to say that, that's not abusive. I am not a narcissist because I know how much I would have got there. And I can't say this. No, I can't even say this now because I'm still like, hey, this and that. So for him, I'm saying this to say for him to even say those things, that I hate the fact that he's being called a narcissist for that. Because you guys don't know what these words mean. That is not a narcissist.
I think some people know what they mean, but they want people to be one just because they say they are. And I think that's worse than just not knowing what the word means and throwing it around. I think they want to tell people, I don't like them, so you shouldn't either. So here's a scary word that will make you feel bad if you don't believe what I'm saying about them. But I have something coming up at 6, so I don't want to like leave at an awkward time.
No,
but just so
you
expect that coming up in the next couple minutes.
It's fine. Oh gosh. F Jim for this week. I'm going to have some box of chocolates after this, and I'm not going to go to alcohol for this one. I'm just going to chill.
That's a good decision.
Oh no, I don't drink when I'm emotional like this because I'm not going to lie. This has gotten to me. I enjoy my drink when I'm happier or when I'm, in the, but when I'm a lot more in a healthy mindset, because right now I am pissed. I don't understand the letter of the law. I don't understand why the judge omitted what he did from the jury instruction.
It could help him that he did. It could be helpful if they pursue an appeal that he did.
That would have been his defense plea.
And if it's reversible error, they'd have to retry, or he might just say no retry. I don't know. The DA seems to be holding their balls pretty high, and I feel like maybe they would be like, yeah, we'll retry it, but at the same time, maybe they would decide not to. But I think it's actually a win for Jonathan Majors that they weren't instructed that way, because they could have been instructed properly and still came to the conclusion that they came to. But now, since they weren't instructed properly, that's a proper appellate issue. Rather, you can't go back and weigh how they interpret the video.
I really hope Priya did what you said and reserved it for appeal. I really do. I'll be straight up. If she didn't do that, that's a massive L. But I really hope she did, because that's his defense literally robbed from him by the state, because that's what a judge is really, isn't it? It's like it's represent,
well, not for nothing else, but an appeal, appeals don't always have the greatest chance of success, right? It's very minuscule that they reverse a decision. But at the same time, with the appeal documents, you get some of the behind the scenes to come out. You get to see some of the things that were at play. Some of the things that are being put forth as appellate arguments will point to, the prosecution was doing this when they shouldn't have done that. So that's really powerful stuff that you can see from that, even if it doesn't have a successful outcome in terms of the legal system. It's something that could come out and be, you and I could read it and be like, oh, so we're not just reading tea leaves when we hear Ross Kramer, her attorney, say the DA promised us no legal repercussions whatsoever if she cooperates. Which that's confirmation enough if it's coming from her attorney, right? But some other people might want to see it in an appellate argument pointed out with a email included to say, hey, there was some funny business here going on the behalf of the DA.
I will say this, and it looks really bad. The fact that I'm gonna end the poll now in regards, because it's kind of obvious. A lot of people said no, that his career is done.
His career will
60%
be
said no.
different.
Yeah, 39% said yes, his career is done. We'll see. I'll get back to that. But in regards to what you've just presented, because it is very interesting how I don't know the legalities around this, in regards to the fact that they contacted the defense, that they have these witnesses about to go on the same day. The same day, they didn't even give a chance for them to interview and hear what he had to say. So, like, this is like, I don't know how discovery was even handled, whether both sides got to see all the evidence, because again, I wish, what did the jury, how did they interpret reckless? Because I really want to know if they saw him get out of the car.
They saw a purple finger and a cut ear and said, yeah, there's a cut ear and a hurt finger. That's what they said yes to. And there was physical contact at some point, so that could have been when it happened. But if I have to go down that route, I will get myself wound up. So I might leave you on that note there.
Thank you. No, thank you for that. Katt, thank you so much. Hey, make sure you follow Katt on Twitter, Miss Marco Polo.
I'll be out here keyboard worrying.
Hold on. Before that, it's literally, I'm going to, once again, I'm gonna break the fourth wall. It's literally on a right here. Hold on.
Wait. Am I going the right way?
No,
or am I going the other way?
It's literally there. You see that? Yep.
No, I
right
can't
here,
see
right
on
here.
your screen.
Right here. It's literally here. So make sure you go on and follow her on Twitter. So yeah. And I'm back to normal. Back to my box. Back to my. So yeah, thank you so much, Katt, for joining me and helping me close this out, because I'm so sorry for for the Parker. I do apologize for that. And the technical difficulties. So many.
Fight on.
So many. But yeah, thank you, Katt. You done immensely. You done so well, recapping all of this, bringing all the evidence out, compiling it all together. If this was a clear-cut case, I don't think any of us would even bother, because it's just the massive L you have to hold in the end, But we've seen the evidence. I believe he's not guilty. I'm going to be understanding that the jury looked at the word recklessly a bit more loosely than they should have. I do believe that the word reckless is so encompassing, because at the same time you can look at him getting out of the car and then picking her up and putting her back into the car. You can look at him like, well, we didn't have to do that, didn't have to do that. No, which is at the same time it's so damning, because again, military background. Anyway.
Well, I will fight on. So see you
thank
guys.
you. So yeah, thank you and have a good one. Bye-bye. Okay, so sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. Objectively, I don't know how. Thank you so much for that, Sheila. The friends did not see it. Sorry, the friends that was out with Chloe, with Grace, did not see the laceration behind the ear. I do not know how they managed to. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Should be able to hear me. Can 1 second. Okay, so it's back. All right, so fast forward the stream a little bit. You might be a bit behind. So move the stream forward a little bit. But I don't think the jury got to hear. They didn't analyze, in my opinion, they didn't take into consideration the fact that the friends did not see injury. So that should have been enough doubt. You know, if the friends didn't see it at all, that should have been enough doubt to be like, okay, you didn't see the injury. No one saw the arm injury. The only thing that was mentioned, and maybe this is what prosecuted him. Sorry, this is what convicted him. The fact that the friend said that there was ice. So that there was icing a finger. And I think this was at the club. So they probably deduced it down and be like, okay, cool. The fight was at 11 o'clock. Not fight. Altercation was at 11 o'clock. All of this happened at 11. But then again, how does she get the injury on the finger if she doesn't go for the phone? She doesn't get the injury on the finger. That should have been a defense charge. That should have been thrown away because of the defense. Again, she admitted, I went for the phone. You go for the phone, you are at risk of injury. That's facts. You cannot go for the phone that is not yours, struggle with the person, chase him down because he wouldn't show you his phone and talk to you. You cannot do that and think, oh, because I got this little injury here, he's guilty of abusing me. The jury instructions, if they just got it on the harassment, the wording was already difficult on that. So, okay, I could understand at least for that. Maybe just that one count. But the reckless injury? No, I'm sorry. The defense did not prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. It's even worse. The fact that she admitted, I went for the phone. You could have easily got that injury from going for the phone. It makes no sense for Jonathan to pick you up and push you back into the car to defend himself, and then you come out with an arm injury, and then he gets. It doesn't set, and that's why I'm speaking the way I'm speaking. That's why I'm saying, don't bother doing anything. Get out of this dynamic. Don't give anyone any free passes. I know this is not like 10 million people in this stream. It's 102 live viewers, and thank you so much for sticking around this long. So at least 102 of you, if you are in this dynamic, please use your rational mind. And I know it's difficult when you're in this because your emotions are flying high. Don't let it rule you because your emotions will bring you down. I don't know what more to say. I personally, this is a case, I had a stream planned where I was going to speak to an individual that was in the chat the last time we streamed, and she was very, very big on this. And I'm going to see how I'm feeling tomorrow and see how I'm going to get back to her and decide if I want to have this talk or not. Because I'll be very honest, I am a fair person. I'm not feeling very fair right now. I'm not feeling like myself. I'm not feeling as if all I'm seeing is red. And it's just one of those moments that it's happened. I know what I saw, and I know it's coping time. It's it's morphing time for Power Rangers. It's coping time for Heinz and Ketchup Man, because I personally, this is how juries are. They can it can go either way. But in all fairness, I know that man is innocent. there is no way I am going to look at these Oliver Foot videos and think that that these women cheering that he's been convicted. There is no way I'm looking at this man distraught, trying to he's talking on the phone, calls the police because she is knocked out of his apartment. She's sending suicidal messages, and he's worried, and then in turn he's going to go to jail for her attacking him. Bearing in mind, this case does not happen for two instances. One, if he doesn't call the police, this case doesn't exist. Two, if she doesn't go for the phone, this case does not exist. Those are very dangerous precedents that has been set today for a misdemeanor. It is that small. The misdemeanor should be on him, because no one deserves to have their phone taken from them. But you're telling him, because I'm not going to ignore the racial components. It is glaring at this point. I'm not going to ignore it. I have said it from the minute this stream started till now. There is a racial component. I've tried to be fair in looking at both sides and be like, okay, there is also a gender bias component. Yes, but the racial component here is so aggravated because, again, before the case even went to trial, when they were going for jury, before the case started, in terms of opening statements, when they were selecting the jury, they were trying to get rid of the black jurors. That's insane. Even the educated ones, the ones that have got their MBAs, etc., they were trying to get them because they may not understand the jury instructions. That's insane. So you cannot tell me there isn't a racial component to this, because when that happens in the jury selection room, what's gonna happen is that's what they're seeing. They're seeing, no, black man, you have to call the police if someone steals your phone. You can't decide to try and grab your phone back. You might hurt the sweet, innocent white woman. And we're not going to have your peers here to try and hear you out, because it might bias against the... But as the prosecution said, it's not about Grace versus Jonathan. It's about the people versus Jonathan. And to be honest, with all the evidence that's come out, I do believe the people have spoken. I don't think the people actually, but again, the jury is the people deliberating on our behalf on this occasion. So they have spoken in that respect, that they did find him. I just don't agree. I don't agree. I don't think none of it is harassment. I personally, maybe is this simple. Maybe it's as simple as, hey, if this was me and I was in that position, maybe if maybe they were thinking in that room, if this was me and I was in that position, I would not have lifted her, and that's it. Easy conviction. Maybe that's what they were thinking. I don't know. I know I wouldn't have done that. But at the same time, I am prepared to be called a wuss, and I'm prepared to walk away and let her have the phone and go through it. And I can do that. Not everyone is as stupid, because you should always stand your ground and defend yourself. Every single one. That's your right. But these are the dangers. This can happen. I'm going to read out the chats, and then I'm going to close off. If GJ would have gotten some kind of Grace Jabari would have gotten some kind of repercussions, it would hit different. But the fact she didn't makes it hit harder. I'm always gonna go back to the Texas. The fact that she volunteered the information to the police to say that he choked me. The police went ahead and proceeded with the strangulation charge. She told Jonathan, I'm going to get rid of all these charges. They don't have my blessing, blah, blah. She told, and then they dropped the strangulation charge, and then she went ahead and does this anyway. It wouldn't have mattered. Repercussions doesn't exist, not for women like her, because regardless, you guys have women have the advantage in this system, and men have to be smart. If your opponent has an advantage, you adapt. That's all you do. And I'm sorry for looking at men and women as opponents on a chessboard or on a football field or on a soccer field, or whatever you call it in the States. I watch football over here. Whatever you guys call it, you have to think of it in those kind of terms. If your opponent has an advantage, you have to adapt. That's all I'm saying. I don't give advice on this channel. I don't give any mental, I'm not a professional, blah, blah. You know the coup. But thank you so much, God King Tony Clifton, and thank you so much for your super chats. They were really appreciated. I'm happy to stream and talk with you guys because this is a very important case. I'm still very happy I covered this case to its full. At least the full record is out there for people to come in and basically see this case for what it is. That's what we discuss on this channel. We also highlight the media bias as well as bring you cases. I have to prepare myself for the next one because Courtney Clenny, Florida versus FL versus Courtney Clenny goes to court very soon, and that's going to be another case that I have to mentally prepare myself for. So I didn't think this world was this. I didn't think the law can be this. Honestly, today is a wake-up call for me for so many reasons. I really did not see that. I really did not see that coming. That really blindsided me. I did not see that coming. So I'm looking at it, I'm like, I really didn't believe he was gonna lose based on the evidence. I really did not think he was gonna lose. But I really think they didn't. There is no way they could prove the gash behind the ear. It's impossible. No one saw it, and they even had a testimony from the doctor saying it would have been active bleeding at the time if that was the case. So people would have definitely seen it dripping down her, but no one saw it. So it wasn't for that bleeding, it was for the hand, which should have been, I thought, logically out. Maybe if it was just harassment, fair enough. But anyway. But I did not think it was gonna be like this. But that's life. That's life. You pick yourself up. He's the one living it, not me. But of course, because of my experiences, I do kind of have an idea of what the guy might be thinking right now. The guy could be in his room crying right now for all we know. I do hope he is okay. And I do hope that he knows that even though he did that, it does look very bleak, that there are people that have seen the evidence for themselves and have been like, yeah, we know that there was a concealed effort against you. We know the bias that the system hold, and we're not going to stand for it anymore. I hope that's the consensus, because once again, there is nothing in the evidence that suggests he did this. Even recklessly, he did this. There is nothing. This is the most flimsy of cases that should never have gone to trial. Never. in a million years would I'm really shocked it got this far. I was really thinking I was really thinking they in the back of my head, I was thinking if the prosecutors are pursuing this hard, they must have some Hail Mary ready to unload. And we're gonna see him strangling her, like, bang, 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 cause the laceration in the bedroom before, and then no, we didn't see that. Instead, we literally saw the guy locked out of his room. We literally saw the guy could not even be in any vicinity to cause any type of, and everything just happened at the car, and they didn't even put. And anyway, juries are fickle, juries are random. I appreciate every single one of you for joining this stream with me.
Reality says.
I wanted Juanita said Dark says I wanted to warn people, but I didn't want to be a downer. Jury trials are unfair. They are wild cards and often full of crap, especially for black people. Yeah, absolutely, they are. And I do. I look. I'm not. Yeah. Despite Priya could have done better, shoulda, coulda, woulda. End of the day, the jury made their decision. I do think is a massively misinterpreted decision, because no one is going to look at this case, and everyone that's celebrating this, fine. And I know that person that I read the tweet out of, she's a mother and she has a son. I would never do this in my life, and I would never wish this in my life. But since you're celebrating and saying the jury believe Grace Jabari, I pray your son is in this position. I don't care. Call me that the devil if you want to. Call me Satan if you want to. I pray one day your son is in this position. And let's see if you want the woman to be believed at that point. I don't care. Game is game. If you can make statements like that, I can definitely make statements like this. Game is game. Some defenses don't even put on a formal defense. Only do cross-examination and call 0 witnesses. I think jury instructions were key in this, of course. Of course. Reality says, I can imagine there was an outlier and why they just altered it. Where is the petition? If you have the petition, please post it in the chat so that I can pin it to the top. I only have 10 more minutes. It's 11:30 here in the UK, so I'm going to switch off very soon and try and get some sleep. I don't think I'm gonna sleep now, to be honest. I'm probably just gonna stay up till I was up till 4 a.m. yesterday, so that's most likely going to happen. I feel it coming on again. I am finishing off my docuseries, so I'm going to edit that and finish off. Not today. I'm not in the right mindset, but that should be out this week, maybe most likely on Wednesday or Friday. I don't want to put a name. I don't want to put a time on it. But if you haven't seen Legal Labyrinths, make sure you go check that out on the channel. It's where I compile all the evidence for that case to show without a doubt that this man should not be called anything near abuser. So I'm going to do the same for this Jonathan Majors case. I will put everything into a video form. It's already out there anyway, but it's just for the record, or just bring together streams where we talked about it and make sure that the key points are highlighted and do a video on it. But I really do appreciate every single one of you, and I really do appreciate every content creator for covering this unbiasedly, because I know if anything had come out to show that this guy actually was violent towards this woman in any way, he would have been dropped by me, by Katt, by everyone else. There would have been no cope. But this guy was actually innocent of what he did, and the jury just had different ideas. They just felt they just had to do this. That's what I really feel. Belvic 2 says, how did she make a fist with a she did several times while chasing him and talking to the people she danced with. I mean, let's just be clear here. Like, from the time I'm forgetting forget the chase. Forget the chase. Forget the lifting of the car and putting it back into the car. Forget all of that. This woman had the mind to take his credit card, spend his money, take his watches, say whatever she said to the cops when they came. She told the cops that did he strangle me? She was probably hammered. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt on that and say she was hammered rather than her planning to be dead on the floor, etc., because she did testify to being in the bathroom. So I do think that's legitimate cause to not I do think that's legitimate cause to be drunk and not remember to a level like she got up for likely Mr. Shafren and was collapsed again on the floor. But the fact that she collapsed because she was sleeping, it's not like she was like her eyes were open and she looked dead. She was actually asleep, her eyes were actually closed, so she was really drunk. I would take down board and give her the benefit of the doubt. I don't think, looking by the text messages, the fact that she's like, I didn't leave no note, this is the end, that's suicide. She did all of this and he's the one going to facing a possible jail time or even he has a criminal record, guys. Misdemeanor or not, it's a criminal record that could make him lose jobs. No one loses a job for speeding tickets. People get speeding tickets. That's also a misdemeanor. No one loses a job for it. Marvel did waste no time in firing him. Absolutely. Same with Depp. Same thing happened to him. Warner Bros. Wasted no time in firing him. It is what it is. Like I said, there's no point of anyone, in my opinion. I'm not gonna cry about this. I'm just trying to process and remind myself this is not me. So this is not my reality. Your life, you control it. Don't let this, interfere with your life and interfere with how you see the world. I'm trying to tell myself that. But just so that I don't go insane. But but yeah. Take care, everyone. Honestly, it's yeah. Just be careful. It's all I'm gonna say. I didn't think it was good. I didn't think it was this real. Like, but just be careful. Like the one person that should have been charged with anything should have been robbery by Korea. Like, the guy has been abused and now he's going to jail for calling. No, it's just so harsh. It's like it's really harsh. That is really harsh. Random Raymond Jackson 225 says black men need to leave New York. The DA just sent a message that anything is possible when it comes to convincing. We don't have that. I mean, I'll just like, where are they gonna go? That's not the solution. I just think that don't give them a reason. That's probably all I can say. Like I said, we just have to adapt. Your opponent has an advantage. Adapt and defend yourself. That's what happens when one team is on the attack, you're on the defense. That's the advantage that they have an advantage right now. They probably control the game more than expected. I'm using football analogies. If you watch soccer in the MLS, whatever, Inter Miami, whatever, if you watch those, you may understand what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to give an analogy of. When the other team is attacking, you defend. Just don't be stupid. You've seen it in real time play. I'm just trying to get everyone to be real about the situation. Nobody is your friend. Thank you so much, Via Reality, for the super chat. Thank you so much for a $10 super chat. I really do appreciate you. She says, I still support Jonathan Majors. The legacy of the stories he's already told have impacted many, and this verdict can't take that away. Still a great man. He's an awesome man. And whether you like it or not, he was doing great things. I don't see. Look, people are calling him a narcissist. I've seen people that work with him come out and say the most things. When they got pressed, they're like, I'm not saying he did any of this. He's just a dick. Or he's this and that. When people have been called a dick, so many things, like, even, or, so they use this opportunity to be like, no, like that. I have, it even happened to me at work, in my last job. This actually happened where me and my coworker used to, like, we would see each other and bump chest in the mornings, and then we would simulate. And then we did that one morning, and he was faking going to the right hand side and hit the wall. And I was like, oh shoot, are you okay? He's like, yeah, don't worry. Literally, I kid you not, that was what they like. Yeah, don't worry. By lunchtime, the boss was talking to me. Our lead was talking to me, and that went on my record. that incident that I just told you about. I went, after leaving that job, I went to apply and put them down as a reference. I was told by my lead, that's not gonna go. That's not on the record. Just stay clear from him. He wants to. I did not think we were like that, but he went ahead and reported me and say, hey, he did this, and I knew, so I was like, okay, fine. I didn't know he felt like that. We always done this. This is the previous times we've always played like this. And then even the lead told me, yes, I know. Just go ahead. I don't know whether it was being patronized. You know how people say that, like, oh, I know you're both, or whether he's being serious because he's like, you're a jovial guy, But regardless, it still went ahead to my superiors, and end of the day, I'm calling for my next job, and that was on my in the reference, when they give you that was part of the feedback that they gave to my prospective employers, and I didn't get the job as a result of that. I couldn't believe it. But that's co-workers. 1 minute you think you're cool, next minute, look, don't, just be smart. Put your head down, whatever. But anyway, thank you so much. I'm going to go. Thank you ever so much for all your super chats. Thank you ever so much for following this case with me and joining this verdict stream with me, every single one of you. But yeah, I hope that every single one of you have a great day. And I hate what happened as well, but don't wish it on other people because this is truly fucked up. Yeah, I mean, to be quite, yeah. Not that I don't understand where you're coming from, Nina. I do. It's just me and that person that I was reading a tweet from, we have history, and she is very like this. I did not. I know she hasn't looked at the evidence. I know she just believed Grace Jabari from the jump, and I know there's racial prejudice there. I don't take it back. I stand by it. I stand by it because end of the day, that's how she sees the world. And I want people to know that this is not something that you should be celebrating someone who didn't do this. I'm just saying, I hope the son is in that position one day. That's all. I don't care. You, Nina, you do see the injustice. She doesn't. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why you feel that little bit of empathy to say, please do not wish this on someone that is fucked up. I really, that is not to dismiss your comment. I do know where it's coming from. It's coming from a place of care. But what I'm trying to say is, perhaps that's how she can understand that this situation is not something you should be cheering. Both sides, they did lose this case, but at the same time, you cannot tell me with good faith you looked at all the evidence in this case and you really believe that the person that called 911 for someone who was suicidal and had done this, had pills around her, vomit on the bed, all those things, that person that did that deserved to go to prison for her going for his phone, and he didn't even retaliate in terms of hitting her, causing multiple, because she would have had multiple injuries had he even punched her or do all those things. That didn't happen. So I cannot say that that's all I'm saying. Thank you. Thank you for those that rock with me and stayed on in the stream. Thank you ever so much. I hope you have a great evening or great day. Nina, thank you so much for your comment. I do understand where it's coming from. I do appreciate you for sending through your comments. And thank you everyone for sending your super chats. Thank you, Sheila. For your super chats and messages. Thank you, Via Reality, especially you for your super chats. Thank you so much. And let me just read this one. Yeah, the whole scenario is the part that really didn't get to come into trial. The scenario of the attempted suicide, that was a big deal. Yeah, but if he doesn't have the harassment part in, he can't come into trial, because he needed the harassment part in to defend with that. Because how could he be harassing her if she's threatening suicide? This case would have been shot if that did come in. I really do think that not being in the jury instruction really impaired. But would it have mattered? Probably not. I don't know. But anyway, thank you again. I just want to make that clear. Take all the comments I made, take it how you will, but I'm speaking from the heart, and I'm not gonna take anything back. I know why I said the things that I say. I can explain myself. It probably means nothing. I will always stand by my statements, because maybe we need a hard reset where this needs to hit home for many people, for there to realize, hey, there's an injustice going on. Maybe that has to happen. I don't know, but I'm not going to take back anything I've said on this stream. It comes from a place of care, and it comes from a place of, I'm really hoping. I'm not going to play nice and say, I hope your son is not in this position. I'm not going to play nice. I'm just going to be serious. Because they're not going to listen if I say, I hope your son is. They're going to retort. I've heard it so many times. They're going to retort with, well, I raised my son to be better than that. So in that case, let me flip it around. I hope he is then. I've been in that position, in that position many times. And people just act stupid. So, rags. But anyway, thank you so much, every single one of you, for all you've done. I'm going to go now. Have a great day. thank you to all my guests that tuned in. If you are in the UK, have a great evening. I'm gonna link all the creators' YouTube channels and Twitter handles, all of those good stuff, so that you can go and follow them and check out their content, because they have been amazing today. They have been amazing in really making this chat entertaining, really making this chat, this discussion, this stream, really informative. Really, everyone got to say their piece, and yeah. So I really thank you, and I accept most of your opinions, as long as it's not callous or just outright outlandish. But everyone has a right to an opinion, and I'm glad that you guys were voicing it here in the chat or using the super chats. Thank you so much for tensions ran high this stream, but most of you try to be civil. I do appreciate that, and that's what I do encourage. God King Tony Clifton, I thank you as well for tuning in and for your super chats, and every single one of you for your super chats. Have a great evening or day, and take care of yourself. All right, bye-bye.